Welcome back. Okay.
The sands shift and still.
Kind of spooky. I'm gonna need to get like 100 intelligence, but we'll figure it out. Right, it's worth it. That means I need a new tab for like head, shoulders, knees, and toes. Yeah. Also, I don't need these anymore. These are. Well. Yeah, it is just objectively better to get these. It might be too much attribute issue though. I'll keep them. Okay. So head, body, gloves, toes need to go somewhere else. So where's my dump tab? Let's go fix this now. Toes in the dump, gloves in the dump, body in the dump, head in the dump. And then in the dump, we're gonna pull out some more tabs. Head, shoulders, knees, and toes. Got it. So, head, shoulder, knees. We're gonna make this one an and no one's gonna know what it is. Then we gotta get toes. There we go. Okay, let's go with that. Good. Does it attack speed then? Here I'd probably drop. Is it 4? Oh, it's only 3? Oh. You're right, yeah, these are actually trash. I'll actually just respec that right now, why not?
I need. Good eating. Yes.
Be better to get like crit even. Like crit damage, even crit chance is better than that. Fuck, even 1 base crit is better than that. I saw an Everseen running Sniper's Mark on cast on shock and it seemed to work pretty nice. Might want to try the same with cast on crit. I don't see a world where I can do that. Both of those require spirit investment, and there is 0 chance that when attacking a boss, cast on shock is applying frequently enough. I don't think that works. Cast on crit might. Cast on shock, I have. There's no way, because it's gotten nerfed so many times. For general map clear, I think it's probably fine. Do I not have a damage node I can take for now while we wait? What is your solution for mana? I genuinely never had a problem. I recommend you get flat mana on gear. Flat mana scales your mana regen. Get an updated mana flask. You can get leech on like your rings or your weapon or your gloves. These should hopefully help you a little bit. Have you seen the new promise patch about revamping Act 3? Yeah. Yeah, it looks actually really nice. Good to see them finally like dialing it back a little bit, because it's kind of poo-poo. Music on, fuck it.
Time to change my ways.
Are your new gloves OP? I like them. Not sure why Jonathan is so reluctant to make game changes he needs. Because Jonathan, I don't know, I don't want to speak for Jonathan because I don't know from Jonathan's point of view, but it just sounds more like they designed it with a specific intention, and that intention just doesn't really like work on paper. But maybe it works for him because he's just so used to it, right? No idea. Act bosses still have too much HP. I'm gonna be honest, I like the boss fights. I think the boss fight should be epic, especially your first time around. If you want to one-shot them in maps, that's different. I like the boss fights. There are some boss fights I don't like. Like, I don't like Balboa. I think it boss moves too much. I don't like any boss that's like a fake Katava because it's clunky. Like the skeleton in the middle who's gigantic, or I think my number one guy that I really hate is the giant fucking boss guy, the statue looking dude who like walks up. He's like the Colossus guy. I don't like any of those guys. Those are just like janky and clunky and not fun. I don't care about the boss. I care about white monsters have the same HP as boss. That's not true. Unless you're like hitting a shield guy in the face and he just keeps blocking your attack. I just take the base crit. I think it's only giving me like 2%. Let's see. Need like a lightning spear. Lightning spear is 87. It didn't even change anything. What the fuck?
Yes.
Dumbest answer I ever read. Alright, bud. I disagree with like 80% of the shit people complain about, so maybe I don't disagree with 80%, but I sure disagree with a lot of it, and the way people like react to shit is just very immature. So I don't know. I'm not saying you, I'm just saying in general. I don't really share a lot of the anger issues that people have. It only updates if you reopen the window. Really? It wasn't doing that for me before. There. 87.
Time to change my ways.
Still the same.
Speak.
Yeah, I might just take block node instead of evasion, but I'm already at the evasion, so may as well just keep getting evasion.
Ducked or die.
You think GG would nerf your build? You mean after they just buffed it? I think it could get nerfed. It's pretty strong. You passed block nodes. I'm aware of the block nodes, but I gotta take evasion first, so. I can also do that. I can see if it's a difference here. It'll like, what, 72 evasion if I do this? 72. So I gotta go up 3 block for this to be worth it. Yeah, about that. I prefer what I had before.
Time to change my ways.
Thought about Stark Honja? I don't know what the unique does, sorry. If I drop it in SSF, I'll take a look at it. But I want a link. Sure. It's just annoying for me to click them because I gotta open up a new tab because of dual streaming. Is, you know, don't worry about it. Just go ahead and link it. I'm gonna go open up my YouTube chat. Oh, actually, I can click links from read only. Nice. I thought I couldn't click links from read only. That's good. Nah, I don't want to play around companions. It's not bad, but I don't think I want to play around companions.
Straight through the art.
Middle mouse click on a link opens a new tab.
Ancient Zone. Get.
Thank you for the backseating. That's not what I meant. I meant I'm dual streaming on Twitch and YouTube, and I have a special window, and the window has conflicting issues with a lot of stuff. Oh, I forgot how smooth this was with the gloves. Holy. Oh, I missed.
Proof of my prowess.
Can you not bully me so much? Oh my god. What? Why? Why do you bully so much? Oh, wait, I need to make sure that the filter is reloaded. What? These? Oh, it was those. How does the damage look switching to Evasion ES? I genuinely don't know, because I don't even know if POB is calculating the damage correctly, but I'm doing it anyway. I know that I get, I think, even more crit multi, and my increased damage should be the same. So the main issue would be lack of pen, but I do have automatic exposure, which is not the same as pen, but similar, and I can get pen on jewels. Sheen. Oh, hey, Sheen, how you doing on YouTube? Glad you like the videos, bud. Take another look at Primal Strikes. I don't want to be melee, but thank you. You know what I'm hearing, though? I'm hearing that there's more ways to play Amazon but one, but people didn't want to get out of the campaign to experiment. Was getting out of the campaign for most people. Yeah, it makes me sad because I enjoyed the campaign. There's something wrong with me compared to the I guess the average person. I don't know, I genuinely didn't really struggle. Like there were like, what the fuck, bro, stop it. Like there were genuinely times where I didn't understand like my class fully, but that's because I didn't understand the like detonator mechanic, and it's a brand new class. So I don't know. You had a good build, so it felt nice for you. I didn't have a build. I was experimenting in the campaign with a new class. You know? Listen, I didn't look at data mine shit. I didn't spend 4 hours, 10 hours, 50 hours making my build. I didn't make a POB. I didn't do shit. I jumped in the game, had fun, winged it, tested skills out, found skills that I liked, looked into the mechanics, and played through, and I didn't have a problem. That's just me, right? That was just me. Were there times when my class felt slow? Yeah. Were there times when it felt clunky? Yeah. Did I know it was going to get better? Yeah. How did I know it was going to get better? Because that's exactly how the previous one was, and that's exactly how POE1 was. No, POE1 is the exact same way. When you're in Act 1, your build doesn't feel good. You don't have a build. But not everyone has the same, you know, like not everyone is in the same boat, right? I get that. Not everyone's in the same boat. Some complaints are definitely warranted. I have my own issues with the campaign. but it wasn't regarding necessarily like the difficulty of the campaign. I think the only thing that I definitely agree with is the change they did to the white mobs from the rare mobs. Those were way too fucking tanky. Those were way too tanky. Those should not have been that tanky. So that one I for sure agree with. Monsters need a speed nerf. I think monsters also need a speed nerf. I don't think that they should be as fast as they are. I can agree to that too.
Need more time. Hold on.
Ooh, kind of okay. That's a T8 accuracy roll. Boink. What stats do you prioritize? Crit chance, crit
All the way
damage,
from home.
big fizz weapon, and then your defenses. Yeah, one of the things I think people should do is
Turn
loot.
away from me.
I think there should be a little bit more loot, or I think quests should give you like guaranteed rare items, so people have less problems with progression. Would you watch the interview? I'm not gonna stop my gameplay to listen to the interview. I will probably play it on my like second monitor if you guys want. It's not that I don't have any interest in the interview, it's that I love playing the game, and I'd rather listen to the interview when I'm not enjoying the game so much, because that's just the way I am, right? When a new game comes out, I don't care about anything in the world other than playing the game. That applies to literally everything. Everything. It's for content. Fuck the content, bro. I want to play the game. Okay? I think GG needs to put the crafting bench in. Runes are not the same as the bench. Runes aren't the same as the bench, but for me, they're definitely helping with the resistance issue here. But for sure, it's not as viable for everyone else. I don't know. I don't like complaining so much, sorry. I'm just gonna play the game. Even if stuff is warranted, I just don't like complaining so much. There's just so much of it already in the game. It's just infectious, you know? Needs to go in the dump tab, and then we need to make a new one. Is this the built-in loot filter? Built-in? This is created on Filter Blade. It's a custom filter. I always make custom filters for my builds.
Lightning strikes twice.
need lots of those bases. Oh yeah, Filter Blade came out towards maybe like a month, maybe 3 weeks into
Take this.
0.1. When exactly, when is his podcast, or, interview, by the way? Like, what time? How many hours? Do it that way. 6 hours and 20 minutes. Okay, I'll still be live.
Wait.
Almost finished Nomad Idol. Wait, there's that little content? Fuck.
Wait.
Oh yeah, we need to ascend. I forgot about that. I don't want to, though. How are you doing today? Great. You think fracturing orbs will go up in price at all? I don't know. I'm SSF. I don't like play the economy. In PoE, they always go up, but I don't know the state of like crafting in PoE2. I don't know if everyone's just crafting the same way I am or exactly what.
No rest for the wicked, eh? Another hunt, another trophy.
I saw your Spearcraft and highlight video. Oh, there was a highlight video? I'm gonna watch this sometime. Yeah, the recombinate hit. Holy. Does the build feel much better with the yes, the build feels much better with the gloves. You go from having to press Sniper's Mark on every pack to only pressing it when you're out of Frenzy, and oftentimes you can just keep looping your Frenzy. Like, watch. I'll tell you when I press Sniper's Mark, okay? Actually, this is fucked because I'm gonna have to press it because, like, the mobs are all far away, but I only really press Snipers, again, if I'm at 0, so, like, when I'm starting, or, like, on a rare mob, I'll still press it because it's a lot of damage.
I need a moment to prepare.
Like, watch. 1, it refreshed itself. It gave it back. That was a Sniper's Mark.
A clean kill.
Ooh. That generated me a frenzy. It's good. They're really good. My brother, I still can't find your build. What do you mean? You just use the command on the left. It has everything. I'll give a refresher for people who are confused. You use the POE2 build command on the left. The bot gives you a link. You click it, and you have everything. You have leveling progression. You have my video guides. You have the drops here. You have the loot filter. You have the POE Ninja link. The POE Ninja link has a breakdown of all the skills. The POE Ninja link can also be imported into POB with one click. There you go. Covers everything.
I need more time.
You guys can just go look at the POE Ninja link I showed and copy my support gems.
The future calls. Will you listen?
I get a lot of people who ask me about support gems, but just go look at the list I just showed.
Can't hide from me.
You can do Electrocute on Herald of Thunder if you don't have Kotoko. The only issue with that is inconsistent Electrocutes on, like, bosses and rares, etc. I farm the gloves. I recommend go to Dreadnought. If you're using my loot filter, it highlights the glove base. When you're in Dreadnought, you just farm till you get to the boss, then you reset the zone. You can probably get a pair of gloves every, like, maybe 5 to 30 minutes. It's really inconsistent. Once you get them, you use a Chance Orb. I think it took me 6 chances. Ooh, that looks kind of juicy.
Straight through the heart.
Straight through the heart.
This is
Oh
what
shit.
I get for fraying you. A clean kill. Hold on.
DM was telling me that Crypt is like way better of a map. Feels pretty good. I mean, compared to the other map layouts, like Crypt is really good. Oof, I can't move. I'm stuck, bro. There we go.
Oh, it come in handy.
Oh no, stop. Oh my god. I can't wait to go ES. Ghost Dance gonna carry us. Bro, that I don't even have that song memorized. I just have that one, like, line. And it plays every single time my character says that. It's stuck in my head. So basically forever.
Need a moment.
What? Get out of here.
The fruits of my labor. I need a moment to prepare.
If you go up, you're banned. Fuck you. I'm not, bro. Why would you do that? I'm not gonna go all the way up. No, stop it. No. Spear Evasion not good enough. Maybe it's good enough for the average player, but I want my build to feel OP, and I don't know. I don't think Evasion is the way for me. It's really not bad. It's just, I don't think it's the best avenue for defense because of the way the game is balanced currently. You would redo your whole tree for Evasion, yes.
Piece of filth.
Have you tried Dance with Death? No. My issues with POE2 are defenses. I will never run Dance with Death.
Lightning strikes twice.
A nice idea. I just don't want to give up block. A lot to give up. Feels really good if you're like me and have a trash shield. Well, even if you have a trash shield, you're still giving up your base block. So, again, there's nothing wrong with it. It's important to understand that people like different things. Right? Also depends on what you die to, right? If you die to being surrounded, a shield helps you. If you die because it's like ground effects and shit, shield's not really doing anything other than the life roll.
Hold on.
What is this? I guess we go crypt, then we go here, then we go there.
Fate is but a thread. Will you weave it, or
Let's try not to make fun of other content creators in here. We just try to keep it nice and wholesome, you know? Like I said, worth it for the build? If you want damage, I believe so. I don't know the stats on it other than the fact that it doubles your accuracy. If you link it to me, I'll let you know.
Come on, man. What are you
How
hiding?
you doing, Kevros? You look up this tree. On the left, there's a build command. Covers literally everything. Go look at the POE Ninja link. It's got everything.
I need more time.
It moves. Fancy seeing you here.
What is...
Look sharp. That
A
beast is
worthy
marked.
foe.
Oh, you went upwards a few minutes ago. That link still goes straight. You're trying to jump too far ahead. I was PO being a future ES swap. Trust in the link. I believe in you.
Wait.
You need confirmation. Let's see here. 3 is correct. Yuri's ire. Decent evasion. Can evade all hits as if you if you have not been hit recently. That is a pretty good body, yeah. Pseudo acrobatics, kind of. I would really prefer that people don't link me items. Uniques are okay. The problem is I'm cool with helping people until everyone starts spamming me, and it will inevitably happen. So I just try to treat everyone fairly. Uniques I'm cool with because it's like explaining an interaction usually. That's fine. Also don't know all the uniques in POE2, so it's like exciting to look at them sometimes, you know? Fun. okay. Well. How do you get 140 int? I'm thinking just really good gear, to be honest. The amulet can give a lot, and accessories can give a lot. I don't know any other way to really get them. That is the biggest issue with the swap, is the int. At least, though, the int will help with mana, but I don't even have mana issues, but yeah. Just let them spend channel points or bits. No. I understand that people want me to do more to help them, and I'm going to be honest and tell you I don't want to do more. I want to play the game more. I'm very honest in my chat, and I want to play the game. I don't want to be bullied into not being able to play because I have to help everybody. Yep. We've already done this with POE1. I had POB reviews for like 50k channel points. The minute I unleashed it, we had POBs lined up for hours. No. 50k is not enough. Yeah, and then do you want to know what happens? Then a Reddit post comes up because it literally happened. I tried to watch Pox's stream yesterday, and this guy only helps people who have subbed to him. How am I supposed to get 100k channel points to get help with my question? This is bullshit. So, no. I'm going to keep doing what I do, and you guys can be happy and watch.
Change is the only certainty.
Nakosa, thanks for the prime. I'm not subbed, and you helped me numerous times. Yeah, people are just mad. They're salty. It is life, you know? I'm just going to play, and I'm just going to have fun. Is it possible to add cold to this? There is a unique to convert. I think it's like one of the Call of the Brotherhoods. You could try converting. You will watch and you will be happy. You could also try something with 3 dragons if you prefer that. That could maybe work, question mark, not sure.
Come on.
Oh, I hate Beyond. I have a question about your POB. Okay, what's your question? How would you respec so the nodes spell your name? I don't know. Can't say that one's been asked already, so that is a good question. Definitely a new one, so. I don't know the good thresholds on evasion for Acro, to be honest. I was gonna aim, I think, for at least 30%, but without me actually allocating the node, I don't know. I mean, I'm at like 9,000 now, maybe like 12,000 minimum, maybe more. 13k evasion need for 70%. That's pretty good. Yeah, 13k sounds pretty good. fuck? Oh, proximal tangibility. Gonna play last epoch. Kind of releases at a horrible time for me. Depends on how POE2 is doing for me.
You sensed it too, did you?
Straight
The
through the
spirit.
art.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Rogue leader. Thanks for the 2 months, dude.
Keep on him.
Not that I'm like not a fan of it, it's that the gameplay is not smooth for me, and there's a lot of, I don't know, there's just a lot missing from the game. It feels mainly, I don't know. I've played the game a shit ton and it just doesn't feel very smooth. There's always a lot of bugs. I like a lot about the game, but I also dislike a lot about the game, so. I don't like the single target with Stormlance and Sniper's Mark. It feels too spammy.
The hunt is on.
You could maybe play with Primal Strike, but have fun trying to be melee. What is the purpose of Stormlance? Single target. Oh, there's a box there. I love the game. It feels great. I think the game feels great. I think that obviously there are some problems, and I feel that it's stupid that I have to preface that every single time, but yep. I'm worried about T15 and how the build will feel. So what you mean to say is Evasion viable in T15? It is, but expect to get one shot, because that's how Evasion builds are. If you want to be more tanky,
To prepare.
go ES Evasion. Any thoughts on Bleed? Nope, didn't try it, so no idea. Don't let the haters win. I don't think there's anyone hating in my channel, bro.
A new subscriber.
I think the
arrives.
endgame is objectively better.
Fills
Like,
you with determination.
there's more stuff to do. There's more things that occur. Towers are way better. Tablets are way better. It's just a better game.
Yes.
E13. Yo, gentlemen. Thanks for the prime, dude. Rippy. Riverside. I used to live on a road called Riverside.
Time makes fools of us all.
You think Volpact would be good to survive at T15? I mean, no, because you're going to get one shot. Holy, what is this temp chains? I want to try this, but I don't know if it's good on low gear. Watch my VODs. Leveling is okay. I mean, it's an Amazon, so everyone else will tell you it's garbage out of 10. I thought it was okay. I don't really think it's that hard to level the character. But if you want the most honest answer, just go look at the day one VOD and see how I leveled.
Welcome home.
Take this. Ought to come in handy.
What was that?
I need more time.
What? Are those gonna explode? Okay, they are.
Need a moment.
Dubbing so I can spam tank. Thanks to the 16, bro. This is an SSF character. SSF means that I have to get everything myself. You know, I started using Lightning Spear when I entered maps, even a little bit before. So my build was already functioning in the campaign, right? Is there a way to farm Kotoko and SSF? Yeah, you go farm Dreadnought, because, holy fuck. Dreadnought can drop the base, and then you get chance orbs from mapping, and then you chance them. That was a +1 to Wind Dancer right there. I feel like temp chains needs to be removed from the game. We're already like so slow. I don't need temp chains, man.
Straight through the art.
Oh. Pop with the AoEs. No temp chains would be great. It just... like, why? The maps already take so long. Why? I think mob density is pretty good in the game. Some maps are definitely more dense than others, for sure.
The hunt is on. That was almost a challenge. Shake off the dust and let's fight.
Wait, I don't have temp chains on me anymore. Oh, if you die in a temp chains map, it removes the temp chains? Nice. What happened? So that mob has, like, really far range. That's like the mob, he, like, slams the ground and shoots a shockwave. He hit me with the shockwave, and then there's the Balbala effect. That just basically... the Balbala just kills you. I don't know what you're supposed to do. It's like an armor check. And the Balbala effect is insane. And it can, like, it can off-screen you, too, which is even more fucked. You'll see it might actually kill me right now. Just watch. I don't know where it is.
Here it comes.
That. No,
Another hunt,
maybe not.
Another
No
trophy.
idea. I don't want to sit still because it's going to insta-kill me, so...
I need a moment to prepare.
Insta-killed me in low-tier maps, insta-kills me in high-tier maps, so... that's why I want to go ES, Evasion. To have, like, a bigger buffer.
A worthy foe. I need more time.
It feels as if corruption is surging against us.
We've been saying good things about strong boxes. Hidden Horrors is pretty good, actually. Yeah, that's true. Strong boxes do lag, and I don't like the lag on strong boxes, to be honest with you. I don't want to do more Wildwood, bro. I don't even want to do more Essence, because it literally causes me to die, and there's literally no counterplay to it, but I need Essences for crafting. I think Ancestral Warrior Totem can be viable endgame. I have no idea, bro. I just know the character I'm playing. I think that a lot of things can be viable. I think that there's just a big imbalance in the game.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Yummer. Thanks for the 62 months. Sus. Yo, what's sus, bro? I'm just having a good time. I'm just having a good time. Oh, there's pack size up here. Fuck this, bro. I'm going pack size. Any expectations for the ZizGG interview? Nope. Just gonna play the game and tune in when it goes live. Can you enjoy POE2 patch without getting hunted? I think so. I think so. Nobody's been like that rude to me for enjoying the patch. YouTube comments have been the only rude ones. Just the comments, not even like the people from the YouTube live streams.
Cast off the shackles of fate.
Max block chance with a block all hits node is insane. Block all hits? Where is that? Because like block itself doesn't work against a lot of... Oh, cool. Block itself doesn't work against a lot of mechanics, sadly. It's just like evasion.
The hunt is on. A clean kill.
Have some of the issues people were complaining about been fixed? Yep. They lowered monster life throughout the campaign. They lowered the monsters that are attached to rares because they were way too tanky, so they nerfed their life. I don't know when the nerf comes out to the campaign, but they're gonna make Act 3 zone shorter. They buffed wheelchair minions. Yep. They already add the spear buff. I believe so.
I need more time. This is what I get for fraying, yeah?
I just flew right past them. Oh, he's proximal patch ability, I see. How do you feel about your combinator destroying both items?
Lightning strikes twice.
I'm okay with it. I mean, it could just destroy only one. That would be fine too, I guess. Question mark? Not sure. Oh, you're talking about Turtle Charm. Oh, okay. Yeah, Turtle Charm I'm aware of. I thought you were talking about for this build. Turtle Charm is very good. Very, very, very good.
A clean kill.
Can we trust the damage output on this spreadsheet?
Wait.
I'm gonna tell you something that I think a lot of people won't believe me on. I don't look at my damage here and I don't use POB, I just play the game. So my character is probably inefficient, but works enough for me, and I don't know if I trust the resources that are out to be accurate with how many things are like new and being added, so I just understand my character and know how to scale it, and I
take
just
that.
scale it. Later on, I'll do optimization when I'm 100% sure that POB is accurate. Can you please show your atlas? I just had it open while I allocated my points. It's full essence. I know this because you asked earlier.
Hold on.
I felt like I saw a lot more Rogue Exiles when I fully spec'd into it. I'm on T6 maps, but won't let me do towers or open the Atlas. You're in T6 maps, but you can't open the Atlas. Or open a tower? It doesn't make any sense to me.
Better off dead.
Didn't do map
Worthy
quests.
for.
Oh, that's a thing? You can't
Wait.
open towers if you don't do the map quests? What do you think of the tempo of the game right now? I wish characters moved like 10 to 15% faster, and I wish mobs moved a little bit slower. In terms of the game tempo.
Straight through the art. Need a moment. I need more time.
Can you use a mount? Sure. Character movement feels fine in maps. I think character movement shit out of 10. What are the gloves you have? You can look at all my gear if you just use the link and look at my POE Ninja. It shows all my gear. Alt Kotokos. Oh my god, it was bugged.
Proof of my prowess.
What are you farming for? I mean, I'm just like playing the game. I wouldn't say I'm farming for anything specific. But while I'm doing my Atlas, I'm trying to prep for an ES swap. So I'm going to have to farm for like 10 hours for some ES gear. Probably more than that. So also farming essence. Oh, okay. That I died there. I was rambling. Also farming essences so that I can have more deterministic crafts. Much rarity.
Won't say no.
Speed.
I don't know. Whatever just happened to roll passively. I don't go out of my way for it. Where's Combat Frenzy? 10. You are now 20. Can I have a shield tab? Where did it go? Oops. I removed the shield. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Oh, oh, what is that? That is a very nice belt. I wish I had like item weights and is there POE2 DB for items? There is, right, or no? Yes.
They'll be here, waiting.
POE2 DB. I prefer POE over Craft of Exile. I'm just used to the interface. No weights. Okay, I mean, even if I don't see weights, though, I can see stats. POE2 DB belts. Okay, so... this belt has a cold res roll, and the only other fire tag would be fire res. So if I use a greater fire essence, it guarantees to hit fire. So if I have a greater essence... let's see. Is that fire? Fuck. Fuck. I mean, I have lightning, but I don't need lightning res, right? Well, actually, I will need lightning because my belt currently has lightning, so that's fine. Okay, so by using a greater essence, we guarantee hit lightning res here. To confirm, the only mod here is lightning res. So this guarantees lightning res. So let's go for like a 27% lightning res roll. That's pretty low. Okay, 32%.
Hi, I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games.
Okay, well, time to fill it up with exalts because there's nothing else I can do. Last charges gained. Damn, it's single res. It kind of sucks. With thorns and armor. That's gonna be recombinated, actually. Put in the recombinator. I think I'm gonna have to not go with the strength shield either. I don't think I'm gonna have the attributes to use a big shield, but we'll see. Someone asked about my damage, so here you go. Lightning Spear says 32k. Do you think crafting currency we use is disappointed in itself when it rolls poorly? Yeah. I do.
Time makes fools of us all.
There's no build command. You gotta look at the left and use the POE2 build command. I keep build for POE typically. Why would you go for a strength shield? I mean the strength dex because of the 5 higher base block, that's all. But if I'm gonna need like an extra 100 int, it's gonna be hard to get the strength plus the int.
Straight through the art. A clean kill.
How much int do I need for Ghost Dance, Shiver? It's not... Ghost Dance doesn't take that much int, right? I don't think it does. No, I don't think it takes that much. Two-handed spears went. I mean, with the damage spears do right now, never. They would break the game. Considering my one-handed spear is doing this, a two-handed spear would just literally break the game. Up to 100. Okay, so that's fine then. The thing is, though, I need more strength to use higher spears anyway, so maybe I'll just end up getting really good gear. Is Tangle Tongue good for this build? No idea. I'm using a rare spear. I'd be really, really impressed if a rare spear, if a unique spear could beat my current spear. You can upgrade your current spear. Probably not, but it'd be recombinating for like a 1%, so about 6 months of gameplay, and then gotta get lucky on the Exalt Slam. There are more ways to make detonation time faster. Pretty sure there is a support gem specifically to reduce detonation time. I don't remember what it's called. How do I spec my Atlas tree in trade? I don't know what the meta is for trade. I spec my Atlas for what I need in SSF. So I'm Essence, for example. I mean, more ways. I don't know. I didn't really spend a long time on the detonation, because I just circumvent detonation time via frenzy charges. What's the recon percent for 2 high tier mods? My spear was 3%. My spear for T7%, T8 flat was 3%. Maybe 3.3? Wasn't it 1.9?
Need a moment.
I thought it was 3, but maybe I'm wrong. I think it's a bit too low, to be honest. I think they could probably increase the rates by like 5 times for lower tier mods. Because then even like a 1% turns into a 5, but a 3 turns into a 15. And I think that that's more realistic, maybe. Are the pink box white text items chance based on your filter? There's only one chance, and it's... So first off, I need to state that a lot of stuff on my filter is just default on every single person's filter that NeverSync has. Things that I have specifically added are jeweled gloves to be chanced. Jeweled gloves go into the gloves that I'm currently wearing.
A worthy foe. Straight through the art.
It just keeps spawning? Hello? Okay, it's done now. It's just this guy. Just enabled lesser runes.
Wait.
Yeah, it's really easy to just take my filter, plug it into Filter Blade, and just edit it. Good morning, Jay. What a nice time to be alive. Enjoying POE2, coping that POE1 new league is in a few months. What more could I ask for? Maybe a cup of coffee, but I'm trying to detox off coffee. Isn't Primal Sundering a little weak for 4 points? What is that? Am I stupid? And an AoE. No. I mean, 10, 10, 12, 12. Like, I guess sure, but I need pen. I think pen is very good. And I have no AoE. So that's the only source of AoE I have. I like it. I mean, if you want to compare it to crit damage, sure, it's inferior. If you want to compare it to accuracy, sure, it's inferior. If you're talking about just raw numbers, I don't think it's that strong, but I don't think they're bad. In my experience, you do want a little bit of pen, because a little bit of pen goes a long way. So, since I don't have that much pen, like, that's pretty much where I get it from. Where do you get Mono Leech? I don't think I have any, but you can get it on rings, gloves, weapon. How much is a little? Just the tip. No? How you doing, CJ? I want to chat with you about POE2. Sure, you don't use gamer words anymore, right? You on Discord? Yo, how you doing?
My good friend. It's been a while.
It has been a while. How you doing?
So POE2, bruh.
POE2.
How you liking it so far?
I don't share the same complaints as a lot of other people. Like, I definitely think that there are, you know, obvious things that need to change, but I like the game and I like the direction it's going in. I just think that there's a lot of bumps in the road.
Well, I agree with you, actually.
I figured you would. I like completely figured you would. I mean, we grew up together, so we have similar interests.
I mean, right now, the main problem is just numbers and, you know, maps being too big, because they definitely are too big.
Yeah, well, I don't think that map. So okay, I'll side with Jonathan just for devil's advocate. If they want to keep maps the way they are, they need to change the objective system. 100%. It cannot be, you know, circle back to kill the rares every single time. It just cannot be. That no.
I agree with that. I'm talking more about campaign maps. So.
Oh, yeah, I completely agree. They actually said they're nerfing like most zones in Act 3. Act 3 is terrible. Like, the fact that 2 zones in Act 3 is bigger than an entire act in PoE 1 is fucked. Right? Yeah. I even went on a little bit of a rant yesterday showing an MS Paint, and people are like, well, once you do it once, you know which way to go. And I'm like, okay, so by that logic, why don't you just take the other way out? Like, what's the point? Oh, because of speedrunners. No, like, you cannot say that. More checkpoints. No, more checkpoints is not the solution.
No.
Like, it's a bad band-aid. What's up?
There's a problem with the maps I see, though. Like, okay, it's fine to be that big,
I need a moment
but there's the problem of, in PoE 1, when you looked at a map, and then you looked at the act, you know how they have the act map thing, where you can see, like, oh, this is the zone I can go to.
Yeah, you press, like, U, and you can see the, like, it's very easy, it's very obvious where you're going, very obvious.
Yeah, like, you could say, okay, that thing is north on the UI, so if I head north in the map, I can reach that point.
Actually, that's a very fair point. Yes, I didn't think about it like that, but you're right. Like, when you're in Act 2 and you're going to go, like, fight Oak, you're like, oh, okay, I go north when I'm in, like, Riverways or whatever, and then you can meet Oak. Yeah, I feel like that doesn't exist in PoE2.
That doesn't exist. Well, okay, there's a very few maps in PoE2 where that exists, but a far large amount of them do not.
Yeah, it's inconsistent.
You think you're going left, and you have to, you know, make a curve, go north, east, and then make a left to go west.
Then you miss a waypoint. and then you have to go back.
And then you have to go back, and then you're like, well, at least there's checkpoints, because then I could just go back to the beginning to go to the right instead of the left where I went to. But it's still a slog because you're running a whole nother set of distance. And
Yeah.
God forbid you die in between that thing.
And then all the mobs respawn. Yeah. It's like the SpongeBob meme, just go west.
Yep. You just go. So that's one problem. But
I have more than just that.
well, yeah, that's one problem. There's more and more. But I believe the vision, you know, the whole quote unquote Dark Souls theme, I think it's actually a good direction.
Lightning shutters
I think it's actually a very good direction. But the problem is a lot of people, I believe, are stuck on doing it a certain way, right?
Yeah.
So, for instance,
There's a lot of butts here, but I'll let you keep talking.
oh, there's people say, well, because I'm you know, when I talk, I walk around, so I'm not at the computer, so I can't see anything.
No, I'm
But,
the one who's gonna provide the butts, but like, because like
Okay, go.
Okay, so like the whole Dark Souls style thing is a bit interesting, right? Because like to me, it's like what does that fully mean, right? Because my issue right now is like, say you get in a map, right, and you try to be strategic. If you get surrounded and you press dodge roll, like 90% of the time you just dodge roll in place and you die. And 50% of the time, if you use a movement skill, like I have Thunderous Leap, my guy just jumps in place and I die. And I'm just like, okay. So like, even if I try to play smart, the game doesn't keep up with the current pacing. Like it just doesn't, it doesn't fit, right? So that's like one problem I have, is if they want you to play more strategic, they should provide instant movement skills like POE1. They just put them on a long cooldown, like a 10. What's up?
Before you go, so I believe the reason why a lot of the times you try to leap or stuff like that, you get stuck in place, is because one, you either get stunned, or two, you get locked to the target of a monster that's in front of you or in the area of your cursor. Because, for instance, you've been playing with Sniper's Mark, right? Mark skills.
Yeah.
You aim in a pack of monsters at one specific monster, and for some reason the mark doesn't even go to that monster, it goes to the monster to the left, even though you have your
Bro, sometimes I throw a spear north and it goes like west to Africa. So like
Yes. So I believe that's one of the reasons. Now, the ability to get through the monsters with a dodge roll or a leap functionally does work. It does work. A lot of the times, again, you get stunned. A lot of the times, I think there's an issue with the targeting, because you're trying to leap, but it selects a monster. But specifically, it is there. Now, why they say it's a Dark Souls, I still don't know. It's not really a Dark Souls. It's Dark Soul-esque, sure. Okay, sorry. You keep going now.
Yeah, so actually for me, I don't get stunned. I only know this because I have block with evasion, and I have wind dancer. So if I get hit, I will get stunned, but it pushes things back. But there's like the problem is the collision, and they don't want to make it so you can just like cheese every encounter by rolling through. But the current, like, first off, this ties me into my next issue, which is defenses. Like the defenses are a really big problem in POE2, and I know they want players to respect like the way their game is designed. But one of the worst things for me, there's two big issues. Number one, we spent 3 months not having a massive balance patch, only to have a massive balance patch. We'll
talk about that later.
Okay,
No,
sure. But this ties into what I'm saying. Only to make it so if evasion builds want to be more tanky, they still have to go ES, right? Like that's not an opinion. That's a literal fact, right? I could go acrobatics. That doesn't increase my max hit. I could get more evasion. That doesn't increase my max hit. I can use a shield. That doesn't increase my max hit. I can go block cap. That doesn't increase my max hit. None of these help against ground targeted damage, which is prevalent, except for acro, which still doesn't prevent me from dying, right? I want life on the passive tree so a player can say, God damn, I feel really squishy. I want to be more tanky. Let me make the choice to be more tanky, right?
Yes.
To me, that's a problem.
Yeah, that's an issue. Okay, so for that, one of the main problems is, one, armor sucks. It just flat out sucks.
We haven't even gotten to that one, but yeah, that's another one.
I think it sucked in POE1. No offense, it did suck.
CJ, it does suck at POE1. That's why you go physical damage taken as X element to make your armor 32 times stronger, and it still sucks. So
It does. Okay, so that's one problem for defenses. Two is, I believe their numbers are still not tweaked properly.
they're not. No.
So a lot of issues will come around where you just get slapped by Allah, Jesus, whoever wants to say it, and you will find yourself in the next realm.
You respawn in Lumbee. That's what we like to call it. A white mob just looks at you and you respawn in Lumbee. That's just how it goes.
Not to mention certain mobs come in groups that do hit hard. For instance, the monkeys that do the slams, the roller guys with the prongs, the needle, not the.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, the guys the guys they fixed the collision on that they used to knock you around the whole screen when they rolled.
Yes. Thankfully they fixed that. Another problem is chaos damage is just egregious. Like, jeez.
It does pop up a lot. Thankfully, now that I'm ranged, I don't notice it as much. But when I played melee, it was very obvious.
Yeah. Well, the worst is when they're ranged. You know the spitters
The flowers or the spitters?
No. You remember you remember the titty guys?
Yeah. From POE1. Yeah. They shake and they just.
Yeah, but they shoot chaos.
Yeah.
Those are they destroy your life. They literally destroy your life.
Oh, yeah, the guys in the ones in the jungle, right? You're talking about?
Yes.
Okay,
yeah. And the worst part is they come in swarms.
Give me 1 sec. Rush, you can see all my gem links if you just use the command on the left. There's a PoE Ninja link. Scroll down, you can see everything. There's no really links on Combat Frenzy. Just precision.
So, right now, chaos damage is too much. Especially for the little bit of chaos resist we can actually get.
Chaos res is very scarce, yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm. Another problem with defenses is the fact that getting the gear. Okay, so mind you, I'm talking about campaign. I'm not talking about.
All right, you're exclusively talking about campaign for this.
I'm talking about up until we start reaching maps, not when we reach maps and after, because I just don't have that much, input and game time.
Yeah. I mean, speak about what you're good at. That's important.
Yeah. So I'll leave that out of it. That's the context for our conversations right now, basically. So of course, another problem is gearing. Let's be real. We all get a piece of gear at level 10, and we wear it till we're 50, which sounds insane, right?
I mean, I got a piece at level 25 that I used till 87, so I'm just saying.
Need a moment.
And what boggles my mind is that we're supposed to be switching out gears. We're supposed to. Now, I understand, you use the shop, you gamble for gear from the shop, you get lucky or you pick it up from the floor. But let's be real. What GGG was supposed to be doing was to give us enough orbs and currency
to craft in the campaign.
Craft it, yes. To craft it.
Yeah.
However, this is not the case. Because now what I have to do is I have to decide this blue piece of gear or white piece of gear that I pick up in the campaign on the floor. Do I take the chance to waste currency that I barely have? Do I disenchant it? Or do I sell it for gold? Now, these three things conflict with each other. Because if I sell it for gold, I don't get the currency to, make gear. If I don't disenchant it, I don't get gold to gamble in the shop. And if I dare to craft on it,
you're gonna use your currency. I understand. Each one has a con. There's no just pro.
Each one has a con, but the problem is the cons are so significant.
Yes.
Especially when you look at the shop, you're like, the biggest instance, not the shop that you gacha with, but just the shop where the items change whenever you level up, right?
Yeah.
You look at it. There's a ring. Oh, I need that ring. You know, maybe it's a ring with fire resist or chaos resist, and we're level 10, right?
Okay, so I gotta stop you right there. You're not finding a ring till like level 40 or some shit, but yes, yeah.
Right,
Go on. You're not wrong. I'm just saying.
Yeah, you're not finding rings on the floor, no. But there's a ring in the shop, and guess how much it costs?
It's gonna be like very expensive. You're gonna have to sell like 50, 70 blues.
Yes, you're gonna have to sell a lot to get that ring. Now, not only do you need the gold for the items, but now you also need the gold to respec. Because let's be real, we have no idea what we're doing most of the time, so we're respecing constantly.
Jibber, this is coming from like the average player point of view. So, because like I have a lot of points that can counter you, but I don't think it's intuitive for the average player. Now, like, so like I'll meet you halfway here, and this is not devil's advocate. I didn't struggle, but it's because of mainly one reason, and it's not fair because it's too much work for the average player, right? So like even though it works for me, I know it's not the solution. So before I even start playing my character, I make a filter. And the reason for the filter is I turn off everything that's not relevant to my character. So to make it simple, right? I'm playing Evasion, I turn off every base that's not pure Evasion. With the exception of maybe I'm going to have strength, so I keep on some like armor Evasion. The purpose of this, and I'll keep rare gear obviously in the campaign. The purpose of this is so whenever I see a blue item, I pick it up. And that way I can start finding 1 or 2 mod blues that are useful. No, I'll never have a regal to regal them, but it alleviates a lot of the issue. What I think they should do is I think they should take quest rewards and ramp them up by 10 times so that players are like, oh, I completed a quest. Here's 5 exalts and a piece of gear, like a rare piece of gear or something. And people can like mess around with stuff. The problem is then they're going to say that people are going to bot for like, you know, then they're just going to spam make new characters to get exalteds or whatever. And
that's the problem though. Why should they care?
Wait.
Why should they care?
Economy balancing. Like that's, I don't know any other reason.
I mean, economy for what? The lowest part of the game? Where, let's be real, the people who will be in that section don't even last till the end game sometimes. I mean, economy, they don't even trade. People who are in that position don't even trade.
That's true, or they could change it and they don't have to give currency and they could just give you like 3 rare pieces of gear.
Yes.
And that would fix everything, right?
I mean, it's basically what they do in POE1.
Don't they have this first kill dropping rares? It's not enough for people, Shiver. Like, it's enough for very experienced players maybe, but even then I don't think it's enough considering how many complaints. And like, let's look at it realistically. Adding a couple of more rare drops that are like, okay, like say some quests give you a deterministic rare for your build. So, you know, you click it and it has every weapon and you choose the weapon. They have this in POE1, right? I don't think that's bad because for people who are experienced with the game, it's not making the game easier. Like it's a very minor thing. But for people who are struggling, it's a foolproof way to say like, here is a rare item or here are 2 rare items. And I just don't think that it really affects anyone other than people who are struggling, and it's like a very minor thing, so I don't see why they would be against it.
But here's the problem though. Even if it's helps a player sometimes, in most cases it does not. In most cases it's a piece of trash.
Yeah, that's why you need multiple. Yeah.
So we were talking about defenses. These are some issues right there with defenses in and of itself. Defense, armor, it's no good. It's really no good. They really need to figure out something else for physical defense mitigation or whatever. Evasion, great. But the problem is
you can't scale your max hit. Yeah, eventually you're not, and then you're gonna get fucked.
You still get slapped like nobody's business. Energy shield. Now, energy shield, I think it's okay for it to be such a big thing on the tree.
I know just because there's no life. If there was life, I wouldn't bitch, but there's no life, so I don't have a choice.
Right now, there's no equivalency.
Yes, that's exactly.
Defenses. There's no quality between the defenses right now, and that's the main issue. But
Wait,
as far,
did you say there's no equality between the defenses?
yeah, there is.
Okay, okay. Just wanted to make sure. CJ's speaking for all the defenses.
There's no equality. You know, what was I saying? Energy field I see is fine in terms of being taken on the tree, getting a nice big life pool, as long as they can balance, hey, these are the downsides. Problem is, like, for instance, recoup. Why is recoup 8 seconds?
Yeah, I don't know. I think 8 seconds is not realistic.
Why is recoup
Got
8
my
seconds?
fingers crossed.
Energy shield, what is it 4 seconds right now?
For recharge, I'm not sure.
I think it's 4 seconds. But if it is 4 seconds or 6 seconds, somewhere around there, I think that's fine.
Enough of me prowess.
What is it? You have a big health pool for where you occasionally get hit, and when you do, you run away, recover it, come back into the fight, right? I think that's fine, honestly. Grim Feast was a problem. I don't think they needed to get rid of Grim Feast.
I do. I don't like that they are balancing their game around picking up globes.
Scratching up some treasure chests.
I do dislike that. I do. However, I believe that the new spirit support gem magnetism does help a bit, but I just don't know the range on magnetism.
What is magnetism?
It's a support gem. Remnants and stuff on the floor can be picked up from a farther range or something like that.
Oh. That's kind of okay.
Yeah, and Cult Convalescence that support the spirit gem. That's a nice spirit gem. It functions. It helps you defensively because it allows your energy regen to go on without being stopped on a press of a button. 30-second cooldown or something like that.
Now for the reward.
But the problem, I believe the problem was that it overcapped.
What, are you talking about Grim Feast?
Yes.
Grim Feast has 2 problems. Number 1, it doubles your ES, like you said, for a very small investment of spirit. Number 2, when you do stuff like Ritual, when there's so many mobs popping up, you're just instantly overcapping all the time for just too little investment.
And which is why I think Grim Feast is good, because if you're in those situations where you're just being run down by mobs, you have a reliable way to get energy shield back, because there's nowhere to run when you do Ritual. You're stuck there.
Yep.
So it's a reliable way to get energy shield. But the fact that it overcapped you some more was, 1, terrible, and 2, made Monk's ascendancy point feel, bad.
Wait.
Because why sit there and meditate when you could just, use the thing?
I actually dropped Grim Feast for Meditate later, but Grim Feast is objectively better for mapping.
Yeah. Yes. So I believe these are sort of the problem. I can't really find a solution for Evasion without being like absurdly strong.
Evasion needs something that's like, if you take 20 or 30% less damage until you take 20 or 30% less damage if you have not been hit recently, but it should have POE. POE has that. It should be a lingering thing, so maybe you can take like 1 or 2 hits and then it goes off and now you're taking full damage again.
That way it incentivizes you to fight more on smaller scale fights rather than big, groups all coming at you at once. That way, then you're more incentivized to use freeze, stun, pin as an evasion character to, CC in general. Whereas armor more incentivizes you to just run in, face tank a bit, slap them up, run out, and then run back in when you get the health back. Energy shield. You just try to avoid taking damage as much as possible. So these are issues with defenses. They can be solved. How they solve them is the real question. So what was your other butts?
With
Or
the game?
did you have rebuttals?
Let's see. Other butts with the game right now. I don't like the state of defenses. We talked about mapping objectives are 0 out of 10. Let's see.
So mapping objectives. Why not? Why don't they just do something similar to how? Sorry, not similar, but you know how when we're in POE1 we do slash remaining.
Yeah, and you can see.
Why not something like that?
I don't know. They should just do something like if you complete 40% of the map, then you can go to the next map. Just something like that. Yeah. Like it doesn't have to be kill every rare.
Yeah.
Or they could make it objective focused, so you can A, complete 40% of the map, B, kill the boss, C, which they have kill the boss, C, kill all the rares, D, complete one of any of the league mechanic encounters, right? Like they could do a lot of different things, and then they're literally giving what they suggest all the time. You're giving flexibility for the players so that players can choose what avenue they want to explore, right?
Yeah, I mean that works because it does incentivize people to have specific goals in their maps. The ones you stated before, rush the boss. I mean, bossing is, everybody likes killing bosses, but not everybody has a reason to. You know, kill a certain amount of rares. Rares give what, tablets or something?
So the tablets come from, well, I guess tablets mainly come from league mechanics, but then you have like base tablet. I don't know where base tablets come from. Maybe may come from rares.
Is it just well, we'll call them quote unquote map.
Yeah. So like if you kill a boss, there's a chance it drops Overseer, which is the boss tablet. If you do a league mechanic, it has a chance to drop the tablet associated to the league mechanic. And now what they have is when you start your Atlas and you encounter a league mechanic for the first time, example ritual, then you will get a quest automatically when you go back to your hideout, and you will get a free tablet for that for doing it. And since they ramped up tablets massively, it'll start with like, you know, you have like you put it in a tower and 17 of your maps now have ritual. So you
Which
can
is
just
great.
Yeah, it's great.
I think that was amazing for towers. Like, I wanted towers gone. Like I
did too.
Gone.
I did too, believe me.
But the way they did it, okay, I can feel it. But again, I haven't played that point yet. I'm still in the campaign right now for me because you know I'm slow with the campaign.
I have so many league mechanics that pop when I hit a tower now that my game lags when it's applying them. I like it. Like I like it now.
Okay, that's good there. So
in fact, I'm literally wait, I'm not to cut you off. I'm literally doing a tower now. I'm gonna like if you tune in, you can see how crazy it is. And this is not even with a juice tower. A juice tower, for example, would get an extra tablet with even higher effect.
Let me see.
Sure, I gotta kill the boss and then I'll put it on. What boss is this?
But to speak specifically, towers. When I first heard about them, I'm like, isn't this just what was it? What were they called in POE1? You know, you put it on the map and makes a circle.
Oh, sextants?
Yes, sextants.
Yeah.
It's old sextants, and I'm like, we hated sextants. Why would you put this in the game? Sextants was such a big problem.
It was tedious, yeah.
Yes, and I'm like, a lot of people like the out and go, you know.
Yeah.
But with tablets, you can't really out and go that well. You're forced to eventually touch a tower to at least get some good content out of it. How long are these towers? Jeez.
I'm just full clearing it, just because I alked this one, so I'm just trying to get some sustain back.
Okay.
Some of the layouts are much better now. They have like new layouts for towers. This is like the OG layout. Not all of them look like this at all. This is like each one is unique now with its own boss. If there's so they're good. They're much better now. Like some of the layouts are like straight line-esque. Like they're not. This is the only one that is this garbage layout, to be completely honest.
Okay, because it reminds me of that Act 2 place that I.
No. I know the place where you always forget to click the thing in the middle to get the 10 lightning res. I know, yes, I know what you're talking. The Deshret place. I don't know what it's called, but
yeah, it has the little like
the statues
kettle
all around the things and
yeah. Those things. I'm like, oh, I hate this map, especially because they have sections cut off that you can't jump over. So you have to walk all the way back around. Like that, right there, like that.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah,
I'm gonna put this in real fast, and you can see like what this does. It's kind of crazy.
Okay, let me see.
Just half this.
And by the way, I do love the way they're doing mapping in POE2. I do love it.
It's gotten better for me. I didn't like it at first, but now it feels like it's better to me. I like it now. It has more direction.
Yes, you feel like you're going somewhere, and you're not always stuck to you and your graveyard. You know,
like a ripple when I applied it. That's how crazy it is.
Yeah, I saw that. But you like just like how in POE1 used to be stuck to like your graveyard. I forgot the name of it. You know, when you do your RF running around to get your div card.
Oh. Wait. What are you comparing to div card to farming right now? You're comparing.
No, the POE1. So the reason why I like the new POE2 map system, in terms of like the infinite delve-esque go left, and I can continuously go left forever.
Right.
But even if I left, I see new things. You know, new biomes, new maps, things like that. I mean, they need to add more maps. But first of all, but you know, the current maps, at least it's not the same thing over and over and over and over.
I like the same thing over and over, but only because I don't like more than half the map layouts in POE2.
That's the problem, because they're too big, and they're one map with a little bit of small potholes that you can't walk through, but like you look at it, you're like, I could walk through that, but the map says no.
Yeah, that's like Blooming Field or some shit. I remember I open a breach, but there's like a root of a tree, and because of the root of the tree, I like can't go that way, even though I can obviously see over it. Like me IRL, I'm not very in shape, but I could jump over that root. But my character, who's like slaying gods, cannot jump over that route. So like,
exactly.
It bothers me to no end.
Yes, especially when you're getting swarmed and you're like, I can roll that way. No, you can't.
Yo, thank you so much for the T1, my dude. Appreciate it.
But I saw Spider Cow saying, fave maps. Now, fave maps is definitely a thing we want, because we all have a map we like. How that will happen, I don't know. I don't think it will.
I think they should just put a node on the Atlas that makes it so that you can re-roll maps up to like 2 or 3 times. So like you encounter a map, before you run it, you click the re-roll button and you can re-roll it. And that way, if you don't like a layout, you can re-roll it into something else. You can't guarantee the map you like, but you can guarantee it's not that shit map, so.
How about this? Even better. So you know how we have the orbs in POE1 that lets you re-roll them?
Yeah.
Sorry?
Horizon orbs.
Yeah. Horizon orbs.
Sure.
How about this? You have a favorite slot, but you have a favorite slot for each biome. So say, I have these beach maps that I like. I have these desert maps that I like. I have these jungle maps that I like. This way incentivizes you to do different maps.
Yeah, that's smart actually. Yeah, based off
no matter what biome you're in, and using an orb similar to the Horizon orb switches that map you're on to not essentially always your favorite map, or maybe one of your favorite maps from that biome, or maybe a 50% chance to be that, something like that.
I think any temporary solution is better than nothing. So
yeah, because that way you have what GGG wants, where you're not just doing one singular map all the time. It also provides a marketplace for the currency. Sorry.
It's good. Okay. Ask you a random question.
What's up?
Do you think my build's gonna get nerfed?
I don't think it's gonna get nerfed, because it's technically working it's working as intended.
What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
It's working as intended, and this is something we'll get to later, because this is the main reason I wanted to talk to you. I wanted to chat with you.
Okay.
This is the main reason I wanted to chat with you, with how I said people are a little bit stuck on their ways and views and stuff like that. So we'll talk about this later, because we're still on the topic. So maps. defenses. What else you got?
Let's see.
So you're saying
Chow, what else do I bitch about all? Oh, ground effects. So,
ground effects are atrocious.
okay, thank God. I cannot stand that I kill a pack of mobs or I kill a rare and I can't loot because I have to wait. Like, this isn't WoW, you know, it's not like I'm looting in combat and I'm PKing my team, right? Like, I kill a pack, I want to go get the loot, but I'm scared of the ground effects. You know why I don't parry? Because of ground effects. Like that. Why would I go in and parry when homie is just channeling a flame blast underneath him while trying to attack me at the same time? Like, what? No, that just doesn't work.
Here's my thing for this. Certain things should be.
Yeah, so, you can put a little bit of them.
GG was like, oh, it's cool that the bloated guy, you know, as he's dying, he explodes, right?
Yeah.
It's cool that certain mobs does something and they stay on the ground even after they die, right? It's all right. The problem is there's a lot of skills that just... Sorry, not skills. So it's not even the mob skills. It's the modifiers. There we go. The modifiers. There are a lot of modifiers that just stay on the ground after an enemy dies.
Yeah, they should remove the persisting effect.
Yes, that's the problem I have.
Sorry, really, someone said they can make them explode without doing damage.
They could, but let me tell you, after every enemy started exploding and doing damage, I was like, no matter what enemy looks like
you're gonna run away.
Like exploding, I'm walking away. That way, I know I'm safe. Hey, which is a good thing. I think that's a good thing to instill into people, you know? It doesn't look safe, let me step back, right? But the problem is the ones where it's a modifier. Yeah. Thematically, it makes no sense. Why is a giant lightning ring expanding after the enemy is dead? The enemy is dead. There is no power for it to channel anymore. Thematically, right?
So just bringing up the lore, dude. I mean, why not counter them? They're obsessed with it, so counter them.
Thematically, sure. There's a little bit of burning ground left by Trial of Fire. It lasts too long, honestly, because you know in Act 3 where you drain the water for the temple and you try to go to the.
Fuck that zone. Is that the zone of the 52 levers you have to go through?
After that, so after you do that, I hate that. That's too long. That's actually that zone you're talking about is too long. After that, where you go when you're trying to go to the temple to fight
mud,
fat mud lady.
Yeah.
On your way there, there's a spawn area that spawns a whole bunch of people running on all fours, and they always have some form of modifier on them. They either have like ice trail or lightning blasts around them, or fire trail. These last too long. These last way too long. Ice on the ground lasts too long. Fire on the ground lasts too long. For one, melee. For two, just progressing through, right? So a lot of these things need to be toned down. Modifiers that explode, modifiers that drop stuff on the ground, these need to not disappear as soon as an enemy dies.
Thanks so much for the 5 gifted, dude. I agree. I do not like persisting effects. I think that if you kill a target, it should be killed.
Yes.
If there's no lingering, how many rares would you say detonate their ground effects before you kill them? 1 in 100. You said if there's no lingering, how many rares would you say detonate their ground effects before you kill them? You mean like it removes the difficulty of the rares by doing that? I just think they could maybe make more modifiers though, no? Rather than just dodging the ground the whole time. Because here's the problem. The problem is, if they want to keep persistent effects on rare monsters, I think they should dial down the amount of normal monsters that explode. Because my problem is that there's both of them, right? There's a bloater mob that explodes, there's the fungal mob that explodes, there's a spider mob that explodes, there's another spider mob that explodes, There's some weird beetle that explodes. There's another base mob that explodes.
Well,
So it just feels
you're
like
not talking about the worst one though. The one at the beginning, the vampire dudes.
vampire dudes
They not
explode.
only explode, they also drop a pool of blood.
Oh
on the
yeah,
floor.
yes. Those, yeah, like that's what I mean. It just feels like it's dodging ground simulator, right?
Yeah.
So I think they should tone down in one or the other. They don't have to do both, but I think it's too much overall, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yep.
What? Why can't I go to Crypt? This is fucked.
Okay. So I forgot where I was going with this, but whatever. They just need to stop lingering ground effects in certain aspects. Certain things, yes, but when it comes to modifiers, at least, once an enemy dies, it should disappear.
5 nodes bug. It's only 4. Chat 1, 2, 3, 4. Why doesn't it work? The line is too long. You need more food in your caravan. You're on the green node. The completed has 5. Not enough sulfite. Wait, what? Your current map has 5. Oh, so because my current map has 5, it can't actually go to 4? Well, that's fucked. I never looked at it. I always looked at it the other way where I can't travel to the 5, not I can't travel to the 4 because of the 5. Okay, I see.
What is this?
So there's a bug right now where if your map has 5 connectors, one of them doesn't work because it's not supposed to have 5. So in the instance, if you're looking, the stream's going to be a bit delayed. The connector to the right doesn't actually exist. So only the connector north, left, south, west, and south like actually work. Because like this is not blue, and because this one's not blue, you can't actually travel there.
Okay, I see.
That's just a bug. That's fine. That'll get patched. Hope you.
Time ticks ever onward.
Okay.
They're
Anyways.
aware it's a bug. They talked about it on the live stream before the
Yeah, I remember
patching
talking
went live.
about. I didn't know exactly what they meant.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. What's next, mate? What's next?
What is next? I don't know. I think. Oh.
Need more time.
Okay. Comboing.
Lightning
Combo.
I like the idea of being incentivized to combo. I do. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Whether your class is playing a combo-oriented thing, so like build up 1, 2, 3, and then you use another skill, or whether your skill consumes a freeze, consumes a shock, gets bonus damage on electric, all of that is fine. The problem is the execution. Nothing is gonna wait for you to play, to do a Mortal Kombat finisher. Mobs have no fucking chill in this game, right? So my problem is that if I have a combo that applies on shock, I can't use it. Why? Because I need to electrocute the guy so he sits still so I can use the combo to consume the shock, right?
Okay. So this is the crux of the problem that everyone wants to say is because speed. Mobs are too fast, right?
I think so, yeah.
I believe they are. You get run down so fast.
Yes.
You know what this reminds? This reminds me of that Reddit post that said it was the story, like the character, the poster made a story about being a mob saying, "Thanks, GG." I don't know if you read that one. I don't know if I can find it.
I can't use Reddit on this PC, but I do read a little bit on the other one.
Okay, well, it was he did like a thank you note as being the character.
I saw. You're talking about the one who's like, as a white mob, I just want to say thanks,
Yes,
GGG. Yeah. I didn't read it. I just saw the thread title, and I'm like, oh shit. Okay.
It was beautiful.
Yeah.
You should read it. I love it.
I have never been so strong before. I kill all of people in a party of 6. They try to combo me, and I say, I don't actually know what it says, but I could just imagine it's
Yeah, it's something similar. It's like, thank you, GGG. I looked at the patch notes, and and you buffed me. Now we white mobs feel good. I tell all my white mobs friends from last epoch and Diablo they should come here.
That is really good. It's a good read.
It's really good. It's actually really good. I found it because I was watching Quinn.
Oh, you're a Quinn viewer. Okay.
No, I just look at his YouTube vids, and sometimes
Okay.
certain builds he does, because I do like melee playstyle, and he does a lot of melee.
Got it.
So, what was I gonna say? So the crux of the situation: mobs generally too fast. Mobs are generally too fast. For instance, playing as a melee warrior, which, for instance,
Hold on. That's cleared him out.
for a moment, I do not like the fact that we context weapons to classes. I do not like that.
Yeah, that's a weird one for me. I am okay with it, but I would very much be okay if they changed it, because it feels like it defeats the purpose of customization to the point where it's so bad. Because I go, I'm playing a bow build, and people are like, why don't you use Orb of Storms? And I'm like, because I'm playing a bow build. Like, it just feels like I want to commit to the bow because of the way the game is telling me, and it's just strange, right? And I feel if they took away restriction, I mean, if they just take it away, things would be broken, but I think that the game would maybe be better without the restriction, because someone told me this before. They go, how do you feel about feeling like your weapon is like your class, like you're playing a spear build, not like you're playing an Amazon, you're playing like a spear build?
Okay, so this encompasses the thing I was going to tell you about your build and how you're doing it. You know, the fact that we call classes the build instead of the weapon itself. And I forgot what the issue we were just talking about now. Mobs being too fast.
Yes.
And combos. Right. Okay. So this encompasses it all. And how some people are kind of stuck in their ways and should think differently, especially for how POE2 is functionally being done. So let's get down to the first fact. Spears, quarterstaffs, maces. I was put off when we first started POE2. I was very put off that I had to use a mace to use, you know,
Let's use your skill.
Certain skills. Yeah, I was very put off because I want to use a quarterstaff. Why can't I use a quarterstaff and do earthquake? You know?
Yeah, thematically it makes sense. You take the the tip,
sense.
You take the blunt tip, and you crack the ground, and then it pops up. Even in POE1, like, you can use it with all blunt weapons.
Yes. Yeah. Why is that the case? There are certain skills thematically that can just work with a different weapon. It doesn't necessarily need to be stuck with just that weapon. It does incentivize switching weapons with the new weapon swap system, sure. But in a lot of cases, it ruins kind of your build pace when you have to switch a weapon to use a certain skill, especially with the weapon swap speed currently.
Well, they have one, I don't know if you know about the one thing they're going to do to make this better. You're going to be able to use a single weapon with weapon swap.
Oh, they're going to add?
Yeah, so they said they're working on it, but they're just not ready to add it yet. But they said they're 100% making it, so you can assign a second, like on your passive tree, you can assign 24 points to your same weapon. So I'm assuming there hopefully won't be the animation to weapon swap, and it will just be like click skill and then your tree swaps, but I don't know exactly how that would work.
Okay.
But they said they want to do that, like they're going to do it.
So it's essentially going to be like I'm having my main weapon in slot 1 can activate the same as slot 2 is still the main weapon.
Yes.
From slot 1.
Yes.
Okay.
So if you want to be a cold and fire build and you have like a hybrid weapon, you can swap to cold and fire with the same weapon.
Okay, good. That's what I want. That's what I like. Okay. So that's an issue. The weapon swap and the fact that weapons specifically have certain skills they can only do when they thematically can work with other weapons, right? You know, Flicker Strike. Flicker Strike. That's one of the big ones. Now, weapons and people classifying them as the class rather than the weapon itself.
Yes.
It ticks me off because, for one, you're playing
I need a moment to prepare.
a spear build, lightning throwing spear build, right?
Yep.
But people are going to say you're playing a huntress. What if you're not playing a huntress? What if you're playing Infernalist? What if you're playing a warrior, the blacksmith, a katava, a juggernaut. Do they have juggernauts? No.
No, unlucky. No juggernaut yet.
Yeah. Okay. A monk. What if you're playing a monk? There we go. A monk. Why can't you just say I'm playing? What if you're playing a monk? What was the one that does meditate? Invoker. Invoker monk is actually a pretty reasonable class to use with lightning spears, don't you think?
It could work. Yeah, it's in a spot on the tree where it could still get it. If it's the evasion theme, it would work based off the tree positioning. It can work. Yeah.
Yeah, and it also has ascendancy nodes that work with elemental abilities.
Go on.
Yep. That's true. Yep.
So that's the problem, though. If you're playing a spear build, people will call it a huntress build, when you could not be a huntress.
That's more of like a player issue, though. No, that's not.
Yeah. No, that is a player issue, but it stems from GGG saying the huntress, the monk, the witch, these things, because it all stems from GG saying this is a huntress build, this is a blah 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 build, yada yada. I think that's an issue.
Yeah, I don't.
That's more of a community issue rather than a game issue itself.
Yeah, I don't think I would be opposed to them removing the restriction on the weapons, but I don't think they're gonna do that.
No, I don't think it's. But which is fine. We can work around it, I just hope there's skills. They make skills that work with both, or skills that have more than one weapon type. So I talked about the spear, the build itself, the name of the class. There was the fact that right, combos. Okay, combos. I believe combos are very nice. It's a good idea to do in the game.
But
the problem is, without doing a combo, your skill in most cases is either non-functional or 20% to 20 to 40% viable.
I want to put a clarification here. This is very apparent in the campaign, but may not be truthful later, only because of ways you can circumvent, charge generation, ailment application. But yes,
but that's the problem.
Yeah, it is the problem because it gives a false representation of your class or the skill. And for people who play the game a lot, they can see past this. But seeing as how much overwhelming negativity there was in general, we can tell that, oh, hey, that bug explodes too. We can tell that that's not the case for the average player. I think that there needs to be. I don't really know what they can do to explain. I don't really know what they can do with that off the top of my head.
Okay, so yes, you're right about that. You're very right about that. The problem is solved kind of later on, but the problem is, why do I need to trudge through the mud, feel like booty hole, just to get to the end, to glimpse at a possible build that looks...
is that... Oh my... Okay, sorry, don't keep going.
What did you get?
Nothing important. Just keep going.
Alright.
I got a shield that's BS for Huntress damage.
What is it?
Like I said, it doubles your accuracy. I'm an accuracy stacker.
Oh, yeah, that's good for the...
What the fuck? It has 33 base block. I think I'm using the shield in my ES version. Blocking damage poisons the enemy. Oh, shit, I thought it said it poisoned me. Thank God. Accuracy rating is double. I'm just curious. What would my crit rate go to on my lightning spear? So it's
actually very good.
It's currently 87 to 122. It goes to 122 to 140. Shit. Okay.
Okay. Oh yeah. So what was I saying?
We were talking about comboing, and then we were talking about the campaign. And I want to help you out here a little bit. I think that they should. I feel like the whole T1, T2, T3 support gem is dumb, but I think that there's too much for them to list right away. And I do like that there's progression, but I think it's dumb to have to, like, maybe your build
Okay.
hinges on an important support gem, and you can't do it until you're level 37.
That is the crux, right
yeah,
there.
like that's
That
scuff.
should make things
Like, actually,
Tier one-
prime example, like my build, right? Not to cut you off, uses Volt, which is a very important, right? If I don't use Volt, my shit literally doesn't do anything. So the Volt support actually makes the whole build function. Without that support, it does not. Like, it's not chaining. It's not getting the bonus damage. It's literally a wet noodle. It doesn't do anything, right?
Exactly. So here's the crux of that problem. The support gems you need to make those skills, quote unquote, work come far later on. Like far, far later on. There's no problem with the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 system.
I guess, okay, you just make him sooner then. And that's
Yes,
fine.
the problem is
Sure.
when you get them.
Yeah, that's
Right.
that's completely fair. Especially because, as someone said, when you make a second character, you're just using T3 supports at level 2.
Exactly.
So
You just pick them up from the other character tier 3 supports.
yeah,
That's why you feel so smooth when you make a second character. Sometimes it's the unique you're wearing, but in most cases it's the supports you can just grab right then and there. That's a big problem. Combos work in the game, just not when you don't have supports,
On my watch.
and not when you
Wait.
don't have the ability to set the combo up before getting your butt runned. Before you get run through.
yes. They should make them way sooner. Like, I think you should start getting T2 support gems in Act 1, or maybe like when you kill the campaign. No, probably like right before. I think that right before, because then you can make a decision, like, because a lot of people struggle in the Act 1 end boss. Is a very big thing. So, like, if you give the player decision making before, I think it would be better.
So I think the Act 1 end boss is actually perfectly fine.
I mean, I don't have a problem with it. I'm just saying giving the players more avenues to tackle it without making
Yes.
him easier.
This should be. So, okay, so bosses, I think they're perfectly fine the way they are right now. But the mobs, so we're getting back to comboing. You do not have the time to set up your combo. I believe if they just tone down monsters maybe 10 or 20% in terms of speed and action speed, or just action speed in general, not bosses, but you know, the normal mobs that run at you and eat your face, I believe you would have far more time to pull off a combo. For example, I am dodging even before sometimes I can finish my actual
Yes.
hit,
Very
because a
commonly, yeah.
hits turns hits before I can even, you know, get not even a combo, just a normal attack off before I take damage. And the fact that my defenses do not allow me to take that damage currently is a big problem. Especially when I can't just, hey, let me switch my build up right this instant to fight this one mob, you know? Or I do not have enough gems to pick up a skill to help me fight this one mob, or I can't run past this one mob because this one mob will chase me down no matter what. Then another set of mobs in front of me will gang me, and then you know what happens.
Yep. Oh, I got a comment. Shiver, you said, so you don't like the support gem, let me read exactly what you said. So you have the same problem POE1, that level requirements on support gems. So POE1 for me, and maybe I'm biased here, is a little different for a number of reasons. Number one, it feels like you have more tools to scale at low level, right? Number two, so like when I'm talking about more tools to scale, I mean like support gems. So to give one quick example, right? You can get a 3-link, so that means you're already getting the lesser jeweler orb within not even 5 minutes of playing the game. Like the vendors can just sell you a 3-link. So that means right away you're already getting 2 support gems, right? Whereas in POE1, it's, you know, you need the lesser jeweler, no? Right? So that already can make, or do you get 2 supports already? Maybe you do get 2 supports. Either way though, you can literally buy the supports with a wisdom scroll. So like the supports are very bountiful. So there's not a decision of like, I only got 1 support, what do I take? You can just go buy all the supports if you want and just mess around with them, right? So because I think PoE gives you the flexibility, you don't feel that you're as pigeonholed kind of right? So that's like one thing. The other thing is that you will get your 4-link even faster because it's not gated by the Jeweler Orb. So because you get the 4-link even faster, you don't feel like you need, for example, the higher level supports right away because you're getting more supports early on. So it kind of alleviates the problem, I feel.
So to say something about that, the problem with POE1 isn't necessarily the supports, it's the skills themselves.
I was going to say it's more like the colors on your gear, but yeah, that too.
Oh yeah, of course. That was one of the things, like, I was mad when I heard that POE2 would no longer be an extension of POE1 because I specifically
wanted POE1 to have that gem change.
Yes, the socket system change. That was the main thing I wanted.
When you get the 4-link in POE2, you get it pretty fast. I mean, it's like the end of Act 1, right? Maybe it's in Act 2, no? Which is like quite a while for a lot of people. What is going on right now? I'm just talking to one of my friends. That's all. Act 3. Yeah, it's a lot more rare, I feel.
Okay. So let's not talk about POE1 because POE1 has its own issues. And this is not, mind you, anybody listening to us talking, this is not a POE2 is bad. This is a POE2 has good things and some things need changing, right? This is not a mall.
It's just a discussion.
Yes. There's no hate for POE2. If you look back later in the Twitch, you'll see that I say a lot of good things about it. Stuff like that. So this is not negativity, because I personally don't like negativity all that much.
Nice minimum
so
block chance.
We're talking about combos, right?
Yeah.
And then the problem being speed, the supports you need to make the skills feel good, the trudge you have to do to eventually get those supports, which are too damn long, and all that stuff. Now, here's the thing. Here's another problem, which comes to how I was going to say, oh, your build, right? A lot of people are stuck in their ways. They see a skill and head first go one way into doing it. For instance, one guy is trying to do what's that? The snake skill, that serpent something.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. That skill just crashes the game.
Apparently, I didn't know that.
Yeah, you can't use the serpent. I mean, maybe they fixed it. I used it one time. Game insta crashed.
Oh well, it was working. Maybe it's a certain amount of frenzy charges makes it crash or something. Some interaction. But this person is trying to do that build, but this person is also trying to do it with bleed. Or, like, why are you scaling bleed? This skill specifically can't work with bleed. Well, not that it can't work, but your setup itself will not allow it to work because the person is having a problem getting frenzy charges, right? The thing that specifically comes with I want to combo, but I can't because I can't get frenzy charges or I can't, this or that. So you suggest, hey, don't do this anymore. Maybe you should drop the bleed. Maybe you should focus specifically on getting frenzy charges to make that skill feel better and stuff like that. Which is another problem with GGG's pigeonholed on how a build should work, right? Which is, it has a set way to do it. Can you do it?
Yeah. I don't know. I would like to see more ways to automate things for comboing, but
definitely.
But I don't know because they don't want that.
Which is another thing, because so forget just automating, the fact that it takes too long for us to do certain things too.
Yes, that's a problem.
I think that's the bigger issue rather than having it just automated and pressing all these buttons. Because sure, I can press this button, but it takes 2 seconds to do this, and then it takes me another 2 seconds to do that, and yada yada, to eventually get what I need out of this combo. And not to mention the fact that we were just talking about monsters being too fast and yada, all this stuff.
Someone said, I think we need to define combo as a community. Some people think a combo is 7 buttons. Others see 2 to 3 buttons. For me, combo means that you are using a skill that is benefiting. Okay, let me clarify this. To me, a combo means that your skill is getting a benefit from some other skill. And you're trying to, whether you have a 1-button combo, a 7-button combo, or a 4-button combo, that's the purpose of it, right? So like for me, the combo, I guess even Lightning Spear is not really a combo. Lightning Spear just wants Frenzy Charge generation. So like if you're generating a Frenzy Charge, and then with like say, okay, here's where the combo would be. I parry, then after the parry, I get a successful parry, so I use Disengage, which gets me a Frenzy Charge, and then I throw the Lightning Spear because of the Frenzy Charge that I consume to get the bonus damage. With that being said, I can now do that on 1 button. Is it still considered a combo? I feel like by the logic of the word combo, no, but by the logic of the game, yes, because I am reserving Spirit to generate that. I went Crit to generate that. I swapped over to get Electrocution to generate that. So even though it's turning into a 1 button, there is gameplay decision that I went with to create that setup. So the end result is 1 button, but to create it 1 button took multiple avenues.
And it's not even just 1 button either, because don't you use 2 lightning spears technically?
Yeah, I have right, like basically I primarily clear with Lightning Spear, but until you get Electrocution Gloves, you are 2-button because you need to snipers and then you need to throw the spear to generate frenzy. When you get the Electrocution Gloves, then your combat frenzy will trigger charges when you electrocute on your main skill, right? But then for single target, yes, I do have a separate setup where I don't use my Lightning Spear. I exclusively use Storm Lance because Lightning Spear is AoE, Storm Lance is single target. I do occasionally also use Spear Field, but it is very situational. The only time I Spear Field is like, say there's an essence, right? I would just like precast it because then I get like rage, for example, when it pops. But yeah, you don't need frenzy charges at all. You one-shot everything. I mean, maybe when you're geared, but when you're not geared, no. That's not correct.
Yeah, and this is well, for people who don't know, my conversation is stemming from the beginning of campaign to the end of campaign, not so much mapping. Because mapping is a different story. Once you're at the end game point, a lot of things come online, which, to be honest, should have came online earlier, right?
One will bring up some worthy baubles.
So, in Poxter's case right now, this is a different thing entirely. He is far ahead where turning his combo into a 1-button build is viable. You know?
And we don't even have to call it a combo, to be fair. There are actual, like, more combo-based skills, but yeah.
Of course, like the Whirlwind Tornado.
Oh my god, this shield's fucking nuts. Jeez.
What, you're using the accuracy one?
Yeah, my accuracy's like out the roof right now. What is my accuracy on? Here, guess a number.
2,000.
Out of 0. 16.5k.
It's 400
More time.
Over 9,000! What? Over 9,000. Anyways, so that was the issue, right? Combos, you know, setting it up, stuff like that. And Shiver's right, calling it a combo at that point is a stretch. But then again, this is no longer during the campaign. This is endgame where we can stretch it as much as we want to now.
Yeah, but I think comboing, to be like clarify, I think I was wrong.
Yeah.
Comboing is maybe for, I think you said it, like use the skill that like generates the cloud, and then you generate a bigger cloud, and then you generate a bigger cloud, and then you unleash the storm at the end, and then
now that's a problem. 3 times to do no.
That's a combo, bro. That's what you asked for.
3 times. And then the fact that Whirlwind itself doesn't do damage unless you make it explode.
Bro, I used that skill in Act 1, and I said, this is not it, and I took it off my bar. That was me. I took it. Everyone else wanted to commit to it because they saw the cool twisters. I used it, and I said, hell no, I'm going to throw spears. That's not going to happen.
Tornadoes! Spin to win!
No, that's not me.
There's just something fundamental about spinning to winning that makes your brain go, yes.
This shield's fucking nuts.
Anyways, yeah. God, I lost myself, though.
I do a combo box. I summon Frozen Orb, then do Whirlwind, then do Twister, and I'm having fun. I mean, I don't think there's anything... Here's the thing. I don't think there's anything wrong with having a 3-button wind-up skill that is maybe clunky for a lot of people to use if they compensate by giving it way more damage than a traditional skill. Don't allow it to be automated through, like, you know, for example, what I'm doing because it's a 3-button skill. And then that way, people who prefer that type of gameplay can viably use it. Sure, maybe it's not viable when you're, I don't know, in a specific scenario, or it's just inferior, not viable in a specific scenario, but yeah, it has to be viable in like 95% of cases, and then maybe the only time it's not viable, it actually is viable. It's just other skills are superior in those instances, right? What combos are you thinking of that are more than 3 buttons? I mean, the only thing the literal only skill that pops up into my mind is the, like, the tornado from the Amazon where you create the fucking dust cloud and, like, send it out. And I don't even know how that skill works because I literally don't use it, so.
That's one of the only 3 buttons combos right now, I guess. Everything else is 2 buttons right now. Hex Blast, which is egregious that they did what they did to curse it.
But they did the Hex Blast. When I read the delay, I got mad. I was like, why?
I was like, why?
I understand that you can fix that by, you know, speccing into nodes, but, like, I don't know.
No. It's just no. No. And what's worse is that, like, Blasphemy is a spirit skill, but it also still reduces skill effect, the skill of curse effect by almost 50%. That is too much.
That's rough.
I'm sorry.
Have enough in the pack already.
Anyways, yeah, there's not that many buttons combo skill wise that are more than 2. But, you know, in cases you can make a skill into a combo. For instance, what Ziggy is doing, he had a pretty good idea of a bleed, incision, rake with Spirit Field, right? That's a multiple combo kind of build, you know. Mm-hmm. He's using Spear Field to proc incisions.
Hold on.
He's using, I think, Rake to bleed. So it's Rake to bleed, Spear Field for the incisions and rage, and Blood Hunt for the explosion finisher kill, right? Technically, that's a 3-button combo. So there is ways to make skills more into more button combos, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Lightning strikes twice.
Anyways, I just think people are kind of stuck in their ways, though, trying to make one button work, or, you know, not thinking of a secondary option, which it is. There are other options to make certain builds work.
I mean, I'm basically playing one button at this point, but there was progression to get to this point.
Yes, my only problem with that progression, it was too long. Because when you look at it, here's a new person coming in to the game. They see Pox's build. Wow, he's throwing one spear and everything explodes. But when he actually gets that skill to use, what happens, man? Tell me what happens, because you played the build.
I mean, to be fair, I didn't use Lightning Spear at the beginning. So, like, mine was progression, right? So, when I started, I used Stormlance, right? And then I needed to understand how Stormlance dealt damage. So, I leveled with Stormlance and then the Fire Lance. Because the Fire Lance was a detonator and it would auto-detonate. So, the Fire Lance would detonate the Storm Lances. If you just throw, like, a Lightning Spear in the campaign, I don't really think it does how much damage by itself. Because again, for me, it all hinders on Volt, and Volt is not available until a T2 support. So yes, like it's going to be underwhelming if you throw it in the campaign without any supports on it.
Yeah, and technically stopwatch 3 form, whatever, here form, stopwatcher, whatever.
What are you saying? Oh, you're reading a guy's name. Okay.
Yeah, he says that is progression. And you're right, it is progression. But the problem is that progression is too drawn out. That person who's like, I can see that build, I want to get that build, but how long does it take to get that build?
Someone said if you can't make Lightning Spear work when it becomes available, it should be higher tier.
No, what Callius is saying. Yeah. But then that comes with the fact of support gems. It's not necessarily
support gems are the issue. It's not the skill itself, it's the supports.
Yeah, it's not necessarily that Lightning Spear can't work when you get it. It's the fact that you don't have the support gems to make it work.
Lightning Spear works with Frenzy charges still at low levels. That's not terrible. I mean, that's also true if you're generating the Frenzy. That's true. You can make it work as soon as you get your first Ascendancy. You don't need Volt. So I didn't level that way, but in hindsight, yeah, but Volt gives it everything. Like, here's the thing. Here's what Volt does. Volt is disgusting. So Volt, I'll show you. I'll just go run a map and I'll pull Volt out just to show the difference of how extreme it is. I think that's easier rather than.
It's what Shiver said. You can make it work as soon as you get that Ascendancy. The problem is,
it's too long, is what you're saying.
Your one is the time it takes to get that Ascendancy, and 2, you're already funneling down one road. You're funneling down, I need this specific class and Ascendancy point.
Put Forkin over Volt. Oh, give me a second.
To make it work. Does that not, like, deny what PoE is about?
Sorry, say that part again.
The fact that Shiver's like, you need this specific Ascendancy point to make it work early, right? You need it.
I mean, it's not that you need it. It's that if you want... The reason he's saying you need it is because of Sniper's Mark. Because Sniper's Mark generates you a charge on crit. The Ascendancy gives you steroid levels of crit. So that's mainly what he means. What happened to my spears, guys? I mean, it's okay. I will go a lot more like this, though.
Okay, so yada. Class support gems too long to take to get. Now we were on this. Now we were just talking about Ascendancy trials. My goodness! Please have a better third trial.
Yeah. Do you want Toda as a third trial?
Wait.
I didn't play. I was in Total League, but I never touched it, so I don't know.
Tangle Tongue. Okay, I mean, if you're using Tangle Tongue, I can understand that. Forked critical hits. Wrong gem.
And the other problem I have...
Bolt. That's right, gem.
Is that they said we can do any trial to get our points, right? But here comes the problem of you only reach Trial of the Sekima first. You don't get Trial of Chaos till far later. So what about the third trial? You know, how much farther later on is that one?
I can understand the trial dislike that a lot of people don't like the trials.
Yeah, I mean, specifically. So the reason why I do not like the Trial of Sekima is because no matter what your defense is, the way you play, you can eventually just get unlucky and lose all your honor.
I will argue here that that is probably only the case at the end game. I don't think the low level ones are that bad.
They're not that bad, but then again, remember, we're people who play this game often.
That were almost.
Yeah, but you said unlucky. I would say if you're bad, not unlucky. Those are two different things, right?
All right, so remember, the average gamer is bad.
Yeah, so they should say they're bad, not they're unlucky, because those are two different things.
But
Like-
unlucky can happen too. That's the problem.
Hold on.
Yeah, but 95% of the time it's because they're bad, not because they're unlucky.
Sure, we can say
Like,
we'll say that.
I'll
We'll
give you
say
an
that.
example. If you step
say
on a trap and you have 0 chaos res and the darts shoot out and you lose 70% of your resolve, you're bad. It's okay. It happened to me. Then I learned never to step on it, but that's like a skill issue, right? But people will call that unlucky, right? That's just being bad, and that's okay. Like, the trials they're difficult. I'm not going to say they're easy. They're difficult, right? Especially for, like, compared to Labyrinth in POE1, trials are very difficult, 100%.
Yeah.
Bro, I'm unlucky and bad. People act like it's too hard to learn, and it's not. So here's the issue, though, right? The question is, should there be progression for ascending? Or should you just be able to fight a boss and ascend? Because I think the average player does have progression with ascending, meaning they, maybe they can do the first one, but when it comes to the second one, if they do Trial of Sekima again, I think that the average player will fail like 1 or 2 times. Not the average PoE player, but the average player, right, will fail because they need to get some resolve relics because they're not dodging every single attack, right?
And again, yeah, that comes down to being bad, and there should be progression, yes, but you got to remember the average player is actually bad.
Yeah, and I think it can be
Journalist jump over the cube in Cuphead is usually the average player.
I think that trying to ascend and then failing is a really bad feeling. Like
It is.
I don't know. It's a weird, yeah. Like I'm level 87. I could probably fucking blast the boss. I haven't done my 4th lab yet. But that's only because it feels forced and now I don't want to do it. Because I know I'm going to have to farm Trial of Sekima for jewels, but I just don't want to do it because I want something that doesn't take me an hour to go through.
Yeah. And not to mention, because it's Trial of the Sekima, you can't...
I need a moment to
You
prepare.
essentially can't out-build it.
You could do Trial of Chaos. You mean I could do, like, a lot of Trial of Chaos? It takes minimum half an hour. It takes minimum half an hour if you're being a little sweaty and zooming. Like, I'm going to sit here and have fun and read chat. It's going to take me an hour, bro. Maybe 45 minutes. I guess actually my build kind of slaps. Maybe it is 30 minutes.
I mean, you could get unlucky in Trial of Chaos, though. You could actually just get unlucky.
Yeah, but if I kill the boss before he reacts, then the boss is unlucky, so...
You're not doing that.
Are
You're
you sure?
terrible. We're not talking about endgame. We're talking campaign, remember.
Oh, I was talking about my character. Sorry.
Yeah, I know. Your character, sure, but...
You see the clips of people getting to, like, the bird, and then they get petrified, and they took the double debuff duration, they're sitting on the floor for 8 seconds, and the bird just, like, jumps on him and one-shots him?
What about the one where the dude, I forgot, it was a streamer, he was fighting the bird boss, and the field, that AoE field with the circle in the middle that you have to stand in to not get hit, happened right in the middle, and then the bird did the tornado right in the middle at the same time.
Yeah, shit like that happens. It's pretty not good.
Yeah, you can't do nothing about that. No skill can help you there.
There's some bad stuff. The failure isn't the problem, it's the necessity of having to get another stone. Really? That's not a problem for me, but maybe that is a problem for other people.
I think that is a problem, to get the stone to do it again. But, what can we do? That's how they want to do it right now.
Straight through the art.
So, ascendancies, yada yada, kind of a pain. Hopefully the next ascendancy trial is...
Sorry, I found like a mirror tier essence. There's 2 greater essences on this essence.
Yeah, and you're gonna get slapped by it.
You sure?
I mean,
if it's
not.
if it's Balbala, it one-shots me.
How many ground effects we gonna see? Let's see. Let's go.
Let's fight.
Oh, I don't know. He died really fast, so I kind of chucked the
No,
spear at him.
that's only because he was surrounded by mobs.
That is true. Well, no, then I would use the other skill, but yeah.
Oh well.
No ground effects. I think he died before he could do the ground effects.
Okay.
Because I threw one spear, so I think I procced the electric. Because I precast the spear, I think I procced an electrocute on him, so he couldn't do anything.
Okay. So next issue, let's go. Do you have anything other ones, or should I go on with my?
I think you go on with your main point, right? You had like a main point you were talking about, or did you already do that?
I'm done. I'm done with it.
Oh, okay. I think I'm done as well.
Okay. So here's the next point now.
Well, I thought you said okay. Good.
No.
Done.
No. We're talking.
Oh, your main point's done. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, from that specific topic. New topic. I am frustrated that GGG is treating this like a release.
Oh, with the way they're balancing.
Yes.
Yeah.
With the way that.
So I think that the whole like not doing a big balance patch and waiting 3 months was really bad.
Wait.
Really.
Oh, it
bad.
was definitely bad. It was bad as soon as the first month passed.
Yes, it was not good because the Herald meta was disgusting and it just trivialized almost everything else in the game if you weren't playing something that basically did that. And like I fell victim of that too. Like I wanted to play another build and I'm like, how do I make this better? Oh, I do either Herald of Ice in the ring or I go double Herald. We're still using Heralds. Not for the same reason though.
Not the same way either.
Yeah. Like I'm using Herald of Thunder because it's good for my build and it's helping me like not off screen, but it's applying to the chains on my lightning spear.
Yeah, and I'm using Herald of Blood. It's not like I'm using Herald of Blood, Ice, Lightning, and Fire.
And I also literally have nothing else to use. Like the only other option is I can ride Aroa, which I don't want to. I can summon a beast, which is like kind of okay, but kind of gimmicky. So I don't have any, like, there's no decision making really.
Jump on that Roa, sir. I'll let you roll it.
I don't even have it. It takes like 60 spirit. I have to disable like Wind Dancer or Combat Frenzy, plus like another thing.
So not even balance wise, they should have done it early. But just the precedent is set. Because you have all these people who came in now expecting the game to function like that when they came back for point 2, point 3. Because now they see that this overpowered build, I'm going to do that same overpowered build the next time. GGG, why am I overpowered? My build it don't work. I do no damage. I'm like... One, it's early access, but GGG don't treat it like early access, so what can I say? You know? And a lot of people are just going to believe that these things are just going to stay how it is. And that is a terrible precedence to set. I don't know why GGG wanted to allow for this to happen. Many people have been saying GGG, you should just do it.
I can tell you why if you want to know why.
I mean, we have speculation.
No. I'm like, okay, this is speculation, but I am like extremely confident about my speculation.
If it's not proof, it's not proof.
I mean,
not fact. If it's not fact, it's not fact.
Okay,
you know my background.
Okay, can I? Sure. Okay, but can I provide examples?
Oh, sure you can. You can.
I will provide examples. We have to go from the beginning. Like from the beginning. You ready?
All right. We're going back to
okay,
BC.
so you're just going to have to believe me here. So when we played, for example, POE1, we were playing Path of Exile 1 and we were playing Settlers League. Now, the problem with Settlers League, also this boss is bugged, is that everyone had fun and they played it and then they got bored. And then after that, they released what's called Necro Settlers. Now, the problem with this fucking boss is bugged. Hold on. Like, the
bell guy.
I don't know what to do. He's bugged. He won't, like, do his thing. I did too much damage to him and now he, like, won't fuck off. Bro, he's gonna fucking kill me. What is this?
Start at checkpoint.
I can't even TP. What? GG, my map is bricked.
Wait till he does the multi-slam and then run to the side to
You can't restart a checkpoint, guys. It's a map.
open the map and teleport out.
I don't know. I'm just back in Blooming Field. And he's looking at me. You will log back in on the fight. I know. So wait, I have to just die?
No, just wait till he does his 3 slams in the corner and then
what?
run and... Here you go, dude, open it!
You can't. I'm in a boss fight. I can't open a portal.
I
I can't open a portal.
I forgot they did that.
He doesn't take damage. So wait, if you're playing HC, you're literally bricked.
You just gotta leave the map.
What?
Rip map.
You what?
No,
you log out until the zone resets. Shit, forced 15 minutes of touching grass. Okay.
You've been playing
Fuck
for
it.
hours.
End me. Just end me. Wait, it didn't one-shot me. Resurrecting after a... Fuck, there goes my map. Fine, whatever. No, I'm not falling for that shit. No, fuck you. I'm just leaving. No, actually, I have to clear the map, so I just won't phase him. Okay, so to start from the beginning again, okay? When Settlers released, and then people got bored after like 2 months, they released a league called Necro Settlers. I don't know if you're aware of it or not. Necro Settlers had terrible retention, right? You can look at Steam charts if you care. I just know because I was there playing it, I'm aware. Part of the reason why it had such terrible retention is because GGG likes to do these things called hourly resets, where basically every hour the mods rotate, and this is awful because it means that if you're not playing on the hour when all the good currency drops, you're going to be like, well, shit, you know, you literally wake up the next day and the market is completely changed because people were farming, you know, say, 20 divines an hour. Even the noobs could get like 20 divines an hour, right? So if you looked at like the Steam charts, there's a massive drop off within the first couple of days. In my opinion, this is where my opinion comes in. When GGG looked at the data, which is I'd say that's very normal for like devs to look at the data, they realized that people don't want to play POE1 anymore because they tried an event, right? And it didn't work for them. So they said, okay, well, what's the point of us trying to do more? It clearly didn't work. We're going to go gung-ho on POE2 right now and push everything, right? POE2 dropped. We played it. Everyone had fun. But, after a month, like, we wanted to do something else. Well, they made a post saying that, sorry, guys, we're not working on POE1. I respawned on my fucking map. Okay. They said, we're not working on POE1 right now. We're gonna finish POE2, right? Wait, Aztec Bog? Wait, I'm missing this has a plus on it. Well, hold on, I gotta go get something. I'm missing a res or something. Okay, so anyway then, moving on. It's bugged. Oh, fuck. Okay, well, just going back to my hideout. Never mind. Anyway, moving on. So then after POE2, right? I went back to POE1 and I went to go play. And people were like, why are you playing POE1? There's no new content. I'm like, well, because I just genuinely enjoy the game and I wanted to play it. So people said, can you host a private league? And I said, okay, I'll tell you what. If GGG makes a post saying that they're delaying POE1, then I will make a private league. They made the post. The post literally said, no one is working on POE1. Like, that's not a post. They made a video. Jonathan literally said, like, I'm sorry, POE1 players, but like, they just, like, 100% just said, we're not working on POE1. Within 4 hours of them making that, I hosted a private league.
Yeah, I heard it was actually a lot of people joined, right?
Almost 40,000 players. GGG had to raise the cap 3 times. We hit limitations. So many people joined, their website was getting too much traffic. It was basically getting DDoS. No one could load the website. So I was actually in one-on-one talks with GGG support, asking them to, like, increase the cap. They said, sure. Within 2 days of my private league being hosted, they made a new post saying that they are sending a few devs back to POE1 to structure events. And then Freesha was born. They called me the POE1 savior. Okay? What the point I'm trying to make is that they go by the data. So they looked at my private league, or not even my private league. One day they just walked in to the office and said, why is there a fucking roller coaster on the data for POE1? What is happening? Like, we tried to host an event before and it was shit. There was no reception. Turns out the event was shit. It's not that people didn't want to play POE1, it's that they didn't want to play that event, right? So my problem, and I'm going to apply this now to POE2, when they did the big nerf to cast on freeze, right, they did it incorrectly. They nerfed cast on freeze and people lost their shit, right? They massively nerfed it, which rightfully so it should have gotten nerfed. But what the problem is people see a streamer play a build, they see a person play a build, they release the content, they go and say, okay, I want to go do this. So they go buy the gear, they respec their character, they play it for 20 minutes, they go to bed, they wake up the next day, the build doesn't function. The problem is they did not adjust respec costs at that time. So now people had to go farm 400,000 gold with a build that's barely functioning, only to respec their character into something that nobody knows yet because we now need to figure it out again. Had they adjusted respec costs at that time, I think the numbers and the retention would have been way better. Or something like, hey guys, you know, we're doing a massive change here. Everyone is awarded a free passive respec. Something like that. It's early access. Who the fuck cares, right? Give the players the freedom to be able to play stuff. If you want my opinion here, sorry, I'm almost done yapping. When they looked at the data there, they saw that when they did a big game sweeping nerf, it was terrible for them. Terrible. I think that is a large reason why they said, we are not going to do these big changes mid-league anymore. We're just going to wait 3 months for a big patch, reset, and do it then. So that whole thing I said was leading up to that point.
I can understand that.
That's why I say it's not proof, but like I'd like to say I have somewhat solid like evidence.
So you're partially right because they did state in an interview that the backlash they got when they made that change.
Welcome home.
They said, okay, well, fine, we won't change until 3 months. But here I should say why. Who cares if there's backlash? There's always backlash.
Yeah, of course. I'm not saying I do not agree with them at all, right? I'm just, just bringing up a point.
Yeah, there's always backlash from the PoE community when something gets nerfed. The thing is, they need to realize. Oh, sorry, not
thanks so much for the T1, dude, or the 4 months.
They just need to enforce the fact that it is early access, paid early access or not. It is early access. It is not full release. GGG is not stealing your money. We all know GGG wants to make this game, right?
Yeah.
But this is This is early access. People need to understand that.
You actually asked me before if there's anything else I dislike. There is one other thing I dislike.
What's up?
Being the person that I am, I love to grind. However,
I know.
I think that for the sake of early access, the fact that you cannot change your ascendancy is wild, considering the game is not even balanced correctly. And I will come at this with a point of view of me playing Blood Mage. I don't know if you watched my Blood Mage rant video from last league. Blood Mage was the only ascendancy. Shut up anyone who's arguing, okay? It was the only ascendancy that when you ascended, you objectively just turned on hard mode in your game.
You got a negative.
Yes. There were memes that my viewers would post to me. You know what they would do? Hold on. They would screenshot me. They say, Pox, I'm playing Blood Mage, look. And they would ascend, and they would only take the 3% life node, the little baby node, and they wouldn't take the notable. They're like,
should have done. They should do the same thing like they did with Smith and Katava and the chess thing. Free point right there.
Yeah.
You have to take it, but it's a free point.
Sure. That wouldn't fully. Well, I guess no, that would help because
whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
You get me?
Yeah, because then you could at least like get another thing after. So I agree that would
benefit. Yes. And why? Oh my God, I'm a little iffy on the fact of these kiss curses, gems, and uniques and stuff like these negatives with the buffs. Which
what are you talking about? Sorry.
Kiss curse.
Kiss curse.
I attack I attack 3 shots, but my shots each do 40% less or 30% or whatever. I take 12 strength, but I lose 5 mana, 5% mana.
Oh, downsides on nodes. Sorry, I've never heard of that term before. I understand. Yeah, like the warrior issue is I want damage, but every node reduces my attack speed.
Yes.
Okay. I understand what you're saying.
Essentially, yes. Yes.
This is what I get for free. And
That is a big issue I think needs to be resolved. That you either tone down the buff and remove the curse part of it, or inflate the buff so much that the curse don't matter. That's a big problem. Sorry, 1 second.
I guess I don't really ever see that, but that's because right side tree barely has any of them, I think.
Yeah, they barely have any.
I think that's mainly left side tree issue. Don't you think... Wait, I don't think that you think that's an issue. Like, do you think items in TKK are bad because they have negatives on them? No, but I think the problem in PoE, though, Shiver, is that it's targeting things that are already a problem, right? So, one example, and by one example, I mean 95% of my argument is this example. A lot of warrior nodes reduce your attack speed, and they only have maces. So the choice is two-handed or one-handed mace, right? And I think that's more of the problem.
Not to mention there's attack time added onto it, so
Yeah.
no matter what, you're still doing that attack time.
He just said you shoot 3 times but do reduced damage. Yeah, I mean, I don't have to agree with everything he says.
Example of curse, but
Yeah.
that's not the main kiss curse I'm talking about. It was just an example of a kiss curse.
It's such a strange term for me to hear.
I'm surprised you never heard of kiss curse.
I don't play Blizzard game. Okay, I play Warcraft 3, but yeah. People said it's like it's a Blizzard term.
Yeah.
I didn't play WoW. You know me. That's like
Anyways.
a Pokemon game move. Oh wait, it is. Oh no, there's a ghost skill or something that's like something like that, right?
Well, yeah, there's I think.
Bro, you should see the Warcraft 3 Pokemon game we were playing. It's fucking wild.
Jinx. I think Jinx
has
that.
it. Okay.
Something like that. A similar move back in the day. Anyways. Oh, jeez.
Where the mobs at? I need nodes in Breach. I got 0. But yeah, this map I think is awful for it.
Wait.
Yes.
How do you sustain mana? Get flat mana. It helps a lot. You can get mana leech somewhere. I personally don't have it, but I'm okay. Flat mana goes like really hard. Thoughts on running Animal Companion? You'd have to sacrifice something. So the only way I'd run Companion is if I had bonus spirit. So at the moment, it's not really for me. What potion do you run from campaign? I don't know what that means. You have a life and a mana. How early can you play LS? When you go crit, I think. So that would basically be when you ascend. He means the quest file.
Beware
Files are in the Google
ravages
Sheets.
of time.
Your single target feels weak. Go, make sure you're crit. You need to rotate snipers and Stormlands.
Are you the fisherman, or are you the
Explain how you have endless frenzy. I have like 100% crit chance and electrocute. So if you use the frenzy command, it'll make sense. If you look at my gloves, it'll make more sense. If you watch my video, it'll make 10 times more sense. What the fuck was that? He just... You should see this attack that homie just threw at me.
Sorry.
hate the mobs that explode.
All right, what were we talking about? Sorry.
Talking about Kiss Curse. And then we stopped.
Yeah. What was before Kiss Curse? I was just saying Kiss Curse.
Our illustrious
I don't know.
champion returns.
That's a good
My
question.
short
Welcome home.
it always sucks.
Yo, rated. Hitbox, I want to try this, but I'm scared I won't like it as much as 1. I'm going to be honest, man. Just don't try it then. I like the game a lot, but it is not POE1. It is a very different game than POE1. Everything about it feels different. Going from the progression, the campaign, the movement, the ascendancies, the skills. It is a very different game from POE1. Do you explain weapon infusion? In some of the videos, I definitely explain weapon infusion. Have you talked about defenses? Yes. That's one of my main
I need
concerns.
more time.
Just making some tea real quick, yeah. Warm up.
This is what I get for freeing you.
Okay, so back to the topic we were on, Kiss Curse, and then the fact that GGG doesn't treat it like early access, even though it should be.
Yeah, there we go. I think that's where we were.
Wait.
Yeah. Essentially, they need to just say, cut the crap, throw the patch when it needs to be thrown out, don't hold it for too long, because this is early access. Feedback is essential. No offense, POE was built on feedback. I know I see a lot of people mentioning, oh, I wish Chris Wilson was back. He had the best takes. Let's be real, Chris Wilson had a lot of takes that were terrible. Let's be real. If it was up to him, it'd be ruthless right now for most of POE.
I mean, I think that Chris listens a lot more with the community. Now, I'm not saying Jonathan isn't. I think that there's... I don't know how this stuff works internally, but, like, I think that Chris did a wonderful job with what he did. Yeah, not everything he did was perfect, but no one will ever do anything perfect. But I think Chris took the fall for everything, regardless if it was his fall or not. I think Chris took all of it.
That did happen, yes. He did take the fall for most things, regardless, whether it was his fault or not, which is a very goodwill thing to do. It's a very goodwill thing to do. But let's be real, we have a lot of leagues. There are quite a few leagues that were just terrible. There were quite a few decisions that were terrible.
Yeah, but not all of that is his fault, though.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
And
He
again, not a
fault.
lot of the things are Jonathan and Mark's fault either.
I think a lot of things are Jonathan's fault, but I love the man. I just think...
remember,
CJ, I'm going to put my fucking fist down and explain right now. When Jonathan says Act 3 wouldn't be a problem if there was no loading and you just had an infinite zone and we just put more mobs in, I say, no, Jonathan, it would still be a problem because I would be like, oh no, it's the zone in the layout where I have to collect the 3 shitter mushrooms. I hate this one, right? No, I'm not done. Let me rant. Then he doubles down in every single interview saying that the zones being too big isn't the problem. Then they quintuple down by making a post saying that we will add more checkpoints because the problem isn't the zone density.
Okay.
Then
Wait.
Then they finally crack and they go, okay, we're listening to some feedback. Yes, he did not say that. He 100% said that. Stop being a bad mod, Zelric. I defend GGG. You don't need to. I speak the truth. Nothing but the truth. 100%, bro.
Okay.
He said that on every... Okay, go on.
We talked about maps and why they feel big. Yes, they are big. But the other problem is when you go and you look at your UI, you say this in that direction, you go in that direction, and it's not. That is the biggest issue why a map feels big. Because you go in that direction, you end up in that direction, and that is not the direction where it actually, the exit is. We all know this. We do the situation where we hug the edge of the map and go all the way around. and figure out that I passed the exit because there was one specific corner that I didn't go deep in enough, and the map didn't line up enough. You should have had light radius. That was your fault.
Zelric doesn't believe me, so I need to go find this for him because he doesn't believe me. Why Zelric doesn't believe me, I don't know.
He did say that, though.
I know he said that. I don't know why Zelric doesn't believe me. Makes me sad. They always had a plan to help the big map issue. Checkpoints and stat fixes were the first try. You say the first try, and then they keep on shoving the checkpoint over and over and over and over and over. What do you mean?
Personally, I like the checkpoints, actually.
I think
like
checkpoints are okay for the campaign, but I don't think they're good for maps.
Normal maps, no. But then again, remember, I'm still always talking about campaign because I don't do maps yet.
Zelric, I don't know, like, I'm not going to go find this post because, like, if you don't believe me, you don't have to. Jonathan literally fucking doubled down with every single foot from every person in the department against the zones being too big. Here is a checkpoint system in the meantime, and just keep saying, here is the checkpoint, here is the checkpoint, here is the problem. The problem is we don't have enough waypoints.
Podcast interview, I think, with Ziggy. I think they had one.
I wish I could be on voice. But, like, you're telling me that I'm wrong, but I know I'm not. So what is the... I don't understand. What could you say to me that would make me believe you? What do you mean? Jonathan...
Okay.
Yeah. Wait. Jonathan literally said, if you had more things to do, you wouldn't mind. He was not that all in on the checkpoints. Chad, link me the patch notes that say that everyone's wrong, we're adding more checkpoints. I mean, there's literally a patch for it. I read it. It was just a few days ago.
All right, while you're talking about this, Soul Smato says checkpoints are a sign that zones are bad. I don't believe that's true. Checkpoints are actually not that bad.
Fate is but a thread. Will you weave it?
I think the zones are too big, though. Like, 100%.
Oh, yeah, they're definitely too big. But a lot of that is because movement speed, because there's mobs in your way, because the fact that you run in that direction is not the direction you're supposed to actually be going in. It's a multitude of factors which make them too big. The fact that that direction you went in is a dead end, now you have to run all the way back. That long corridor.
Okay, I'm going to read this right now. Large area sizes. Many players are reporting that areas feel like they are too large. Normally, when this is the case, the main reason is due to other concerns, such as monster life. They're literally saying that zones aren't too big. You do ZDPS, or other player damage being incorrect, or the lack of entertaining content. He even said this on a live stream. He said it in an interview, and then they doubled down a week later in a patch, right? This patch was what, around April 6th? So today's the 8th. So this was very recent. This is exactly what I'm talking about. And then they double again by saying, however, we are checking to see if there are any other outliers that players are spending too long to see if any other change in the areas. In the meantime, here are some fucking checkpoints. Like, you're making me rage at you, Zelric. Why? That's right, though, because people will complain that there's too many loading screens. My problem is with Zelric saying that I'm wrong, and that's it. And right here is the line that right here is the line. I'm implying that they will get to a bigger fix. That's not relevant. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about now. I don't need to talk about the future of PoE. I need to talk about the current PoE because that's what's important right now, is playing the game right now, right?
Yeah, because we're talking about the current goods and bads.
I can't keep saying that, like, everything will be better in time. Everything will be better in time because I've been saying that already, but now we're pretty far into the release. So... No, or not. Well, pretty far into the early access. Everyone knows what I'm talking about. I don't need to defend them.
What are you talking about? This is release, sir. As far as we're concerned, this is release.
Lightning strikes twice.
Okay. So we were ranting about that, and John. The main reason why this came up was because I was saying people want Chris Wilson, but Chris Wilson had bad takes too, and not everything is Jonathan and Mark's fault, right? Yep. Not everything. And you went on your rant saying, I don't believe that. However, you do realize that that's not true because you may have a vision, you may have control over the lead, but not every detail, minute detail is down to what you do. You're not doing everything yourself, right? Yeah. Because for one, they didn't even know bleed couldn't be done on energy shield, or they forgot.
For sure.
You know, there's different things like that. So, me saying that certain things, sure, certain things are terrible, and GGG needs to fix that stuff now. But it's not always Mark and Jonathan's fault. They are the face, and Chris Wilson, when he was the face, did take the blame, which again was goodwill. It gave a lot of goodwill. You know, Chris was like, "Hey, we messed up. We're gonna fix it." Problem is, that doesn't really happen right now. It's more so, "Hey, we understand your issue, but we're gonna just do it like this. You know, we don't think your thing is right." Yada yada.
I mean, I think Jonathan is personally like really stubborn, and I don't think there's anything wrong with this. But like when you listen to the way he speaks in interviews, I'm gonna give you examples, right? When DM and Ghazi were interviewing him like 2 months ago, or maybe a month ago, and DM was like, "Warrior feels like shit," and Jonathan put his foot down and said, "What do you mean? I play it in the campaign, it's fine." And you can tell immediately that there is a disconnection because yes, Jonathan is not wrong about what he's saying. He's playing one-handed warrior in the campaign, and he's not wrong. But the problem is not necessarily how it feels at that stage, but also how it feels all throughout the game. And I think that Jonathan struggles sometimes to understand how things can be played at a super end game, right? Whereas he's kind of tunnel vision a little bit more on the early. It's not necessarily maybe that he disagrees. Like, he does disagree fundamentally, but I think he disagrees because he doesn't understand. That's what I personally think, right?
I believe that as well. But I also believe that he's in a situation where he has a vision, he sees it as it is, and he's so excited for that vision. A lot of other things kind of get blocked out, especially when people say, "Your vision's all right, but you should change this."
Now you're twisting words. Jonathan asked, when did DM feel like Warrior got bad, and agreed that it was the start of the endgame. I listened to the interview. I felt his emotions. I'm not twisting. This is called an opinion, and this is how I felt listening to the interview. Whether or not he meant that or not is irrelevant, right? When I speak on a stream and I respond to someone differently, they say, "Why do you do that?" Right? That's exactly what Jonathan did. I mean, what's wrong with that? You have a perspective that colors your view as stubborn. I don't think he meant it that way. I have a perspective of playing Path of Exile for 13 years, listening to almost every single interview and podcast, picking up on the nonchalant conversations that happen and forming an opinion based off that. I don't think I'm being stubborn at all. I think that I'm literally just reading into what they mean. That's not cool. I feel like I'm being painted as an enemy by a few people here.
No, because for one, you do definitely like the current condition of the game so far. It needs work for other parts.
I think I'm the most level-headed content creator in the Path of Exile 2 department.
Yeah, you haven't baby raged yet.
I'm baby raging at my mods.
Need more time.
You baby raged when you did blood. Okay. Almost done with all these topics. Those are just a few more now.
If you guys actually think that Jonathan is blasting T15 maps on his warriors every day when he comes back home from work, I don't want to call you delusional because that's rude, but I don't think that he is doing that. Like, Jonathan even stated that he comes back home and he plays PoE every day, and he's testing new things, and he's most likely doing this in the campaign, right? You're speaking for Jonathan by the way he reacts. You're just not that smart, my guy. I'm gonna stop reading the hate comments. There's no point. There's no point. You're lost, my friend.
Here it comes.
So speaking of which, maybe that's another reason right there. They come in playing the game at home and they test multiple things, right? But they don't test these things in depth. Why is it that when minions came out in point two, they died like a sack of rice on the floor, or whatever you want to say? They died like bugs being squished easily. They do wet noodle damage. Why is Smith a Katava? What? It's cool in concept. Why is it that temper weapon doesn't have some kind of DR while doing it? Damage reduction for people who don't know.
Yeah, because things weren't tested fully, right? Like, this is 100%.
Yes.
That's why I don't understand why a few people are baby raging, because, like, silly.
Now,
silly,
I do admit,
silly.
What's fun to watch is Mathel do his Thorns bill while tempering the weapon on the thing, blacksmithing. I enjoy that. If you see it, it's very enjoyable. I don't know if he has. Mathel's.
I need a moment to
He's not bait. He was a little mad at the current state of PoE2 right now, but he is definitely getting the best out of it right now.
He's mad at the current state of PoE2 because he's just like me, where he's played this game for so long, and when they make a post like that talking about checkpoints, even though to just please Zelric and 3 other people, I understand that that's just right now, but that's not the point we're trying to make. It is like disheartening to read something like that, right? Like it's not good when we read stuff like that, and it really confuses you at like what their priorities are right now with the game. When we read patches like this, we're just confused because there's just like so many things going on. But anyway, I'm getting too heated. I can't talk about this much longer because now my emotions are going to cloud my judgment.
That's fine. I gotta end soon anyway because I was supposed to do a raid and I totally forgot. So then, but I didn't think we'd talk this long. Honestly, I want to keep talking honestly, but God damn it! What was I gonna say? Man, I am terrible at short memory conversations. Mathel having fun, the way it is, yada yada. I see it. They just need to. You were talking about the changes. They need to find the direction. They need to inform the community. What are they looking for with the current patch? What are they looking for with the current changes?
Yep.
That way we have some sort of, goal in mind together as a community. Did you do these changes because things die too fast? You want to see how it looks with these low damage skills? If you did, where do we get the damage from now compared to before? Is this patch just to see what happens at the end game, or are we still refining what happens in the first act? Do you think we need these things earlier, later? All these things right there. We need to find some goal together as a community with the devs to fix what is happening. Because right now we're all over the place.
They were trying out other ideas before getting to changing the size of the area. I don't see a problem with that for EA. It's been 4 months. Why is it so hard look, I'm fighting you because of how much you're defending GGG. It's not hard to chop off part of a zone. They even said that they're doing it now. So I don't care if he replied to someone else. It's the concept of it. They literally said in the post, okay, this one line of text said, some players feel the zones are too long because you have Z DPS. How do you make a statement like that? Like, when I read that, I'm just like, bro, the zone is too long, period. It doesn't matter if my DPS is Z. When I go right and I spend 25 minutes going through a whole area that has a dead end, there's no reason for that. There's actually no reason. It's like that was a statement that was just not needed. They could have just said something like, I'm sorry that players are getting frustrated with how large the zones are. However, the reason the zones are so large is because we have an extra area that is not even in the game yet, because that's what they said. But they took 4 months to say that instead. So, I mean, the flow of you going forward in the area that's tanky will cause that effect. I feel like if most zones were gradually moving you forward and not in random directions with dead ends, larger areas would make more sense.
A lot of this just stems from the fact that they take too long to do a change. I hope with the interview with Zizarin that they say, hey, we're going to actually start doing changes more frequently. I really hope so.
Fuck, I went to read chat and I don't even know what hit me. I think a bloater mob one shot me.
You're as good as dead.
Anyways, I know. Yeah, when we started this conversation, it wasn't to get you know all mad about it. It was all about goods and bads.
The crazy thing
No,
about
it's
the story
okay.
is that a
It's
good
natural
POE 1
for
player
stuff to happen.
versus a bad one is like 3
I mean, you
to
and I
6
agree
hours,
on
where
most
in
things.
POE 2 the zones
Yeah,
are so big
no,
the
definitely.
difference is 10 to 15
Definitely.
hours.
I think the current direction for what GGG wants
Thanks,
in
Anonymous.
terms
Appreciate
of
it. I agree.
the quote-unquote Souls-esque fight, the comboing of skills, what else? You know, the story campaign being good, because it actually is good. Let's not disagree on that.
I don't know. I don't know any of this.
Oh, you don't even.
But that's okay, because like
You never read.
Actually, I read a lot more now, but not when I'm on stream. I do. Like I do. I'm not as ADD or ADHD as when I was younger. I do read a lot more now.
Good. You finally read. Words matter, sir.
They
Words
do.
can bring a lot of reason to what you do. You know, people say, "Oh, I don't care about the story," but we all know that's a lie. Because without the story, you have no reason to do what you're doing.
Well, that's very subjective because I don't care about the story. So
You.
I care about power creep. Number go fucking up. How many mobs can I kill? One shot boss.
You care about the story to a degree.
What do you mean?
Not enough to care. Not enough to care that his name is.
Okay, I'll tell you how much
Sin.
of the story I know. You ready?
Okay.
At the beginning, everyone is hanging, and only one person survives. The end.
Okay.
That is the extent of my story. There is no cap.
Okay, here's the
that's
thing. Story encompasses more than just what is happening in terms of your character. It is what your reasoning for fighting Geonor is.
I don't know who that is.
Geonor is the first act boss, bro. The one that everybody likes. The one that turns into the wolf.
Yeah, that's the wolf guy for me.
Yeah, but the fact that
He's
you
not.
fight
He's
him is
yeah.
part of the story. The mechanics that go into his fight is part of the story. If there was no story, that fight would be nothing.
That fight would be better because then I wouldn't have to wait 10 seconds for him to say Oriana, and he's just fucking hitting me the whole time instead of changing into the wolf.
Ah, you wench!
Yeah, exactly. He just talks shit. I'm like, can you fucking phase already? All my charges are gone. Rip. So, but yeah, agree to disagree.
Without
It's okay.
story, though, you wouldn't get such a cool scene.
That's
in
true.
Act 2.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Oh, I skip all the cutscenes too.
Well,
Okay,
the scene-
I watched the first one though.
It's not something you could skip. The one where he cuts the.
Oh, you mean not the actual cutscene when he's like turning into the wolf or whatever, or like. You
No,
don't
no,
mean
I'm
that.
talking about Act 2, where he cuts the last boss of Act 2, where he cuts the thing in half to let the girl and the monster escape, and then he fights you on the ground.
Oh, I don't really pay attention to that. I just like phase him, and then it's phase 2 time, and then I just fight him.
Yeah, you know, the lightning dude with
Yeah.
who opens portals with the swords. And
Yeah,
stuff.
fuck that guy.
Yeah. I like him actually.
I like him too, but I always start the fight and then I don't pay attention, and then right when he starts those, like he drops those lightning rods, and I just die instantly.
The first part of the fight, you always get.
The
hit
first
by,
part of the
like,
fight is so much harder than the second part.
You're like, oh right, that happens, right? Yeah. You know, Doriani being so cool with his mech and stuff is part of the story. Essentially, story matters.
You mean when you say mech, you mean when I have to wait for him to phase? That's what you mean, right? When he's floating around and I phase him in like 1 second, and then I have to wait like 10 seconds for him to jump into his Autobot. Autobots roll out, like that's. But yeah, it's cool. I don't mind. I don't mind like a harmless boss phase like that. That's okay. That's okay.
Hold on. My thing must have. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. It's not so much there's dialogue, but it's story in the character, story in the way they fight, story in how they fight. Without it, you wouldn't have much. So essentially, people care about the story, just not the lore. The top.
Okay, that's a sure. Story is disguised throughout the gameplay, but lore is not necessarily.
Yes. No one cares. Not many people care about when you press the book, the audio log goes off and you listen to it. No. Not many people care about that. But there's always a story to something. Story brings motivation, you know?
Go on.
But there are also people who care only about gameplay. This is also true.
Of course. But without...
No, there's no without. I would play a game... CJ, I play idle games. I don't care about the... Like, I care about the graphics they're pleasing, but I don't play a game for graphics. I don't play a game for story. I don't play... Animations are important. Because, like,
Okay, Cookie... What was the Cookie one? The Cookie Clicker. Cookie Clicker.
Yeah?
Right? There's story behind Cookie Clicker.
Well,
why
what
are
the
you
fuck is the
making
story behind Cookie Clicker?
Why are you making the cookies?
I don't fucking know. I just click the cookie and I get shit.
But if because I don't know the actual story behind Cookie Clicker. I know it's something about like grandma or some shit like that or whatever. Anyways, you're making cookies for a reason.
Yeah,
That
I don't
is
care what the
story.
reason is. I just care that the cookies are multiplying.
Understandable, but what's stopping you from just saying, instead of Cookie Clicker, why don't I just give you a game called Click?
Yeah, I get what you mean. I understand. But, like, at the end of the day, if the game called Click had better progression systems, I would play it. Right? Like, it could be a fucking gray screen, and by clicking the gray screen, you unlock the blue color. But if the blue color gets crit damage, there's progression. And then you unlock an orange color, and it gets attack speed. And that's progression for me. And I care about that more than, like, anything else.
Yeah, see, even Endorphinus saying it, even designing a boss requires writing. There's a story behind that boss, why he does it, why he acts this way, why you fight him, blah, blah, blah. These are all elements of a story.
Also, there's a game I want you to check out. You like JRPGs or no?
It's been a while because
Okay.
too many long form games now.
This is a game that they advertise the game with no lore, and it's the only game I've ever played that I followed the lore.
That is shocking.
It's called Crystal Project. It's my favorite JRPG I've ever played. I highly recommend you go play it sometime.
Crystal Project?
The music is banger out of 10, 100%.
I do love me some good music.
Very good boss music.
Let me write it down so I don't forget it.
Say the game again. It's called Crystal Project. Has he tried NGU? CJ's not gonna play NGU. CJ's not. I don't think he plays idle games like that.
I like character progression. I like building a character. I like story. I'm a big reader. Anyways, back to the main topic, story. Everybody cares about story to some degree. I believe there's no person who cares about literally no story to the point where they just
I need more time.
flicker without the cookies.
Time.
Time. Splinter.
I think that the problem though is like, if you're trying to debate with that type of person, it's like you're putting a label on them, and they're like, I don't want the label. That's kind of where the argument is, right?
Understandable. It's understandable.
Lightning strikes twice.
It's elements that are not seen. It's elements that are usually taken as a whole rather than just for the bits and pieces, and you don't realize those bits and pieces.
Yes. Yeah, I understand that. But it's like arguing semantics at that point, right? Because that player is going to be like, well, I don't care about that stuff. I'm just playing for the game.
Yes, you're right. You're right. You're right.
Oh, that reminds me of like our old debates we used to have when we were like 15 and shit.
Up for another hunt.
Okay,
Except
so
we handle them
back
so
then-
much more graceful now.
Well, so this is my thing. I believe a friend is a person you can argue with, be mad, and then turn around and be friends still.
Yeah.
Because
Wrathing's flame.
if you're always
It's
bottling
getting
up
stronger.
some opinion, some feeling,
This is going to pop out at some point.
It's gonna- yes, it's gonna
Or
pop
there's
up.
resentment, or yeah, for sure.
yes, say what you gotta say. Say it with your chest, as Kevin Hart said. Say it with your chest.
Oh, we spoke our mind back
Something's-
then. We always spoke our mind back then. So
Yeah, definitely. Most of my, not even most, all my friends are someone I can just say,
Here it comes.
you know, my butt itches.
God damn it, CJ, why did you have to go there?
I mean, not literally right now or anything, but you know, I can say
You said it on it's on the internet. It's right now and permanently now. That's where like the next time I talk to you, they're gonna ask if your butt itches.
okay, sure. I didn't want to say something too obscene, you know, because we're on stream. But you know, it's something I can just say. I don't have to worry about filtering it. And honestly, I don't like filtering. I don't.
Yeah, I don't know.
I like using the right words, yes, but I don't like filtering. I really don't. So these are things that I like with friends. But you know, this is a different topic. We're supposed to be talking about POE, but you know, whatever.
I talk about whatever I
That's
want on
enough.
my stream.
Well, yeah, and that's why I wanted to talk to you. You're the only person I can talk to about POE, while also, you know, debating and arguing, as we like to put it. But you know, I love my arguments. Without worrying about the negativity that comes with it.
Yep.
Hold on.
Just like how I say,
Bro is
Well-
filtering right now. He's not filtering. He's just not using
I'm
excessive
proper
curse
word-
words.
oh, okay, yes, I am not using excessive curse words because I do curse a lot. I do.
I told CJ he's not allowed to use any gamer words if he wants to talk to me on stream.
Yeah.
Because last time I was on with him, like 6 years ago, he was like, hey, man, and then like halfway through we were playing, and he's just like... I don't know if you can hear that, but they can hear that, so...
I heard a little bit, but it cut off.
That's for the best. No, I just have a mute button, so I just click the mute button when it happens. Like, it literally just mutes, but I don't have to say anything, it's just a mute.
Oh, I thought you pressed the beep button.
Yeah, that's what I mean by mute. Sorry, that's what I meant, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, the filter button.
Yeah. So, I mean, I am kind of filtering because it's on the stream, but in terms of actual conversations, topics, I don't.
Is that considered filtering too? This is filtering because of my job, not because of anything else. I mean, actually, no, I don't. Like, I mean, am I like filter? I mean, the only time I'm really filtered is when I'm talking about. No, I don't know. Not really. Like, sometimes I want to call people stupid, but it's not actually that often. It's usually just the people who nag me all the time, who just spam the ad and just keep asking the same question like 37 times. Those are the only people I want to be like, shut the fuck up and just use the command. And that actually really doesn't happen very often in my stream now, so.
And you know why? Because a lot of people don't read.
Straight through the art.
Actually, well, yeah. Because, like, those same people, like, it's actually so funny. Like, people in my chat at them and give them the answer, and then they just ignore. They just keep adding me and asking me over and over and over and over.
Yeah, because they need that voiceover.
Yes.
That's how it is.
How do you filter out armor? You gotta go into the filter blade, and you can actually, like, so if you're in the filter blade, and you go to, like, customize, there's a section here for hiding, and you can actually just turn off. So, like, you could turn off armor like I did here. Will you watch the Ziz interview? I won't watch it, I'll just have it in the background while we're playing, so we can listen to it.
Hello there.
Yeah, I hope this interview gives us some good answers, you know. Especially, why is my Smith & Katava manifest weapon so bad? Why is it 100% attack value rather than, you know, having some kind of bonus?
Yeah, I haven't seen much Smith & Katava. I just want to play the Ascendancy because it's tanky.
It's a cool Ascendancy. It's very cool. It's just underwhelming right now. It's underwhelming.
Also,
I mean, I'm making manifest weapon work. I'm making it work, but the problem is the weapon literally does 100% attack damage.
I see.
It no scaling from bonuses, and that's the worst part too, because there's actually some good, like, unique weapons you can use. Oh, that's another topic. There we go. That was another topic. Why are uniques so terrible in terms of weapons? Weapon uniques. There's good weapon uniques that I can't use because they do not scale into endgame.
Grants no favors.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe they don't want the progression to be, like, too easy. But I definitely think there should be more. Well, I guess I don't know. I can't say anything because I don't know all the uniques, but I definitely agree where if you're playing a weapon build, unless you get a very, very, very early campaign drop, I don't normally ever see a weapon being your
Good.
Yeah, like it's utility or a leveling weapon.
Yeah, it's essentially a leveling weapon or utility. It makes your build. But the problem is there are some good, unique weapons that have good effects. They just don't scale into endgame. For instance, there's a new spear that says,
is it the 4?
always poisons on hit.
Oh, that's broken, actually, by the way. That's actually an insane spear.
It is broken. It is broken if you can scale it. It always poisons on hit and all poisons stack, no matter what.
Jungron's doing that. He has a version of my build, but with poison. It's very good.
Yes. Now, my problem is, how much DPS does that weapon actually have on it?
Well, not a lot, but no, that's not a good example, though, CJ. Because that weapon...
No, it is. For the reason I'm going to use it for.
Okay. I don't think the weapon has good DPS, but it enables you to have good DPS.
Yes, because you can use a ring or gloves.
No, because of the poison. Because of the way...
Well, yes, the effect itself. But you can't scale... Remember, poison, magnitude, and all that stuff scales off of the hit. Right?
Yeah.
So you need to have your iron rings. You need to have your...
But I think that's good, though. I like that
That's
weapon.
fine. That's fine. But in the case of, say, manifest weapon, I can't use that one.
Well, yeah, but so target a different spear. That one actually has use, though. I like that one.
Yes. Okay. So another spear, the one that aggravates bleeds and aggravates ignites.
Okay,
I can't use that.
I don't know much about that one, but I assume that the damage isn't very good, and it would be hard to, like, it would be not worth your time to use an aggravate on a weapon when you could get it through somewhere else. So, like, that is a better example for me.
Yes, that is essentially a utility weapon, but the problem is I still need to scale attack on a ring, attack on a gloves, right? What I find troubling is why not allow uniques to scale with item level?
That was almost a challenge.
I think that would be too much work for them.
But it's just a number you can configure for a unique, and then it always scales with item level. It brings reason to have.
I mean, I don't disagree with it right away because it would make uniques like kind of better. But then someone just said that's D3, D4. No. But like the thing is like what someone brought in was that like, well, I don't know. My problem isn't unique items in POE2. I guess I don't really know if I even have a problem with unique items other than most of them feel like they're for leveling.
That's the problem. They're mostly leveling. There's mostly leveling.
But not all of them though. So I don't know. I don't have enough knowledge on the uniques to do a deep dive on this conversation.
True. Because I look at all the uniques and I think of stuff about them, but in most cases, a weapon unique is only viable because the character itself can stack added damage. Flat damage. Right?
I think that it would be cool if some endgame pinnacle bosses had...
I'm using the faucet to wipe my...
What did you just say?
JSF 395 thought it was like, is that broke? Am I pissing?
Need more time.
I think that it would be cool if some pinnacle boss drops had build enabling weapons. I don't know if they do right now. Like Shaper, for example, in POE1 can drop like Starforge, I think, right? So like things like that. I don't know if that's the case, but that I'm cool with because like all I care about is SSF. I don't care about Trade League. So my views are very skewed, but it would be cool for me to be like, I like my current character. I can tackle endgame. I want to make a new build. I killed Zesht Ulaw, and they drop something really cool. You don't want a unique that's better in rares in terms of DPS. I think a unique can be better than a rare. However, I think that a super Giga Chad rare should beat a super Giga Chad unique in regards to a weapon, right? That's what I think. But I think that the unique weapon should be good enough to like handle most mapping tier content, right? But it should not be the best. The only time I think it's the best is if it's a unique enabling one, like, you know, Pillar of the Cage God, Poison Spear. It's not raw DPS, it's enabling you to build your character a specific way. I think those are okay.
Correct.
I think the guy using Scorching Ray 2 screens away is not okay. I hate that mob.
Hold on.
But yeah, that's my main problem with uniques. I believe they should scale with item level. That significantly makes a unique more valuable later on. You know?
I don't know if I want that.
I mean, it's fine to have uniques that are leveling uniques, right? It's fine to have that, but there are some low-level uniques that could just work if it scaled into endgame. You know, you don't have to fiddle with the build so much that you lose everything to make the build work, right? Everything else to make the build work. Sure, the Poison Spear is a bad example because it can be scaled with attack and rings and stuff like that, but I'm using that Poison Spear as an example because I wanted to use it. I wanted to use it for
Your manifest,
right? Because hey, that's a way to make poison minion builds, right?
You know what I think you're encountering? I'll tell you what you're encountering.
What's up?
I think you're encountering the problem of wanting to make a very unique character when the game is in early access. And the only reason I say this is when I played Last Epoch a lot, because I've played Last Epoch a lot, I do the same thing. I want to make something like unique and complex. And then half the time I do it, something's bugged, something doesn't work, or this interaction doesn't have enough support to be a proper endgame build.
You're very much right.
I think that, yeah, when the game is more fleshed out, we will see things like that being more prevalent.
Yeah, you're right. No, you're definitely right. Because that was one of the reasons why I quit on release. I played for like a month, maybe 3 weeks or so. And then I said, the meta is pretty much just Herald of whatever and Monk's quarterstaff. And I just didn't vibe with it. So I said, I'm done. You know, I literally did Infernalist to use the Hellhound as RF. But I just couldn't scale it good enough because our fucking... Sorry, goddamn it.
You can say fuck, that's fine. I just died. Fuck!
Ignite is terrible if it's not done by a major hit. Ignite is terrible in the ailments right now. Damaging ailments is terrible.
Yeah, I thought you were just gonna say Ignite is terrible, and you could have just stopped there.
I mean, I could stop right there. Yeah, Ignite is terrible, especially with the fact that Ignite Pro Lift takes 2 seconds.
Bro, I 2 seconds is a long time, bro. Like
2 seconds is too long. Too long.
You know how long that mob took to kill me? Not 2 seconds. In fact, he was already dead when he killed me.
Oh, my goodness. And then it comes back to what people are saying. Have you played the game, GGG? Are you playing the game when you're doing this? And I think they are playing the game.
Yeah,
but what I think is that they're playing it with set parameters.
Absolutely.
You know, I have this specific gear already, so when I do this build, it already functions as it should. Because I already have the support gems. I already have the gear I made through a console command. You know?
Mm-hmm. I think Ignite may be terrible, but I would send you again to Connor's video. Yeah, I mean, if Connor's video is working, though, the only issue is that's like a niche.
Yeah, but how's he doing Ignite?
I don't know. I don't know his build at all. I just know that he like clicks and the fucking screen explodes. That's about it. That's
yeah,
all
because is Ignite from a big hit, or is it Ignite from like an actual like?
I assume he's Hammer of the Gods Ignite, maybe, but I could be wrong.
It's most likely is.
Yeah, but then the problem with Hammer of the Gods Ignite is it's Hammer of the God. Like, what about?
It's already pretty much dead.
Yeah. I just mean like it's too niche, right? Like,
especially. So we could say, okay, now we have the Solaris.
But I don't know. Yeah, I don't know his build though, so I don't want to shit talk it. Pretty sure Connor's just auto hitting. Yeah, I see he's doing. I saw like a clip. He just like auto attacks and like 2/3 of the screen like erupts.
Isn't that Herald of Ash kind of though?
No, he has like his auto attack AOE's like 2/3 of the screen.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
And then he has Herald of Ash to scale that.
Yeah.
Why do we want small hits to ignite for big damage? It's less about small hits igniting for big damage. It's about small hits being relevant to clear with Ignite as an ailment build and having more than, one skill to ignite. So it's the same issue with, let me explain. It's the same issue right now with Cast on Freeze. When I played Cast on Freeze, there was one skill to put, and it was called Comet. And if you put any other skill, you were just wrong. Why? Because Comet had the highest base damage and the biggest AoE for it. So there was no other reason to do anything else. There was just literally no other reason, right? That's like one thing is when you're too tunnel visioned, I think it just gets a little bad. But this is something that can be alleviated with time. 100% this can be fixed with time, with more things coming out. However, the one issue with ProLift is it takes 2 seconds. That's not a time problem. Actually, that's literally a time problem, but a different type.
Yeah. And then here's the other thing. Build archetype. Not so much that I have to hit to do the ignite or the ailment, but the fact that it's not an ailment at the start,
Say it again.
it's a fact that it's not an ailment from the start.
Yeah.
It's not a I use burn and he burns to death rather than
No, it's
I
you hit him for
with-
85% of his health, and then
and
the burn
burns.
does 15%. Yeah,
It's in real life terms.
that's
it's
the
like,
bigger problem.
It's like me throwing a Molotov cocktail at someone, and they
They get concussion from the fucking.
from the
They
bottle
fall on the
before
floor.
fire
They
burns
fracture
into
their ankle, and then the flames just end their misery.
Yes, it's not so much the fire, the flame from the Molotov cocktail. It's the bottle hitting them, giving a concussion. They fall down some stairs, and then they catch on fire.
Could you imagine a real life case where someone like sues someone and they're like, "What is the case?" And they're like, "This guy threw a Molotov cocktail at me," and they're like, "I don't see any burns," and they're like, "Well, the cocktail didn't explode, but it hit me in the head, like it hit me in the fucking head, and I'm suing because of that." My Atlas is kind of all over the place, my dude. I recommend you just do what you want.
Yeah, speaking of Naked Gun, oh my god, I hope the new Naked Gun with Liam Neeson is gonna be good. Woo, I hope so. I really hope so. Hopefully it revitalizes the whole comedy, serious genre, like Scary Movie and all those kinds, because I really want those to come back. Satire movies and stuff like that. Yeah, Heavy Stun from Ignite.
All right, I am probably gonna let you go. We'll go back talking
Yeah.
my chat. I gotta go use the restroom, but it was a good talk for sure.
No, man, it was good talking to you, bro.
It's been a while.
Yeah, man. I have to figure out at some point to visit you because I'm sad that you moved, bro. I'm sad that you moved.
Yeah, I don't even like Texas.
You don't even go outside. What are you talking about?
I know, but it's fucking hot, bro. Doesn't
It's
matter
the
if I'm
worst.
outside. It's still hot.
It's dry. It's dry.
It's actually not nearly as dry as people think. It rains a lot here, so
Really?
yeah.
I'm surprised.
So it's like 105 outside with like 62% humidity. I'm like, cool. Not as bad as South Florida though. South Florida is the only place I visited. When I'm on the plane, I know when I'm at South Florida because my glasses fog.
Yeah, but at least South Florida has water everywhere. So
That's true. Wow, look at this fucked layout. I was like, oh, I'm going to go to the tower, and I just looked at the line. And it
All right, man.
curves through the tower.
talk.
Okay, yeah, good talk. I'll catch you later, CJ. You have a good one.
peace out, bro.
Okay, I got to go use the restroom. I will be right back. Okay, Zelric. That curve is illegal. It really is, bro. It really is. Your channel sound effects are turned off. Really? Because that guy just added him and said, I thought I got a drop. That was fun. What do you guys think? Little off on tangent from Zelric. He apologized though. Everything's good. We made up.
The future calls.
Did you remove inevitable crit? I removed inevitable crit because I got Lycosade and I have Giga accuracy now.
Die, beast! Lightning strikes twice! Proof of my prowess!
Should you go to war with your mods more often? No, I got too heated there, bro. I broke character.
Hello there.
I don't know if I can drop accuracy nodes yet, Shiver, but the thing is when I respec the ES, I lose accuracy, I think. So it should be fine. What is inevitable crit? I think it is a... If it's the what I thought the guy was talking about, it's a
This'll do
support jab.
nicely.
It basically gives you crit if you haven't crit recently, which is really good. Because a crit node on the tree is 10%, and inevitable crit gives you 25% per second or 20% per second. How did you level? My videos cover this. I leveled with like Stormlance plus the detonating spear, the fire one.
No rest.
And then when you get level 30, or whenever you get Shocking Leap, Thunderous Leap, then you basically Stormlance into Thunderous Leap. And then when you're crit, you can start using Lightning Spear. Howdy, I'm sad. What happened, bro? Anyone know how to get higher than T1 maps? Kill all the mobs in the T1 map, you'll usually get a T2, and then so on. You can also check the Doriani. Or you do the boss. Yeah, there you go. They nerfed my Oakhorn and took the spirit away. Unlucky. There's nothing special to do that's wild. I'm like 30 maps in. Just go kill a boss and you should like +1, no? I'm using Stormlance and Leap and my single target feels low. That might just be a weapon issue, unless like you're not taking the correct nodes on the passive tree. I think a lot of the time people don't update their weapon as frequently as they can. Even blue maps can be, blue weapons can be very strong. Like a 2 mod blue, even a 1 mod blue in the campaign can be very good. Yeah, another option is you can actually 3-to-1 your map. So you can put 3 T1 maps in the recombinator. They're not the recombinator, the item merger. I don't know what the heck it's called. And then you can get a T1 or T2 map out of that. I'm struggling to get currency in the campaign to craft. Okay, but like if you're using a loot filter, you can pick up every single blue spear and you can identify it for free, and you're only going to augment. Well, I mean, augments are not hard, so I imagine augments are okay. You only regal if you have a good outcome, so that's the best thing I could tell you. Loot filter is the strongest thing. I don't even know how well my loot filter is for highlighting all the blue spears, because I don't know if it's doing that. I didn't really have an issue. What do you recommend to start alking your maps? I don't know. I haven't alked my maps yet because I use them for crafting. So I'm just running blue maps. Also because I'm sick of like damage mods causing me to get one shot, so I'm happy running my blue maps even if it's a lot less loot.
Need more time.
I'm probably just gonna spec into like chance for your maps to be rare or something.
It's on.
Which your filters show socketed item? Which I only have one.
A worthy foe.
I think they're jeweled gloves. It highlights on my filter. Actually, is that the base? Jeweled gloves, yeah, that's correct.
Need a moment.
This is viable on Deadeye. I think Fubgun's playing it as a Deadeye, but I don't know if you really get much of a benefit on Deadeye. Or is he not playing it on Deadeye? He's not? Oh. Really? Oh, I guess you're right. He's Amazon. Does he have Tailwind from a unique? I thought I saw Tailwind on his thing. Maybe I'm just stupid. Maybe that's Headhunter I'm confusing, actually. It might be Headhunter I'm confusing.
Speak.
Black Insignia helmet. Wasn't Ben playing a Deadeye? Maybe Ben's playing Crossbow Deadeye? I know he had Tailwind as well. Right?
Time ticks ever onwards.
What is your reason for not using a Roa? Well, I'll give you like 3. Number 1, it doesn't actually increase your movement speed, right?
Lightning
I mean,
strikes
you will
12.
clear maps a little faster, but it doesn't increase your movement speed. Number 2, if I get heavy stun because I'm on my mount, I'm literally going to click the uninstall button because it's going to cause me to die. It's just, that does not sound fun to me. Number 3, I would have to give up one of my precious auras for it. I'd have to drop a ton of evasion on Wind Dancer, or I'd have to drop my charge generation on Combat Frenzy. The only way that I could get it without sacrificing is if I get like a 6 spirit roll on an amulet. Even then, I would rather run a companion, maybe for like haste, and then not have to worry about getting like heavy stun. Maybe it's one of those things where I won't understand it unless I try it, but I don't know. Fox doesn't do well with having to pay attention to an extra bar. Nobody does. The game's so fast, dude. You get one shot by everything. Bub just logs out when he gets heavy stun. I'm good, bro. No thanks. What I plan on doing is getting a good amulet And wait, is that actually what he does? Is that why he logged? I was watching his stream and he was doing a boss and he logged out. It's because he got heavy stunned. Is that actually why? Is that what he does? It's not a meme? I mean, it makes sense because you're gonna die. Like, if a 3-second stun on an evasion build is either you evade or you don't. You can't evade when stunned.
Need a moment.
I actually watched Ben's gameplay and it made me want to re-roll into like his build, because I played his build last league and I hated it, but they buffed crossbow skills. Like, I actually played the exact character, but I was a mercenary. But then we got Lycosade drop and everything feels way better. Is the countdown for the interview? This is my map. It's not a countdown timer. I just got like 7 questions at once. If you wait for volt stacks, why do you need acceleration? I don't know what acceleration is. Have you tried electrocute support? I don't want to do that because then I can't electrocute bosses. I prefer using the gloves. You ever try fork support? I did not like it. Sorry if this is a repeat question, but does the post-campaign feel better? It feels a lot better for me. I think players should experiment with whatever options they like, but I'd like to say that I found the combo that I like to run. Where do you get the gloves? I farmed Dreadnought for the base and then I chanced him. It took 6. Did you adjust accuracy? Nope.
Wait.
For the sake of this question, I can respec a node to see the change in accuracy.
Go on.
Yes.
Oh, I rethink me approach.
Speak.
So my lightning spear is 84 to 97. So I lose 2% crit, actually. That's actually not even that much. However, Stormlance, 71 to 91. Okay. Oh. So I actually could drop some accuracy nodes. FYI, the tooltip is bugged. Everyone's telling me that, but really? Acceleration. What is this acceleration everyone's talking about?
New day dawns.
You have a filter link. Everything is provided on the build link on the left. Are there other spear skills you tried that you enjoy? I don't remember. I tried out all the skills, found the ones I liked the most in the campaign, and this is the build I'm using. What are spear field links? Any build questions, you should just use the command on the left and go look at the stuff. POE Ninja, for example, shows everything. What is the unique glove you have? Go to the command, exactly as I told that guy. You can see the POE Ninja, which means you can see all the gear. You got this, guys. The commands are there to help you. I'm only going to answer these questions so many times because after a certain point, it's just annoying repeating the same thing. Not for me, but for the viewers. People don't want to hear me repeating the same thing, you know?
Time grants no favor.
Acceleration was near the link you removed. So it's a node on the tree. Problem is, like, searching is terrible here. I don't want to remove acceleration. I like acceleration. I can't play without fork. I tried playing with fork. I hated
Only
it.
way out is through. Lightning strikes twice.
Maybe using fork in addition to what I have could work.
That were almost a challenge. Wait. Die, beast!
Think about how close the mobs are before you throw the spear. Think about how far the mobs are when it chains off the screen. I'm not using long shot because I think it's amazing. I'm using long shot because I don't think there's really much else to use in that slot.
Hold on. Here it comes.
Don't use deliberation. It's right there. Twofold instead of long shot. What is twofold?
Proof of my prowess.
20% chance to double the benefit. I hate that gem. I want to like boycott it. Nobody wants their skill to do big damage 20% of the time. I think some conditional stuff is okay, but this is far too conditional.
Check off the deal. Another hunt, another trophy.
I think combo vision will ever really work when support gems incentivize one skill usage. I don't think support gems incentivize one skill usage. I just think that it can be more difficult to understand how to have multiple damaging
Are you
skills
sure about that one?
using supports
Seems
that don't
risky.
conflict each other, right? Something like that.
Let's see what shakes loose. Need more time. The hunt is on. Wait.
I'm literally using 2 damage skills.
Here it comes.
I know that people meme and say you can't have like 2 damaging skills because the support gems conflict, but that's not the case with my setup.
I'll take that. That's cleared him out.
What do you recommend for second ascendancy? Well, your first is crit.
I need a moment to prepare.
Your second, unless you have an insane weapon, is probably going to be... You could take the, like, exploit weakness thing, whatever it's called. The one that gives you damage on rares.
Hold on.
Both skills do damage, is one just for electrocute. I have a single target skill, and I have an AoE skill. They both do damage. %. In fact, I almost never use Lightning Spear on a boss unless it has a ton of ads. Also gonna try Fork again. Let's see. I'm gonna try Fork instead of is it Deliberation? Yeah. Stormlance is way better than auto Spear Throw. Spear Throw, the default skill? Never used it. Try Twofold instead of Long Shot. I refuse to use a support gem that works 20% of the time. I know it might be insane. Don't get me wrong. It's just... Like... I don't know. Yeah, it's like the principle. If that even makes sense. It's the principle that bothers me. But Fork, it would be very consistent. So I'll try out Fork. Let's see. Throw an electrified spear that lodges into the ground and periodically zaps enemies with bolts. If the spear is detonated by another skill, it immediately unleashes
Our illustrious champion
Wrong.
returns. Welcome home.
Throw a single copy of your spear. When it hits an enemy, it bursts, firing secondary projectiles at multiple other enemies within a large area around it. Consumes a frenzy if possible to cause the main spear to split into copies, each of which then bursts. Lightning bolts. Lightning bolts at target within 5 meters. So the fork only applies to the fork. Not like it won't reduce any damage of the spear itself. It will only reduce damage from the fork, right? Doesn't it say cannot fork? This cannot fork, but that's not what does the damage. All the other stuff does the damage. Yo, Willie, thanks so much, dude. Appreciate the 25 months. How is your spear tooltip so high? Use the command, look at my gear, look at the tree. There's nothing else to it. You can check the tooltip. Don't you have the damage for the splits?
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
It just says less projectile after forking, so I think it's only the fork. I don't think it's not. It doesn't look like it's lowering this. I don't know how it works. So the shield is expensive. Is the build viable without it? Yeah, go watch some of my content, bro. You think I just printed this at level 87 in SSF? That would be wild. Appreciate it, Piper. Thanks for the 3 months. This is the luckiest you've been within 1 week of drops. Yeah, I have no idea how rare the shield is. Probably not as rare as getting that weapon, but I have no idea.
Time grants no favors.
I need to download POB.
Heart of the
Would
storm.
help a lot. I mean, the fork does go kind of hard. Is it actually doing anything, though?
A worthy foe. The thrill of the hunt.
Oh, that kind of did something.
No rest for the wicked, eh? Lightning strikes twice.
Yeah, I can actually see the fork going into certain directions more. Kotoko feels wasted when he one-shot mobs and throws Stormlance at the rares. Kotoko generates the Frenzy, though. Without the Frenzy, I'd have to keep spamming snipers. Also, Kotoko frees up a gem link on Stormlance, which gives me a big multiplier. Also, Kotoko is making it so if I don't one-shot, a lot of things are automatically electrocuted, which is really nice, too. Like, you see that rare? Electrocuted, which is like amazing, right? Yeah, the frenzy is the main reason. I don't think I can block cap on ES variant, but I can still have some block. Toko will drop for you today. You can brute force it with chance orbs. That's what I did. Why are you using neural overload? Because it makes electrocution easier on bosses? Isn't that how primed electrocution or prime mechanics work? X skill applies electrocution, then when it's primed it becomes easier to apply the electrocution. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. To cleanse corruption, I need a rare map and I have no alks. Regal? You can deterministically get regals.
I'd step back from that one. Seems risky.
I don't know what this music is, but it's very happy.
Light him up.
It doesn't sound like Maple Story, though. Holy, what the fuck was that?
That was almost
So
a
fork
challenge.
in a big pack? Like... Woo! Stay safe!
Wait,
Wait!
I need a moment to prepare.
I have seen a few other build guides say Elemental Infusion Ascendancy node is competing with Herald. I don't know what that means.
I need more time.
The only thing I could think of is they're saying that the infusion is killing mobs or something before they're getting a Herald proc, but like when I throw it,
Stretch through
that's
the
Herald of
odds.
Thunder. Herald of Thunder proc and went off. So watch, look, throw, Herald of Thunder. Alright, let's do it again. Throw, Herald of Thunder. Throw, Herald of Thunder proc twice, I think? Even there? Throw. Procced again.
The thrill of the
Procced again. Procced again. I think if you have enough damage, fork works. Try disabling it and test. I'm okay, thank you. The thing is, Lightning Infusion can only proc on the spear throw, not on the chains. So Lightning Infusion would only proc on the initial mob. So how would it negatively affect my clear?
part of the storm.
There is still a tankiness problem. Yeah, that's why I'm going to respec to hybrid ES Evasion to be a lot tank. Oh shit, I forgot this is a whatchamacallit map. You have 0 chaos res, that's why you feel squishy. I mean, I die to like a lot of things, not just chaos. I definitely die to chaos, but I die to a lot of things. But the lack of chaos res is, you know, the trade-off is like dropping other res right now. Just seem better gear, right? Like, this doesn't really give that much res, these don't give that much res, so.
Time is of the essence.
If you had a 4-link Herald of Thunder, what extra support would you use? I don't know off the top of my head. I can 4-link my Herald. I just don't know what I'd put on it. If you have extra spirit, Deadly Herald, I think is one. Is pet taming something you've tried? Slightly, but I'm not going to use a pet over my current auras. The pet would be additional.
This here tells a story.
Yes.
What am I trying to do?
What is it?
Oh, you. Sorry.
I need a moment to prepare.
Where is your build? You see on the left how it says POE2 build? Type that. Has everything for you. Progression, video guides, POB, POE Ninja, everything. Speaking of which, I'm gonna go get a Monster Energy. I'm getting drained already, so need to wake up a little bit. Be right back. And then I gotta drink some water too. Yeah, I mean that's just how it is, right? Rapid Q&A like makes your brain hurt because you're like legitimately trying to help people, and just takes a lot out of you. There's nothing wrong with that. When I talk with my friends, it's the exact opposite. You know, I get hyped up. I basically have a customer support job. I do, and I'm not trying to sound like I'm not happy about it. It just drains you. I think Queen of the Forest could work if you want raw speed. We need to hype this man up.
Are you excited to play Path of Exile 2? Are you trying to play but all of your builds do ZDPS? Well, have no fear. The Lightning Zon is here. Simply go through 30 levels of pain and suffering in another 20 minutes to finish your 42-hour campaign, and you can blast maps as well.
I'm gonna be honest, it wasn't pain and suffering for me, but you know, I understand that for a lot of other people it is. I don't see an Amazon build on your site. It's not on the website, it's on the command on the screen. It's hard to like put website guides for POE2 right now. So just to explain for everyone who's watching, do me a favor. If you enjoy my content, help me out and repeat what I'm about to do when other people ask for help. If someone is struggling, all you have to do is show them to do this. Step 1, you look at the screen and you type POE2, even if you're on YouTube, POE2 build. From there, Nightbot is going to direct you with a link. The link will flashbang you. Here are level breakdowns of Twitch clips from day 1. Here are video guides of me progressing through. These are my drop rewards. This is my loot filter that I have made. This is the POE Ninja link. If you click the POE Ninja link, it will show you all of my gear that you can hover over and see. It'll show you the stats, which may not be fully correct. It shows the passive tree. It also shows all of the gem links that I'm currently running. If you want one extra step, you just click copy, and now you can put it in the path of building.
It fills you with determination.
POE Ninja pretty much refreshes every hour, so it's usually very accurate. Everything is here for you. There's no need for a skill builder. This is why people want a skill builder, so they can see the skills. It is handled very nicely, so you can see everything. People just have to be a little patient, use the commands, make sure that they know what they're looking at, and you should be good to go. Caboose, thanks for the Prime. Foz, thanks so much for the Prime, and actually that's it. It will show you everything. Later on, we will beam it on to Pox.net on the website. But for now, it just shows everything.
A new subscriber arrives.
Yo, Apathy.
It fills
Thanks so
you
much for the
with
Prime.
determination.
What about leveling? I just told you. That's what the clips and the videos are for. I'm not going to make a detailed leveling guide when I don't even have a detailed leveling guide. I just played day one and just played through and shared my findings with everyone else. It wouldn't make sense for me to make a leveling guide without making an entire new Amazon to go through and try to figure out what the best ways to level would be. So, I'm not going to be doing that. It would be disingenuous.
Wait.
Wait.
That were almost a challenge.
I want spoon feed.
Need
Well,
more time.
the command is the spoon, and when you click it, it feeds you. So there you go. Doo 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 doo. Oh God.
Need more time.
Doo 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 doo. Actually, fork makes breaching really nice. I'll be honest. I don't even know if this is... I mean, it's good right now, but we're going to remove that shit, so... Is it possible to automate the mark? Maybe cast on crit, but I think that's 100 spirit. Over, did you right-click and make your tab public? If it's not public, it's not going to be listed. Then I don't know. Does anyone play with Ritualist?
Need your aid.
I don't know, but I would recommend Amazon for my build.
Proof of a prowess.
Rousing a fight, eh?
A new subscriber arrives. It fills you with determination.
Let's see what shakes loose.
Okay, I'm gonna let the density stack up, and I'm probably gonna die from it.
Hooray!
Can someone tell me what part of the world the Zon accent or dialect is from? That way I can make sure to never visit that area of the globe. Poor guy is scarred. Wait!
You're mine.
Boom! Oh my! Again! Boom! Fucking shield mobs, get out of here! Where'd you come from? Oh yeah, you were at the beginning, I remember now.
For the
cleared him out.
cowgirl.
The cowgirls? Yo, this build is sick, and it is. I feel like this is. I feel like it's gonna get fucking neutered. I don't know, man. Like I don't think the single target is overpowered. I think the single target is balanced, but the lightning spear just has. You know, maybe they'll just keep it. I'd be willing to bet that they're terrified. Oh, they are. For sure. They can't nerf it now. They just buffed Amazon. If they nerf Amazon, the casual player base uninstalls, dude. For sure, dude. GG, how can you nerf Amazon after you buffed it? It's the worst class in the game. I can't even kill the Act 1 boss. I use parry and I get heavy stunned. Due to popular feedback, we noticed that Amazon players were trying to use Lightning Spear at the beginning of the game. We noticed that players were going out of mana and not doing enough damage. To compensate, we have increased Lightning Spear's damage by 30% at all stages in the campaign and lowered the mana cost by 30%. This is a buff. That's going to be tomorrow, just wait. I'll be honest, I didn't have an issue with getting heavy stone with parry. I actually spec'd the nodes on the tree. I lived in Jonathan's vision. I took the parry nodes. My issuing wasn't... So like in the campaign, parry wasn't too big of a problem for me. The problem was that not all bosses felt parryable, and it wasn't obvious what was a slam and what wasn't. Trying to parry in maps is an absolute shit show. I'm not going to defend that. But in the campaign where things are a little bit more tamed, I would say, parrying felt better. It also wasn't too bad whenever you would, you know how you get like swarmed sometimes? I would just like backpedal and try to block. When I trigger a parry, I would try to consume it and get the frenzy. That was the problem for me. And now you have like the killing palm or whatever it's called. Like that's better. That definitely helps.
Take this.
Some bosses were trivial. When you parry them, you stun them. Yeah, but you still have to parry. And if you're parrying, you're not doing damage, so it's okay, right? Your spear costs 150. Mine's 99. What level is yours, bro?
Need more time.
Yeah, but you interrupt skills. Good. So players who are better at the game should be rewarded for parrying. What's wrong with that? What does parrying do compared to block? It debuffs mobs and enables you to consume the parry for bonus damage. I'm agreeing with you. Oh. Well, we're not disagreeing. I was just confused. Oh.
Yes.
Needed to.
Collect more otherworldly remnants.
I don't really have Atlas progression. I literally just took anything I wanted. Since I'm in SSF, I adapt my Atlas to my needs. Here you go. I highly encourage you to do whatever you want. These nodes are pretty nice, though.
Time ticks ever onwards.
Lightning strikes twice. Proof of my prowess.
Come on now, don't got all
Oh.
day.
Oh, mobs deal increased damage? Shit, they're gonna one-shot me.
It'll be a battle then.
Oh, there's not a battle. It's literally either I'm dead or I'm alive. Wait, is that increased rare? Oh, that's magic. Alright, sure. We'll go with that first. Damn it, I can't get it yet. Alright, so we'll take that, then we'll take that, then we'll take that, then we'll take that, then we take that, and it's done. Okay.
Need a moment.
You have the same spear as me, but with +3 proj. Got it. You can always de-level. Oof. You can de-level your lightning spear if you want to. I know that's a bit yikes, but it is an option. When is POE2 gonna be good? I'm having a lot of fun. Also, I'm rewatching Naruto, so nice name. Although I stopped watching because POE2 came out. I'm right when spoiler. You know when Shikamaru like forms the like squad to go after Sasuke? That's where I'm at. We gotta go watch, dude. I gotta go see Choji roll out, dude.
I need more time.
That's his name, Shikamaru. I used to call him Shikamaru, but I think they call him Shikamaru. I don't know, Naruto's it's wholesome, dude. I like it. I just don't like the fillers.
Lightning strikes twice.
Sub or dubbed? I can't watch dubbed. The only thing I can watch dubbed is the shit I watched when I was a kid. So like Pokemon, Dragon Ball, Shikamaru for pronunciation. I called him Shikamaru, but if you listen to the pronunciation, they don't pronounce it like that. They say Shikamaru or something. I'm pretty sure it's more like that. Because I say Shikamaru, but I don't think that's right. Because when I listen, that's not how like his dad pronounces his name or like anyone else. Why subbed? It just sounds better. I don't know. I've always preferred Shikamaru. Maybe it's that. I don't know, it just sounds better in the native language. I don't like watching things dubbed unless it sounds good dubbed, I guess. It's Shikamaru. It
Need more time.
I mean that works too, question mark. I mean you already know what I'm saying, so. I just don't like dubbed. It's like, dubbed is like not natural. For me. Some people like it, some people don't. You looked into solo leveling? I'm gonna binge watch solo leveling this weekend, I think. I haven't watched it at all. Yeah, Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z, I think I can watch dubbed. Because I watched them as a kid. Did you get your grill yet? No, not yet. Dub doesn't sound natural for me because Japanese have higher pitched voice, and when dub tries to copy it, it's weird. Hey guys, my name's Ash Ketchum. I'm gonna catch them all. I don't know, it just sounds like with Ash it's okay because I watched it as a kid, but like a lot of the times it's just so like it just doesn't match. Like, it's just not in sync. I'm not trying to make fun of people. It just doesn't sound right. I'll be honest, I've been listening to Japanese anime. No, I haven't watched anime recently, but I just started getting back into it. When I was younger, I listened to a lot of Japanese anime, so the Japanese language it doesn't sound foreign to me. Like, if I listen to something in Chinese, it's foreign. But if I listen to Japanese, it's normal for me. I don't know. Does that make sense? Like, I'm sure. Same thing with Arabic. Like, my name is Ahmed. Fuck. My name is Ahmed. So like Arabic to me, obviously, I grew up a lot with like the Arabic language. So that's like natural to me, right? So like English, Arabic, and Japanese. I can't believe I died in a sand spit, man. That's fucked. I'm like a loser, dude. You need to go ES. I literally am... I have a tree to go ES. I literally am hoarding gear right now to go Look at this, okay? Head, what are these? Best ES base. Shoulder, what is this? Not a fucking shoulder, but today it is. Knees. I don't actually know what's supposed to go there. Toes. We got the base right here. I don't know what the and the knees are, but we'll have to figure it out. I refuse to go ES. I also refused, but now I want to play the game long term, so I have to go ES. Why are EU servers shitting themselves? I don't know, but usually Texas shits itself, so, this is what it is, right? No? How are you gonna be an Invis Ghost with fucking Mana Siphoner? No? No. Bad. Bad. Did you just leak new items coming to POE2? Knees. Yeah, there's actually gonna be a new piece of gear coming in. It's called kneecaps, and the kneecaps are gonna help with ailment protection and stun. Kind of boring that you're required to go ES to get any reasonable HP. I think if you're right side, yeah, left side can stack strength, and they can probably get to like 3.5k, 4k, maybe even a little more life, depending on what build you're playing, of course. Not every build.
Yes.
I don't know how the HC boys are doing. I don't know how they're alive. It's kind of nuts. Maybe it's because they're actually way more tanky than I think. I just can't imagine builds being tanky in this game. It's just like a wild concept for me after not playing like a ES build. Ascension when? Fuck it. Fuck it. Oh wait, I can just do this, right? I'll stop being lazy. I'll go ascend.
I continue to whatever comes my way, I'm ready.
I want Lightning Spear.
You're fucking
for my first one.
Lazy.
Straight through the art.
Same t-shirt of the meme. Wait, it's the Kirby shirt as well? I updated your filter and there are error pop-ups. Didn't error for me.
Impressive endurance. Relish your mortality. Wait.
Yeah, I mean, there's probably better filters for the campaign, but I used my filter in the campaign. I didn't really customize it that much for that stage of the game. You half Egyptian or Syrian? I was born in Saudi Arabia. My mother is Syrian. My father is Lebanese. Grandmother from my father's side is Egyptian. I think my mother's side is Holy Syrian, maybe? I don't know. Then my older sister was born in London, and my little sister was born in the US, but, you know, it is what it is. You have no ES. Good.
Wait! Foul thing! Impressive endurance.
I just run every map mod. I don't know. I hate temp change the most out of everything. Really? You'd have to give me like a double negative there? That's kind of fucked. Like, only one choice from the merchant is a game changer. So I guess I go increase merchant price, but that's garbage too. What does rewards are unknown mean again? It means like you don't know what. That's pretty bad. These are all really bad, man. Whatever, I'm just gonna go bottom. They're all really bad.
The ritual has been disrupted.
No. Oh, grants a boon. Okay. And then maybe we can trade boon and then remove the merchant debuff one. I don't think there's any unique spear that's going to beat my current spear. Yeah, rewards on. I could have taken rewards unknown, but then I wouldn't know when I get a merchant, so
Wait.
I don't know. I may have been the better choice. I'm just hoping that because I'm only gonna have 2 afflictions, that I can just easily remove the afflictions, so we'll see. That's gonna be the goal here.
Proof of a prowess. Swift magnificence.
How can I learn what modifiers for equipment is good? If you're in the campaign, you want life and res.
Your mortality.
And if you're endgame, you want life, res, and then you gotta understand how to scale your build. I'd say just understand your build. If you understand your build, you'll understand the affixes you want, and then you can kind of branch out from there. If you don't understand the build you're playing, I can't imagine how you, like, I mean, honestly, I can't even understand how the game is enjoyable if you don't understand the build, but once you understand your character, you should be more excited because you're like, okay, this helps me in this way, etc. So. Just me, though. I mean, I know a lot of people who don't understand builds who follow builds. It drives me crazy. Because they're the people who just spam the questions and, like, you answer them, and you give them a choice, and they say, okay, but what's best? Like, I'll give you an example. What should I use my first perfect jeweler orb on? Well, if you need single target, it's Stormlands. If you need Lightning Spear, then you're AoE. Like, that, AoE, single target. Okay, but what's best? I mean, tell me, you're playing the build. What do you need more of? I don't think we get hit often, so we'll go this one. But he doesn't know if he'll need more single or clear endgame. Focus on your character. Don't make excuses. Focus on your character. Are you going to play the game? If you're going to play the game, you're going to get currency. Overthinking is a problem people create for themselves, right?
Need more time. That was close. The foe ahead is formidable. Steel yourself. Stand clear. Hold on. I knew you would succeed. Go with strength.
I mean, the merchant already only offers one choice, so if you're going to offer me fewer choices, fuck it. I don't really care. Let's see here.
Part of the storm.
We go this way? Yeah, we go this way. What? Oh, they were bugged, I see. They were showing them revived, but they weren't, like, alive yet on the skellies. Wait, what? I hit a lever, but can I go this way? Okay, good. That should be it. See if we get lucky here. Okay, I don't wanna gain a random minor affliction. Lose a random minor affliction, lose a random minor boon. I mean, I don't really care about these, so sure. Okay. Okay, I called it. But now we get 50% less reward, but that's still fine. I need more density, please. Okay, there we go.
A worthy foe. Need more time.
Any reason you're not using a companion? I would have to drop one of my important auras for it. So either I'm dropping my charge generation or I'm dropping a ton of evasion, and both of those are big no-nos for me.
Swift magnificence.
Oh, yes,
The
please.
choice is made.
One connector, two connector. I always like going two connector, so we'll do that.
You're mine. Lightning strikes twice. Wait.
How'd you craft your spear? Recombinate it into Exalt Slam.
I would give anything for a
You have no armor. I don't really have armor anyway, but do I don't think I have enough, I have 400 water, actually. I could take something from the merchant. Wait, it didn't complete. That means I didn't kill the mob here? Tendency order when leveling. Crit. And then infusion or exploit weakness thing, whatever it's called. As long as you go crit first, it doesn't really matter what else you do.
The ritual has been disrupted.
I mean, like, I kind of want this, but we're doing a boss later anyway, so I'd rather just skip it. And then just get the stuff from the boss. Rude. How can you stack accuracy early game? You need a source of flat accuracy from some piece of gear or dex. Then you stack percent accuracy because it's all over the tree. I don't know how that didn't hit me.
Up and away! I would give anything for a sip.
I mean, I'm gonna ignore the keys and just go for more sacred water because I want to be as strong as possible. And that's monsters deal 30% more damage versus... I feel like I'd rather go with reduced honor restored, actually. Well, keys get me jewels, and I don't have good jewels, sadly, so... Does the tooltip accurately display the damage of Lightning Spear if you have Penetrate Ascendancy allocated? I have no idea.
A clean kill.
I just do the math in my head and say that this should be good, and then I allocate it. Later on, when I know things are working, I will use like POB and other stuff.
Need more time. I need a moment to prepare.
This is a 4th Ascendancy run.
Impressive endurance.
No. I'm keeping mine because the less max life is nice. Does parry count as an active block? I mean, you're active blocking while you're parrying, but if you're talking about specific mechanics, I'm not sure.
2 ancient guardians await you ahead.
It's not opening chests. I don't want to get distracted in a timed thing. Open a chest, read chat, forget where I am, and fail because of it.
Wait!
There we go. Got him trapped.
Press the assault. Made short work of you two. That was an impressive display. I need a moment to prepare. Go with strength.
Wait, Time Lost. Isn't Time Lost the OP one? Time Lost is the OP one.
Wait.
Oh? No fucking wait. We're just gonna put that in the stash. I will look at these after. We're done, right? Yeah. Yeah. I'm happy I took that gold key. Merchant. Binding chains. Fuck it. Binding chains I don't think matters too much. I don't get hit that much, Copium.
I need a moment to prepare. Storm's bite.
Oh, that's rude.
Take this. That was almost a challenge. Swift magnificence. Hold on. An oasis in the desert. Wait.
Drops are slower?
Fight with intent.
You cannot restore honor removed after killing the next boss. I'll probably take that. too high for the drops? No problem, I forgot drops were on. Where do you think you're gonna go now with your build to progress it further than it is now?
The ritual has been disrupted.
What do you mean by that? Recraft all my gear for like ES with the exception of these two, and that's fine, and then we're gonna see what happens after that. Then I gotta respect my tree. It's like a lot of stuff to do already. Gain reduced action speed, lose less sacred water found. Wait. Oh, gain less sacred water. No, I like sacred water though. Ooh. Wait. How, like, I take 775 right now and then that's it? Like, it's done? Okay, bud. Okay, bud.
Straight through the heart.
Straight through the heart. Meant to punish no-hit runs. I see. I like... Oh, okay. Oh, did that hit me? I think that hit me. I can't jump over those. Okay. Mistake. Can I just go through this? I know you want to add ES. Was interested in what are their goals for your build? I don't know. I gotta kind of learn all this stuff. It's hard to explain. I don't like sit down and theorycraft my character because I just haven't. I just play the game and adapt to based off of what I want. So that's already like the whole ES swap is a lot of work already. I'm gonna try to get extra spirit to slap on a new aura. But that's like, I mean, saying that doesn't sound like a lot, but that is a lot of work. And I basically have to craft one, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 new pieces.
That were almost a challenge.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Go hope. Or hop,
Straight
hop.
through the air.
Thanks so much for the 3 months, dude. We should lower the thing again. It did.
That was close. You will succeed.
Good shot. Hourglass? I mean, Hourglass is easier than... Sure. Oh, I'm here. I'm stupid. Wait, I'm just gonna go this way. Even though I don't get honor, that's fine. Well, that's also Gauntlet, though. That's Gauntlet versus Chalice and Hourglass. Sure. How did you fix mana? I never had mana problems. If you're struggling, consider getting some mana rolls on gear. maximum mana goes a long way because maximum mana affects your mana regen. Consider getting mana regen if you need it. Actually, I think now is the only time where I actually mainly am pressing potions. I never had this issue before.
I need more time.
You know, I don't think I have a single like mana. Yeah, I don't have any mana nodes in the tree. I don't know. I'm mid Act 3 normal and I'm spamming a flask. Get mana rolls on gear, it makes a massive difference. There you go.
A clean kill.
You can go watch my VOD. You'll see I never really had a problem. You try inspiration support. Yeah, that's a thing too.
The hunt is on. Pack's full.
It's difficult for me to help with a problem if I didn't encounter it, you know? Shit, I gotta stop reading chat. I'm taking damage. This is a bad place to take damage.
Swift magnificence. A moment of respite. Beware the scorpion's sting. Need a moment. This was the end of the trial in my time. But I sense another being.
Is there another boss killer skill? I don't have Kotokos.
You can challenge
It doesn't matter, you just put electrocution on your Stormlance, and that's your single target. That's like a waste. I mean, 10 is like 400, so... Then again, I could just get this and that. Actually, there's no reason to get that, but whatever, that was a complete waste. Let's see. You have a plan on going through the Atlas, or are you just scouting for corruption in Citadel? Scouting for corruption. Yeah, we go next. Alright, the actual difficult floor. Minimap is hidden. You and your minions deal less damage, less movement speed if you have been hit recently. I mean, does minimap hidden actually matter? I don't think it does. It's tough. I don't want to lose movement speed if I've been hit, bro. I don't want to be a fucking cockroach. I'm gonna go for the minimap hidden, dude.
A traitor and a Jingak. What a fitting pair.
Straight through the air. Can that really be him? I recognize his voice. Zarok, the temporal. Return to nothing.
Oh, buddy.
Proof of me prowess. A great challenge overcome.
you think the build is HC viable? I think Evasion builds are 0 out of 10 for HC. I think Evasion ES is pretty good. Oh, I could have taken that. Oh well.
We will succeed.
You have no evade. Thank God we can go there. All right, no more mini maps. See you later.
Hold on.
What about the new evasion block mechanic? No. That's like... I mean, I'm just gonna say no. It's just much easier to say that than try to explain it. Parry is meant for niche one-on-one encounters. You can't like... Parry is literally just active block, right? So you have to, first off, you have to pull up the active block before it even does anything. 99% of players are going to die before they even active block, so it doesn't really make you any more like HC viable.
Good riddance.
If you active block and would have dodged the hit is blocked, you don't get stun buildup. Yeah, but there is no realistic way to use parry to save your life when you're in the middle of a map. It's just not realistic. In fact, I will give you moments where it's just... I gotta focus, actually. Alright, I gotta focus on this.
Your foolish gene should have known better.
Parry is a mechanic that's good for one-on-one encounters. I'll just say it that much. And even then, it's sus.
Used to be imprisoned. A great challenge overcome.
Movement speed? Cannot be damaged until you complete the next room. Sure. How do you proc your storm lens? Press the button. Like that. We'll go sacred water into less sacred water. Why did you put a sad face? That's what I do. I just press the button.
Lightning strikes twice.
Also sad, I forgot to go to the stash. I meant to go grab Soul Thief. I wanted to try putting Soul Thief on Spear Field just in case this fight is really long. No, my ping is 1. Log. Oh, it spiked to 4. Unlucky, dude. Unplayable. Less sacred water. Here we go.
For you, time is of the essence, but it is of no consequence to me.
How does this work again?
We cannot allow him to disgrace this sacred place.
Oh, it's gonna like send me back in time, right? Oh, okay, so... You gonna send me back in time, bro? If you mean the explosion, that's from frenzy charges, and you gain frenzy by using the frenzy command. I'll explain to you. What the fuck? Oh, okay, so I'm supposed to go back in time there. I see. Can I just like cheat? Nobody saw anything? Wait, did I just take damage from something?
Bring it on.
What did I just take damage from? What hit me?
Proof of me prowess.
There's, it blows up if you TP back there.
I need more time.
I need more time.
Heart of the storm.
Oh, Jesus.
Good riddance.
Oh. Oh no.
She can be forgiven.
Okay.
But can you ever truly forgive a traitor?
4766. We gotta go down.
Must be destroyed.
Okay. Let's go this way. Finn says physical and Harold is full lightning, no? That showed up, maybe? Let me see. What the fuck kind of attack is that? Should be the last one. Okay, good.
Impressive endurance. A clean kill.
I think you just want pure fizz. I mean, lightning is okay, but pretty sure it's easier to make a pure fizz weapon than it is to make a pure lightning weapon. Ooh, it's boss time. All right, here we go. So I still have to do the minigame thing? They nerfed that, right?
Your defeat has been predestined.
I also
It is
don't know this
written
guy's
in
mechanics, by the way.
sands.
But here we go.
Messing with time.
This only ends one way.
Which way is that?
This battle is our sacred duty.
Watch your step.
Hold on.
These way squish here now, what?
These sands of time wait for no one. You may have returned to... This is not the future I had foreseen!
You can wind back and clock all you like. Makes no odds to me.
Okay. Cool. I think we go predatory instead.
I understand.
Damn. Nice one. Okay. I got 2 water. Does that convert to anything? Hell yeah, 1 key. So first thing is time loss. Time loss and royal. So there's 1 royal. Royal. That's 2 royal. 3 royal. 4 royal. No time lost, right? Just royals? Just royals. There's also amulet. Is there a world where I take amulet? I don't think so. I'm gonna take royals. Jewels are just so hard to get, man. Fuck that! Fuck! I thought that said I'm blind. I need to take my glasses off. Okay, let's see. Bronze. Mysterious relic. Can I roll that back? Glove. Helmet. Mysterious. Mage. Mysterious. Warrior. Boots. Warrior relic. Mysterious.
I'm bent double as is.
Boots. Warrior. Okay. Earn. All right. Well. So, I could get Stalking Panther, but that's not gonna do anything. I could get Leech, but I dropped my gloves, so I have no Leech right now. I don't care about Asmiri Brew. I don't have issues with charges. So, I mean, I think I go Predatory Instinct. It's nice. All right, well, we're done with that. Let's leave.
I need more time.
Projectile damage. Increased block chance. Ellie damage. Did your shield add a lot of damage? It adds a shit ton of crit, so yeah. These are like good boots. What if I just exalt like 142 life? Yeah, what if I don't? They're trash now. Let's see here. I don't really care about that. What about these guys? Life. Damn, bro. I was thinking of making a crossbow character. He is definitely using that fucking jewel. Of course you take quarter staves. Let's see. Still exalt this one. No. Does that go up past 10? Goes to 20, okay. Also recombinate jewels. Good question, actually. Maybe. Maybe. Let's see.
I need a moment to prepare.
Yeah, I saw Ben. Ben was zooming on his character. Especially when you have, like, Tailwind. Ben was, like, zooming. I like Ben's character a lot. I actually was avoiding the ES swap for a long time. And then I saw Ben's character, and I said, I'm just going ES. Like, what is the point? Like, the gameplay is much smoother with a buffer. So, buffer being your ES plus Ghost Dance. Also, like, hello? This Jewel? ES and crit chance? What the fuck? I'm not using a focus, though. I'm not using curses, damn. Do you switch the bases on your filter for ES? I just added, but I will be removing ES or I will be removing Evasion at some point for people using my filter. 2% Chaos, 2% Ellie and Stun Threshold, 2% Armor, 2% Ellie Stun Build-Up Weapon Swap, Companion Life, Attack Speed with Bows, Projectile Damage, Poison Duration. Okay. Oh, this should be a unique, right? I have this. Okay, and these are trash. Good. You also highlight Dex in spear bases. That's the thing. There's Dex in spear bases. I just highlighted. I mean, I'm probably never gonna get a new spear. I'm lost on how to farm bases. Haven't seen a single jewel glove base drop. Well, if you're trying to farm a low-level base, it's best to go to a low-level zone. So I would recommend going to Dreadnought, the level like 30 place, and farming for your base there. That's what I did. That worked for me. Chat, can anyone give me a reminder of something? Can you just remind me that like 15 minutes has been up? Like 15 or 20 minutes? You guys do that for me? 15 minutes are up. Rude! You didn't specify when.
You're
when the minutes are up. What do you mean?
Lazy.
Time to get some revenge on Dreadnought. Yeah, there you go. Do you read YouTube? I do.
Take your
yeah.
time.
I read both. I have this chat here. I'll show you. It's a multi-chat, so I can see YouTube and I can see Twitch.
I shall put this to you. Take care.
Samurai Jacks. Oh,
Oh,
Samurai Jack was good. Didn't they like remake it or something? I don't think I ever watched the remake of it.
Fleeing it.
All right, well, back to mapping. It was nice closure. Got it. Appreciate it. Just worried we were going to help you. I don't trust Switch. Oh, to not help you. I see. I see. I got you. You hear that, Twitch? They don't like you. They don't trust you, bro. Burial Fog. Struggling to get my Boss Atlas passives.
Struck.
I haven't done Boss Atlas passives yet. What is this goofy music? Donkey Kong Country?
Take this.
Wow, I threw a spear and it's 10 times better now that I'm not in trial of Sekima.
Straight through the app. Proof of the prowess.
Did you watch Ed, Nettie? Ed, Nettie! That was a great fucking show. I remember when I was a little kid, my mom said, if you get dumber because of this show, it's not my fault. Hey, Double D.
I need a moment.
Hey, Double D.
Hello there.
You there. Local.
What a beautiful show.
Shake up the dust, and that's that.
We're gonna get one shot. This is double damage as elemental. This is for sure a one shot. Actually, I should redo this because this has bonus logbook, and then I can grab you for bonus logbook.
Oh, I always love a good risk. This ought to stir things up.
Okay, I'm gonna throw a spear, and I want to hear the loot filter go off. Are you ready? Chuck. What the fuck? It hit like a chuck. Oh. Again. Okay, I like somehow missed. Okay, that's a little better. You gonna listen to the Ziz podcast? I will, yeah. There's like no mobs in here. I thought there would be way more. Maybe I killed them and they just dropped no loot.
Need a moment.
I think this interview is a couple hours, maybe.
Lightning strikes twice. A clean kill. Bloody fossil.
Molten boss? No, but I didn't fight the Molten boss till I was higher level because I never found the zone, and then I needed 2 3-for-1 items, so I went back and just like insta-gibbed him, so I didn't actually like have no idea.
Need more time.
I love when you throw the spear and it misses the target, and then it like hits someone randomly and then flies back and hits the target. It's great. As intended? Yeah, like I'm aiming at this guy and then I throw that way and then it just hits that guy anyway. Like, it's actually great. You ever have issues with decks? Like small amounts, but then you can just get some accessories with accuracy. You can get like a lot of attributes on your gear and your accessories. Like I just got fucking rolled over. I don't even know what happened. Did I just get punched in the face and die? Unlucky, dude. Fuck. And the spear missed, dude. No, 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 bam. It's okay. We'll go ES and everything will be fixed, okay? Because that hit would have just been the ES and then it would have just recuperated. No problem. Copium? No copium, dude. 100% it's going to work, okay? There's no coping when I know it's going to work, right? Ask me how much ES I have. Couldn't tell you. Never put it in POB, but it's going to work, okay? Finally back to Grim Feast. No, we'll just have Ghost Dance and that'll be enough.
Need a moment.
That's actually kind of crazy. My Wind Dancer hit the rare for like 20% of his life.
A worthy foe.
Even with 300? No, I'm gonna have like, I'm hoping like 1.5 to 2.5k. I don't think I could get 2.5k. Well, maybe. We'll see.
Wait.
Yo, where's the expedition? I didn't clear the expedition?
Hold on.
Which 5th gem on LS did you stick with? I think Fork. You can just peep the... what is it called? POE Ninja?
Now for the reward.
You don't even need POE Ninja. Just hit the command. You can see all my... Actually, yeah, the POE Ninja link shows all my stuff. Now you're going ES. I remember you Volorbed the gloves without increasing ES, and now I feel sad about it. Yep, but that's okay, because we'll just farm another pair. No problem. We will farm another pair, and I will be happy about it. The spear tab's almost full, man. That's the third tab of spears, actually. What is the priority on stats? Physical damage per second. Well, per second's not accurate. The fizz is more important than the accuracies or the attack speed. So if you look here, I recombinated these two, and everything else came from the Exalt Slam. These are the most important. Only time there's an exception is if you have like a god tier accuracy roll, specifically because of this node. But you only take this if you have a god tier accuracy. Time check, 5 minutes remaining. Yo, thanks, dude. Appreciate it. Why are you saving boots, helmets, and spears? That's how you craft in POE2. You save bases, and then you gamble.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Azix. Thanks for 3 months, dude. Any more news on possible RF in POE2? No, they're not going to release news on that for probably like 3 to 6 months. What is the best base? I actually genuinely don't know. I just pick up all the higher ones because I need 1,000,000 spears to get a new one. I have a spear with 216 fizz with 400 accuracy. The 400 accuracy gets turned into 100 flat fizz from the Ascendancy. That's probably pretty good. Are you happy to play POE2? Yep.
Come on.
Obviously got a lot of work that needs to be done with the game, but it's an amazing foundation, I think. I think some of the bigger problems maybe is like the skill imbalance, right? I think if I was playing another... Well, I can't even say if I was playing another build I wouldn't be happy, because I'd be playing... If I wasn't playing this character, I'd be playing a crossbow character, in which case the only crossbow skills I could probably stomach is like the... what are the two like electric ones? So I'd be playing that, and I'd probably be pretty happy with the character. I would just be annoyed that the only avenue for defenses is like ES. And if I wasn't playing that, I would be playing Smithic Katava, and there's some pretty fun builds on that. So
Hold on.
I think it's okay. But there's still like a big skill imbalance for sure.
Hold on.
There's a Thorns build going around. Can they actually tank stuff, the Thorns?
Wait.
Combat Frenzy was a lot faster last league, yeah. I think it was slow, then they buffed it, and then they nerfed it. Whoa. And the spear whips, man.
You're mine.
Pretty funny seeing Mathel play it. Pretty funny seeing Mathel play the Thorns build and me play the Glass Cannon build. How does that work? Usually it's the exact opposite. Missed the spear like 6 times.
comes.
I like on die going into that. I can see you.
Time to reap the rewards.
Time's up. 15 minutes. Cool. Thank you, friend. Damn it. This person that wanted moderator for my private league, I gave them moderator for the private league. You know what just happened to their account? $50 gift code on Steam. Someone is clicking links because they see boobies.
Shake up the dust and let's fight. Proof of me prowess.
Oh shit! What if that just fucking one-shot me, dude? I'm pretty sure it would've. Where's this link? I mean, it's in my private DM, so I'm guessing it might be in the Discord as well.
I like it here. It's quiet like.
Yes.
Is there an accuracy cap? I think so. I mean, my lightning spear has 16,000, and I'm definitely hitting some form of diminishing returns.
Speak.
Take my glasses off for a bit. Certain. Nothing on Discord so far? Okay. They may not be in my Discord, but they definitely were in my Discord. What's back here? Is the build fun? Very. You throw a spear and it like arcs to pretty much everything in range. I think that's very fun. Aroa mount seems so strong. Think so? I need some water. I have to drink this. I wonder if my stomach was hurting. Are you something fancy for Spearfield? Not really. I mean, the only important link I think is Rage on there. Rage is like the #1 support. And then there's other stuff like people who have mana issues, you could try putting the mana leech one on it. Okay, let's see. Have you decided about going Evasion? Yes. Yeah, it should be in my title, no? I'm farming gear for the swap. Slick.
Cast off the shackles of fate.
Oh, it might. Okay, yeah, we are. I changed my filter and everything. Bruce seems to think the row with Lightning Spear is a problem because it's so strong. I don't know why he thinks that, but he was stating it on Ziz's channel.
Lightning shatters bone.
I mean, I think Lightning Spear is an extremely strong skill. I don't know about the row. I mean, I didn't try the row out, to be honest. Heroa is not viable for me unless I get more Spirit Game. They're talking about the interview coming up. He's saying my build's gonna get nerfed? How well will the interview go? I mean, Ziz is like a good person, right? He's gonna be like a nice, respectable person, so I don't think there'd be anything wrong, right?
I hope you know what you're doing.
Right. Right. Obviously gonna get... No! What do you mean? It got buffed the other day. That means it's not gonna get nerfed, you know? No! It would never, dude. Never, bro.
I hope you know what you're doing.
Let's see what shakes loose. That was almost a challenge.
That was a nice sound, dude. Can we do it again?
Wait.
Wait!
I need a moment to prepare.
The gloves allow for very good charge sustain, and I believe more damage on single target, so they're very much worth going for. There's currently a Reddit post full of comments saying Lightning Spear is the best looking and most enjoyable ability. Everyone's asking for build info. Guess you just come to the source, no? Can I see your links? Use the command on the left, click the POE Ninja link, scroll down, you can see every single gem. Man, I put out like 2 videos in the span of 24 hours, I'm pretty sure, on the build. And then just kept uploading or updating, right? Today I can do another, well, I don't know if I might be too tired to make a proper video today, but tomorrow morning I'll make another one on the updated items. There's a Reddit post about a build. I want to be credited, sniff sniff. It's not fair, sniff sniff.
Need a moment.
Everybody was crying on day 1, and I was telling everyone it's okay, just come play this build. Sniff sniff, it's not fair. Holy shit, my eyes, bro. I'm legally blind.
That was almost a challenge.
Then you get more people that'll ask questions. Yeah, it's okay. It's better for the long run, though. Hard to grow in POE2 right now.
Hold on. Got myself a bit big one. Hold on. A worthy foe.
Call of the week. I'm never gonna use Call of the week. That's for like campaign.
I need a moment to prepare.
What? Stop. Almost died to a shrine. Shut up! Shrines are OP.
Straight through the art.
Watched some other streamers and was thinking the game is done. I think people are just having a super bad time and yeah, I don't know. I think people have to be a little bit more patient.
Speak.
If this shield hits... Actually, I mean, there's no way I'm going to use it, but if it hits block chance... Damn, I thought it says 70. I mean, that's a nice shield, though, but... Where is my leveling tab? Holy shit, there's a lot of gear in there, bro. What about F? Oh, that's flask. Okay, then how about that one? That's secondary. Okay. And I'm officially filled with spears. Okay. Here you go. And you go. Why not using Vol's Protector? I don't know what the unique does. I don't have it, but I don't really want to drop every piece of my gear for uniques and be Giga Squish. Chance to get a power charge. I don't think I really need that right now.
Uhtred and his priests had their own secret agendas. Hard to decipher overly religious log.
Courage for what lies ahead.
Hello there.
Nout ventured, nout gained.
No boss, right? No boss. Okay. Huh? What is that?
This ought to stir things up. Storm fight! Hold on.
So I don't know what builds other people are playing, but I'm pretty sure there's at bare minimum 4 builds that I've seen that all look good so far. There's my build, right? 5 if you count Jungron, but Jungron's playing Lightning Spear, so he's just poison. I haven't watched a lot of content either, so like this is a very skewed representation, but I know one Monolith has like a fucking tap the whole screen Smith build, right? I know that, I mean, Darth is playing something in HC SSF. He's also playing Smith and Katava. Ziz is playing some Ballista build that looked pretty solid. Ben is playing a crossbow build that looks pretty solid, like very simple as well. What else was there? Yes, Lily's Twister build is crazy. Lich ED Contagion.
Bring it on.
I'm playing Corrupting Cryon Smith and it's really good. I mean, like, some builds may be better, but the point isn't better. There's always going to be a meta. Meta will never end. Bro, stupid things on the floor, man.
Now for the reward. Wait.
Also, I was doing Glacial Bolt. I haven't seen his Glacial Bolt. I just saw that he was not having a lot of fun with the game. And then I went into his stream and tried to get him to play my build, but he wouldn't. I tried to bully him. I said, come play this build, you'll have fun. He said no. Do I accuracy into this weapon or fizz? I think accuracy is probably better. I put accuracy in mine, and mine is higher fizz than yours. Soon people will find something so broken that it will overshadow the Gemling stat stacker and everyone will want to play it. Could be. I don't know. I don't know about that broken, but could be. What I do know is that a lot of builds just take time to flesh out, you know? I do think there's too big of an imbalance right now between when things start to feel good, but I also think that people are a little too quick to jump the gun on shitting on everything. I hope the community learns not to overreact. That will never happen. Ever.
Lightning strikes twice.
I hope the community learns I'ma stop you right there. Yeah. Just how it is, man. Once in maps, it's fine, but the campaign was a slog. See, I didn't struggle in the campaign. Like, that's not a flex. I literally had fun. Like, no cap. You know, I was streaming and I'm like, man, everything's so good. I'm really enjoying Huntress. The parry's a little whack. And, you know, the disengage isn't getting me charges. And people are like, have you opened up Reddit? And I'm like, no, why? And they're like, you're the only person having fun. And I'm like, what? What do you mean? And, you know, I looked and it's a fucking dumpster. And I'm like, what? What is everyone talking about? And then, I mean, I guess because I'm not playing HC, so I didn't really care about that. And I never, like, even in Palstron's video, I'm not trying to hate, because, like, people clearly had a different experience than me. Palstron said that, like, you encounter a rare with life regen and you can't kill it. I did not have that experience, ever. I don't know, I didn't have any, like, there was definitely moments where I'm like, is my skill doing proper damage? I don't think it is. But then, once I got a few support gems, things just changed. You were the one who tried and got the right gem and skill setup. But anyone could do that. Like, I did that in SSF, so I mean, in Trade League, you could do that 10 times easier. Right?
This'll do nice.
Like, I literally went through and I just kept trying every skill, and I was like, this is the one I want. Boom. You know? You want to know when I knew Lightning Spear was it?
Straight through the art.
I put Lightning Spear on, and I equipped Voltaic Charge, which is Volt. And I threw one spear, and I said, what the? And that was my build. And that was in the campaign. That was it. That's all. One skill with one support. That's my build. That was it. I shit you not, if you go in the campaign and you find my day one VOD of when I did that, it is there, right? This looks like a juicer, by the way. This one here. I'm pretty sure I'm going to get deleted in this one. We're going to go Penetrate, Runic Dupe, 50% Rare, 50% Magic, 50% Rare. I'm going to get one shot by everything. Well, right now my filter is highlighting ES bases, so I'm going to go grab my ES Evasion bases, and then after that I'm going to redo my passive tree. Those are the steps. It's probably going to be very gear dependent because I need to also magically acquire a bonus 100 in.
I need a moment to prepare.
How do you imagine scaling up the damage? Your chance crit multi, better weapon, flat damage on accessories. They're already very good damage. Yeah, the tree is going to get respect, and I'm going to go up towards Monk. You have to if you want the ES nodes.
I clean kill. Straight through the art. This is what I get for fraying you. Wait.
You know, I went to read chat, and then I died. Fucking A, dude. I saw a big message, I scrolled up, and then I looked back, and I got one shot by this fat fuck, wherever he is. Sorry, not fat shaming, I'm just mad. Because I get one shot if I'm not US based.
Wait! Need more time. The thrill of the hunt. Storm
I don't
strike.
like the state of casters. They don't feel good to me. I never played like mana-based because I played a blood mage the first time I played a caster, and I did not like the state of spells. Like, they just didn't feel satisfying to use, other than like cast on freeze.
Proof
Yeah.
of my prowess.
And then cast on freeze had single target issues.
A right bounty.
Said you were 16k accuracy. What is giving you the most? My shield doubles my accuracy, and I have a support gem that gives me 50% more. You don't look this tired, dude. Are you pushing hard? I've been streaming a lot and rapid answering questions. Questions make you tired. It's the way she goes. Anyone who tells you they don't get tired by answering 5 questions a minute for 14 hours straight is a liar. You work any form of like support job, you're gonna get tired from answering questions, you know? Don't take it personal, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just a fact, you know? The way she goes. Ooh, that's a quad.
Hold on.
Ooh.
Shake off the dust and let's fight.
Me out. What is wrong with you? Jesus Christ, it just would not hit, bro. Oh shit, there's a boss. Why are you squishier than the essence? Okay. It's a glass cannon right now if you're life-based. Yeah. You can do things to make it less glass cannon-y, but at the end of the day, if you get unlucky, you're going to get one shot. What I'm trying to do is make it much more tanky by basically doing what I did on my monk, which is going Evasion ES. I just didn't want to have to do this, but it's just the way the game is, so. Are you running any uniques? Yeah, I'm running unique shield, unique gloves. If you just use the build command on the left, click the POE Ninja link, you can see everything. I don't think evasion plus block base is possible. Of course it's possible, but it doesn't increase your HP. So what happens when you don't evade and you don't block? I'll give you an answer. You... All right, well, I got all those points, so now it is time for unique maps. It's insane to me that they nerf Candlemass's % life reward. That change makes no sense to me. That change makes no sense to me at all. I am absolutely flabbergasted by that change. What do you think if they added the ability to add life and mana in addition to attributes when small passives? Mana, no. Also life, no. I would rather them just add life nodes on the tree. I think players should be able to make the decision to like be more tanky without scaling like evasion or armor, because evasion doesn't increase your max hit. Armor only works against certain damage types and is scuffed. So the only one that you really get is energy shield, which is not viable for every build to run, nor does everyone want to run energy shield.
Lightning strikes twice. Die, beast.
I mean, yeah, Smith of Katava can be kind of tanky. I've seen people play Smith of Katava and they are kind of tanky, but what about the other classes? What do you have for defensive layers? Block and evasion. That's it. I mean, you can go acrobatics. That's the only other option you have.
Need a moment.
I swear to God, this spear aiming, bro. Like, stop, hit the fuck. Oh, he had proximal tangibility. Okay, that one's my fault.
Hold on.
What is wrong with mob's HP bar? Well, that's my ascendancy. When they're at the notches, I do 50% more damage. So, like, you see those? Those little notches is... Oh, thanks. You also get more loot. Just kidding, you don't actually. It's fun to watch. It's fun to play, except when your spears just, like, don't listen to you.
Straight through the heart.
Straight through the heart. One shot the red. Where you go? Oh, Shroud Walker.
That were almost a challenge.
It's a crit? Yep. How do you feel about chaos drop rates? I don't know, because most of my crafting has been through recombinating, not actually chaosing. Skill issue. No, the javelins are kind of whack sometimes. 167 life with dual res. I mean, that is just better. And it can have another res if I do this right now. One charm slot? Oh, baby. Wait, ooh. Ooh, what is that? Okay, I mean, okay. Time to not get ever fucking sun. Thank you very much. Increased duration. Charges gained. This is going to be like the easiest swap of my life. Oh. Beautiful. Imagine being like me and collecting like 5 million belts only to ID your upgrade. Feels bad, man. Chronos, look on the left. Hit up the command. Everything is in that document.
I need a moment.
There are no mandatory uniques, but there are very strong uniques. I mean, I'd say they're mandatory if you want to, like, what is the word I'm going to use here? They're, like, mandatory if you want... they're not mandatory. They're just highly recommended. Yeah.
Moment to prepare.
Do you think you need acro if you go ES based? No. I don't think I would have the energy shield to pull that off. Or the evasion, sorry. You're gonna give Last Epoch a try? Depends on how much fun I'm having with POE2 by that point.
Feel yourself.
Do they still have Ghost Shroud? Yep, that's why ES is going to be bonkers with this build.
Straight through the air.
See that right there? I would have been full ES because of Ghost Shroud.
You're as good as dead.
We're going higher. Keep easy.
Proof of my prowess.
Antler?
No telling what
Oh,
this
critical
is.
weakness. How was your day? My day's going great. My day is great. Hey, Wisp, get in there. What?
No rest for the wicked, eh? And that's that.
Was progression smooth in the
Lightning
beginning, or did it
strikes
feel
twice.
clunky?
A front against nature.
I mean, Huntress is
Thought
like...
it'd come in handy.
Huntress leveling is nothing like the
Need
actual
more time.
gameplay you see here. To be fair, I don't think any build has gameplay and maps that's similar to when they're leveling. I didn't really think it was super clunky, to be honest, so you're just weak in the campaign. Want to tune in the GG's interview? Oh yeah, did it start already? Or is it starting in like 5 minutes? Yeah, just link his channel so I can click it. How many viewers does he have? 20k? 30k? 40k? Isn't disengage faster than dodge roll? Then I gotta press another button, and I have to, like, move my fucking mouse cursor backwards every single time.
Still louder. I'll turn me up to 160. Try talking.
Can you? How's it sound now?
They're low.
Does that sound alright?
And how does this sound? This is Mark again.
We might be able to get it set up.
Well, I think now it's good.
Lightning shatters bone.
But I have an echo, but yeah, I can hear myself.
A clean kill.
Yeah. Alright, hello? Testing, 1, 2,
They
3.
they need to increase
Okay,
their
I don't think I
volume.
have echo anymore. How, I'm still louder than them? Yeah, maybe turn yourselves up a little bit.
Okay. Hey Jen, are you able to get the? Sweet. Alright. Apparently it's cranked up a bit now. Is that better?
No, it's the exact
How's that
same.
chat?
Is that okay?
Test, test. How is this, chat? How is this?
A bit more. I mean, I can turn them up a little bit more. I can put them up to 170.
Okay.
Alright. Try now?
Alright. Testing 1, 2, 3.
I feel like their sound guy always, not really sure.
Okay, everybody's saying good. And my comparative audio to them is good? Okay, cool. Everyone's saying good. I just hope my OBS doesn't crash too. Like, I've had some, like, OBS issues lately.
I'm gonna lower my game volume a little for them, so
hopefully
it's more in line.
I'm ready to start. I'll do just like a quick intro and then we go. But yeah. Thank you so much for joining me here for a podcast after the launch of POE2. This is Jonathan and Neon, for those that don't know, directors of JGG. And yeah, we're here to talk about the launch.
I like it.
Yeah, I mean, well, you know, it's always good to have a chat. You know, obviously it's a bit of a contentious launch in some ways this time, so I'm sure there's going to be a lot of questions about that. But you know, it's always good to have a chat.
Yeah. No, I do have a lot of questions, so I think we'll just get right into it.
Sure.
A lot of people are pretty unhappy with the current state of the game, especially like our relative power to the monsters earlier on. And obviously we are finding some builds that are feeling okay and that are stronger, but I'm asking, are the slower and more challenging builds the intended pace of the game?
Well, I don't know that once again, so I mean, we get this question a lot, right? Of just the like, what is the pace of the game supposed to be? And I honestly find it hard to answer that because of the way that like there isn't really a like an obvious way to even quantify that, given that players have so many different abilities.
I feel like we need to provide more examples.
All I can say is that if people are unhappy, then we will keep on improving things until they're not unhappy anymore. Because ultimately, we want to get the smooth progression where, you know, you start the game, you feel weak, you get stronger, you get stronger, you get stronger, you keep on feeling stronger and stronger. And like you have to have that like progression where you know you're feeling
I feel that.
powerful as you're going through.
I
So
feel
if you're
that right
not
now.
Feeling that, and that means there's something that we have to
I
do.
100% feel that.
Like. And so like
With this build.
it really comes down to like, okay, if you're talking about a weaker build, like, well, what build is it? And,
See?
you know, like then we'll be looking into that and seeing.
See?
What we can do to
He
improve
wants
it.
examples.
We just have to go through these things one at a time.
So I think right now the problem is that it's almost every build this week for a lot of archetypes, and that it's more like it's definitely in the minority that people are like, oh, I found something that works. So it's like almost
That's
like
that's fair. That's a good
and
question.
I guess I'm curious, like what
They're quiet. I can't do anything. They're max.
what amount of time are you expecting people to take going through the entire campaign, or on your own test run, or like when you're doing test runs, how long do you take on a first campaign run?
You know, I actually haven't measured that on the current like version, and it doesn't necessarily always work that way. Like the number of times I play through the full, and when I say campaign here, I'm talking about 6 acts, not just 3.
There we go.
Like if you're talking about the amount of time, like doing that, like I might only do that like that full run like 2 or 3 times in total as we're developing a class.
Yeah.
Like much more often, I'm like either testing this part or I'm testing that part or whatever. And I honestly am not sure exactly what amount of time that's taking. But like as I said, I don't know that like the time. Like the thing is, the presupposition with this question is that like, you know, that we have a goal in mind for the amount of time for the campaign. And the implication of that is that the campaign itself is not fun. But it's like if that's the implication, then we just want to make that fun, right? You know, it's like the campaign should be fun to play. The amount of time it takes, to me, is not nearly as relevant as just make it fun, right? If you aren't having fun, we want to make sure that it is.
It is relevant though
like,
because you're making
that's
multiple
why,
characters.
you know,
You
when
need to
we're
bring
like,
that
okay,
up.
people are saying like we don't like the Act 3 areas, make those shorter. It's like, well, what amount of like I don't think that quantifying that in an amount of time is the right way to look at it. It's like here are some areas that are unfun. I'll make those areas fun, and then whatever the duration of time that takes will not be bothering you, and that may result in the areas becoming shorter. But making it shorter is not like it isn't a time metric that we are looking at to determine whether or not the game is good. It's is the game good fun to play? So like that I guess is kind of the way that I would look at things, and that's I think what puts us a little bit like when it comes to communication with the community, like. People will have their opinion about what they think is the reason that the game isn't fun, and they might be right or they might not be right or whatever. But at the end of the day, what we're looking at is just like, okay, you're obviously having a bad time. We want to fix that. So we're going to look at like here, like so. What we'll do is we'll be like, okay, so you're saying Act 3 isn't good. We'll look at Act 3. We'll look at the reasons why it might be bad. We'll fix those reasons, and then that may or may not reduce the time. Or in this case, it definitely will. Like it's shortened it by a lot. The you know and then but to me it's like the frustrating thing is when you go down a dead end and you're like, okay, you know, like this is bad, or then like you have to respawn, or in the area doesn't
that's good.
You know, like the area despawns and you're like you have to do things again, that kind of stuff, right? That's the stuff that people don't like to do. And so that's where we sort of look at. And so then when it coming back to builds again, once again, it's like, okay, if you're not having fun with your build, then that is a problem. We'll fix that. But it's not like there's a correct pace for the game to be played at as such. We just need to make sure that you're enjoying yourself.
Well, I guess a follow-up to that was I, among with many others, were not expecting a nerf to just how the campaign felt in general, right? In the last interview I heard, it really sounded like the intention was to target things at the top end. But there were so many things that nerfed us during the campaign here. And
the thing I would say about that.
I would like to finish.
Sure.
A lot of people are really wondering about the long-term direction for the game with that in mind, because they were also not expecting that. So a lot of people are wondering if
the campaign, to be clear.
That was going to be my question.
That was not our intention.
So
yeah, we
should be more powerful than we currently are during the campaign then.
Well,
he needs to bring up itemization
at specific cases, right? Because like that comes down.
Like he needs to provide examples.
Like, okay, so like we already did something about that, right? Where we like nerfed Monster Life, and it's possible that we'd have to nerf Monster Life again if that's still a problem. Like that's the kind of thing that we can do. But the thing is that like as I said, like the first thing we heard when everyone was saying this, the first thing we thought was like, what the hell? We didn't even nerf the campaign. Like literally, that's what all the developers were saying. We didn't nerf this. Why is everyone saying we nerfed it? And so like then it's like, well, we found a few things, but like we're still looking for what those things are. And like it's not always necessarily obvious with all the changes that you make and things, because I can absolutely tell you that our goal here was nerf the end game, right? Like nerf the no, it wasn't even nerf the end game. What it was nerf the things that were trivializing the end game before you've even managed to get the like your items and stuff like that, like just the really trivial easy shit. Like that was our intention.
I mean, there were some blatant fuck ups.
Yeah.
Speaking bluntly, right? Like the minion change was just bad.
And when you say the minion change, are you referring to the rare minions or referring to the player minions? Because those are both of those were incredibly terrible.
Just fuck ups.
Good. Yes, those were just fuck ups. And the thing is, it's so easy for like that to slip through.
Well, we have a bit of and look, a lot of it is just because there's a lot of it like it's early access, so we're allowed. But we like are firing from the hip a lot here. And stuff like that, like let's get it in there, let's try it out, see how people think, and if it's bad, we just undo it, right? Like we do regress on a decent number of things in the first few days of a release, and so yeah, there are some pretty blatant fuck ups. So yeah, that's exactly what happened with the rare minion life. It was like, why are now? I don't know why it felt this way, but 100% it was the case that the minions was, for some reasons, the rare minions were surviving longer than the rare often, and it's like, well, they don't have anywhere near as much life as the rare, and then again, once people got enough AoE and all of that, it solved it, but it was just a bad experience. There was just nothing good about that.
Right. I think there was definitely a compounding of a few factors that were like on their own relatively small. But the thing is that and this is the question that I have is that like if people are still having a bad time during the campaign, if they're starting fresh now, because bear in mind as well that people will have an experience and then we'll change the balance behind them, and then they still remember that the experience was bad and they're not playing it again to know that it got better. So the thing is, if you're playing it again and still having a bad experience in the campaign, then that would be a thing where it's like, okay, well, where are the campaign nerfs actually? Like we have to find where they are, because I don't. Like,
I'm telling you, the problem is that people are trying to tackle content with fucking zero mod items, and if they just had some basic gear,
like,
they wouldn't have this problem.
Just means that
I can give examples. Yeah,
sure, we'll go for it.
So
what are some?
So the number one, especially to me, most oppressive thing is the relative speed of monsters compared to our abilities to set things up. Like whenever you're talking,
hang on, but that's not a thing that changed though.
No, but that's been continuously bad. It doesn't matter if it's changed or not.
Okay, sure. But what I'm saying is that. So this is an example.
I think that has changed.
But that's just an example of something that's bad. So what I'm saying is that's not a thing that changed. So like, if you're talking about like, is it your intention to nerf the campaign?
But we are weaker now, right? A lot of skills.
But if you're saying that's bad, I mean, that's a different question, right?
A lot of skills are weaker now, right? They were tuned down on a lot of things, and things that people are starting with weren't necessarily strong. So that relative speed of the monsters feels extra bad. Like you want us to set up these combos and stuff, right? Where we're throwing down like a cyclone and trying to do like a combo move, but the monsters are way too fast. They're rushing us. It's not even like the bosses are the main problem, right? Like if you're seeing like clips.
Yeah, so let's talk about the monster speed thing. So one of the issues that we have is that if monsters are slower
the frustration of both of them,
then combat is optional. Like it's just 100% the case. Like you cannot if the monsters are slow, like anytime the monsters are slower than the player, then you can just run past them and they serve no, like they don't, like effectively you can just choose whether or not to engage or not. And like I don't think that kind of gameplay is good. Now there will probably be some areas like, and the thing is, a lot of the time when people talk about stuff like this, it's like there'll be a few areas that are bad. Like I know there are definitely a few areas where like too many of the monsters are fast. So the Faradin are a good example of that. Where like when you go to the last areas of Act 2, like the Faradin are just really really fast, and there's kind of nothing slow in the area, and so that's an example where like we probably want to make some tuning.
I mean, to get more specific, like I have someone right now literally going through the areas. All areas in the campaign and listing all the areas that have a disproportionately high number of monsters that are too swarmy or too fast.
Reduce monster movement speed.
And my intention after this is to go through
monster
and so,
movement speed the same.
I mean, a good example is
attack
like
time on
right?
monsters.
Yeah, can be. The
Reduce
monsters are real
cast
fast,
time on
and then
monsters.
not only that, you're in a ritual with them in a tight confined space, and it just
make
you
them
end up
move
in this
fast.
kind of moving
Make them
around with packs.
slower.
So if you're not fast enough to kill everything, you just get absolutely swarmed. And
I guess I'm a little.
But just to continue with that though, I just want to mention that like. One of the issues we run into is like people will say, oh, you know, like things should never be faster than the player and that kind of stuff. And it's like, well, if we did that, then the game would feel pretty lame. So it really is a question of like targeted changes, like finding where the worst things are and then solving that issue.
I really disagree with that. So you were saying like if the monsters are slower than the player, then combat is optional, but like it's an ARPG. We want to kill the monsters. That's where all the loot is. That's where our XP is. Like, sure, you'll have some speedrun scenarios where people are running past them, but usually what ends up happening is that we're running past them, bunching them up in a large bunch and killing a bunch of them, and that just feels really good. That's a core part of ARPGs for a lot of people. So I don't think that being faster than the monster is as bad as you think it is. Like, we actively want to kill monsters. That is the entire premise.
Well, I don't necessarily disagree with you that gather and killing is fun, right? And you should still be able to do that. But as I said, I don't think anything about the fact that some monsters are faster than the player prevents that. I don't think you can have areas where everything is slower than the player. Like, it really isn't that
I'm telling
that
you,
great.
reduce the attack speed of the monsters.
In POE1,
keep the movement speed the same.
Distant past, we had that problem, and it just meant that running past monsters was the thing you did all the time. And then there were some changes, like
100%.
I don't know how many years ago it was, like what was it, 4 years or something like that? When was the Act 1 like thing? Like, we made changes where we made a lot of monsters faster than the player, and at the time, and that wasn't negatively perceived at the time. It just made the monsters feel better that we had there. So like, you absolutely can have monsters faster than the player, and I do think it's important to have those kinds of situations.
If you're
it just shouldn't be that it's prevented.
This is trying to talk to a brick wall. You got a reason,
the
bro.
balance right.
You know, you need a
and
reason
I think
with
that
it.
that's like a running
That's my
theme
opinion.
with POE2 in general is that the target is smaller. Like, because if we want the combat to be more engaging, then that means there's a smaller target that it puts more pressure on the balance to be right. And so I think that's the main issue that we're running into, is just that it's okay if okay, so this is sort of a larger topic, right? But effectively, it's like in POE1, there are so many tools that the knowledge ceiling is absolutely astronomical. And so you have a situation where a good player can completely dominate everything to like the absolute nth degree, right? Now, what that means is that you've got a scenario where the game seems like an impenetrable mountain to a new player, because like, if you don't know what you're doing, the game is just like impossible to understand. And it's like, there's all these tools that you can use to improve yourself, but the existence of everything like that and like having such a huge skill ceiling means that you can just trivialize the game right at the start. And so like, what that also means though is that like, if we get balance numbers wrong, like if a monster has like double life by accident in POE1, it like doesn't even really matter. Whereas if a monster has double life in POE2, it matters a lot. And so what I'm saying is that the threshold for what is right is like way tighter in POE2, and so that means it will just take longer to balance and get it all correct. But it really is the case, I think, that it's getting all those numbers right that kind of makes it like that will make the combat ultimately fun at the end of the day. And like, if we're doing our job correctly, then we'll still have this situation where a good player feels like they dominate and a bad player feels like they have a good time. But we won't have a situation where if you're a good player, the combat is so trivialized that you literally never have a moment where you're in any danger or have any kind of like level of like sort of interest going on. And I think that's the worry that we have when we're looking at things, is like, if we get to the point where like a good player never has to face a single challenge ever, then I don't think that that's going to be a game that will ultimately.
I think they're both using extremes,
and so that's kind
and they
of
got
like,
a reason.
And like, so that is to me the reason, like what I fear happening if we just like say, okay, we're just going to like lower everything and make it easy.
That's just
and
me.
that once again, that isn't to say that
this is tough to listen.
Like, maybe Monster Life does have to come down. Like, if we're in the wrong band, we just need to lower it, and that's fine. Like, we will get to the point where that is fun. But we'll do that by while still making sure that we have a good experience for, ideally for everyone, right? Like, it should be the case that is balanceable to that way. It's just a lot harder in POE2 context.
Well, I think a large portion want like bosses to be what is the challenging content, whereas right now it's almost the reverse, where there's so many clips of like people like dodge rolling away from like packs, right, and they're getting chased down, maybe not having a counter player, and they're like, oh my god, I'm just being chased down. So and also I sort of disagree on the Act 1 changes in POE1 not being negatively received. I do remember there was quite a lot of people that really didn't like that because of what you mentioned with like the faster monsters is generally a bad thing. So I definitely do disagree with that.
Just because I'm a like to have things to actually go and start to address. Like, can I get a gauge on what you think is like where in the game it starts to become a problem, or do you think it's like just straight out of the gate?
Straight out of the gate. Like even the second zone, like the first zone might be okay, but the second zone with the wolves it's like pretty like instant, where I don't feel like I'm getting that like ARPG playstyle.
But won't we be hurting more players than we're helping with that?
By making
won't that
monsters slower?
immediately make it? Yeah, won't we that immediately mean that like a ton of players who actually enjoy the game because the combat is engaging immediately, like what, doesn't it kill the game for them? Like what I'm saying is like it's easy to say like, oh, you make the game easier and everyone's happy, but it isn't the case. Like a lot of people prefer the game to like actually have some challenge in it. Like for example, right? Okay, so here's the thing, right? So every night I go home and I play, and I like do test runs of everything, right? And it's like, if we made it so that there wasn't any challenge for me in Act 1, I wouldn't play the game anymore. And that isn't helping anyone, right? Like, I need to keep playing the game every night to actually enjoy myself. It's like, if I'm not enjoying myself, then it's like, how can I even develop the game correctly? So on some level, it's like, it has to be fun for me. And I know that if you...
We don't need to nerf anything. Just give players more loot.
Get to the point of
and then
having,
they won't struggle
like,
as
everything
much.
Just be
And
trivial.
then nothing
it's like,
has to
okay,
be nerfed.
like, why am I even playing this anymore?
Right.
So
I
there
feel like Ziz
like,
could just say
there has to be
that.
some level
Or
of
suggest
challenge.
that.
Now,
there's just a lot. I just thinking more on this specific. There's a big spectrum here. Like for example, I know I have seen the feedback of Act 1 minus canopy and mana. Feel generally good on the pacing, the speed of monsters.
Right.
You feel like you can almost do no-hit runs, is like kind of what people have said. And then you get to Act 2, and it's not too bad at the very start, and then you get to the like Halani gates, and it's like, okay, now everything's gone off the reservation.
The Farah didn't have a problem.
And then you get
there's the Titan Valley
I've
as
seen
well.
I've seen a decent spectrum like that, and I 100% want to fix that. Like,
right.
So that's why I was asking you for your example, because there's just a lot of people on the different spectrums here that want different things.
Like Mark
and
is
so I'm trying to
literally
understand
asking for examples. We need to
how
provide
much we would
examples.
need to change things for the discussion with you as opposed to with other players.
Right.
So that's all I was asking there, because I do intend on slowing down those extreme zones, and I think there are like 10 of them. And I think that is at least something hopefully a lot of viewers are going to be happy to hear, which is like, okay, cool, they're going to address those. So the Dreadnought, Icicle, you've got Canopy. We're going to start, those are the most egregious I'm listing. I'm not saying those are the only problematic ones. And then you got areas like Titan Valley, which is just like riddled with annoying monsters that are just like out of control. And you got heaps of this. So start there, and we keep working backwards until we catch as much as we can. And it's going to be a lot of different changes. So one could be, okay, like, why is it that there are 6 different varieties, of which all are just, as you've, heard people mentioning, and I think I saw something that you had thing, which is they're playing POE1, I think, which I thought was a funny comparison. Which I
They are
like, okay, fair enough. They need to, not every monster needs to slow down, but like, for example, some of them can be fast, and maybe the answer is, okay, they should be weaker. So sure, they engage you, but they die quick.
Weaker.
Or maybe the answer is like,
reduce
there's
their
too
attack
many
speed.
of them, and then in a lot of the cases,
For
it's going to
sure.
be like, okay,
This is
here's
what I'm
6 different
suggesting.
types of packs. Well, 6 of them are fast. Well, that's a problem. 5 is fast.
See,
That's
you
a
just
problem.
have to
4 are
reason
fast.
with
That's a
them.
problem.
If you
3 are
reason
fast,
with
that's
them, they'll
probably
be
still a problem.
understanding.
But 2 are fast. That's
You
probably
can't
more
put 2
acceptable.
brick
So you get
walls together.
2 really slow, maybe 2 fast, 2 kind of in the middle, and you get some big slow monsters, some small monsters, and that distribution isn't quite right in a lot of zones. And so this why I asked, because I would say some zones have a nice, here are the slow monsters, and here are the fast monsters, and it's kind of cool. You get this like up and down pacing, and it can feel kind of fun, where sometimes you're on edge, and sometimes you're just
Mark the
obliterating
bridge
things.
maker.
And then you get the ones where you're like, holy, I've just been zoned 3 zones in a row where I'm just on edge, getting swarmed, like absolutely, and that creates this extreme negative feeling of like, I can't do the things that my skills want me to do, and that is bad, and that I definitely want to fix that, and I want to fix that imminently. Like, I'm going to immediately get on to doing that. So there is a huge range of spectrum of players that want different things here. And I want to at least address that thing, because I know that's just bad. Like, I think that's bad for everyone. I don't think that's bad for some people. I think that's bad for, everyone. It's for a huge majority. So we can start there for sure.
But to be clear, though, like we still do need to have some monsters that are faster than player. It can't be that none are. And like things like the wolves in the second area, like if we didn't have that, then I think that you wouldn't even like. Once again, you wouldn't get the feeling of like. You would immediately out of the gate have the game as just trivial, and like I think that really would hurt the game a lot. Like I think that would be a big problem. So it's really just a question of like. If there are parts that are frustrating, we'll address them. But like it isn't the case that just everything needs to be slower. It really would hurt.
So I think
there's another thing you.
I was just gonna say, I think there's almost like two different player bases where there are a lot of people that just want to blast and maybe have challenging bosses, and then there are people that want like
I'm blasting right now.
Gameplay, every second to second moment to be like very engaging. So it's I guess like
I don't know that I don't know that I agree with that either, because I don't think it's so binary as you say. Like there is a middle ground that will work.
I'm in the middle ground.
I'm almost certain
My build's
there is.
great.
And the way that you get there is by just looking at the individual cases and just fixing every one of them until like the rough edges are all sawed off, sanded off, and then and then it kind of works. And like you'll get to a point where like you just don't get frustrating experiences anymore because we've managed to sort of fix all of those cases, and that point won't be in a situation where just everything is slow. Like we really will still have a level of engagement.
I guess the problem with everything being so fast, and part of why I pointed out like everything almost, is because it's such a heavy focus on combo gameplay right now, but it feels like the speed of the monsters are heavily incentivizing like one button builds. Like,
that's a good point.
As soon as I could, I was like, the less I can do, the better everything will feel, just because I don't have time to set up combos. We're getting completely overwhelmed.
Mark already said they need to
that's
change
why I
that.
pointed out everything as a bit of an issue.
Well, it isn't necessarily the case that you have to use a combo on every monster.
Good.
Like, if you've got stuff that's fast, you don't use combos on that, and because it's disrupting you. But then also, it is also important that that monsters do disrupt your combos, because otherwise your gameplay just degenerates into doing like 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. Like the monsters have to be able, like there has to be situations where
this is where we segue into player defenses.
Like have a situation where
segue into player defenses.
Can respond to things like you actually get some counterplay on stuff like that. And so the monster designs have to reflect that on some level. But like it's always an amount, right? Like there's an amount of that you need, and there's probably too much of that going on. But you still need an amount of that, or it just becomes all flat.
We've we've been talking about like, look, the last few days we've been talking about some like pretty extreme considerations and things, and like, talking about the monster life is the main thing, which you could argue is player damage, right? They're obviously
monster life is the easiest way. If everything is too weak, then monster life is the way to solve it.
Oh yeah, if there's a few outliers of builds that are find the tricks to do good, then yes, it is. I bring all players up or bring all monsters down. They're the same thing.
Mobs are gonna get nerfed.
And like we have been talking about a lot of this, and like actually going like, what would we willing to do here? How would we be willing to change it? What are we willing to test? What are we willing to try? And like there's heaps of things on the cards here. Like kind of honestly everything's kind of been on the cards, as long as we don't feel like at the end of the day that we've taken the teeth out of the game in terms of difficulty. Like that is what's important to us, is making the game still have a feeling of hard, being difficult. And I would say out more than just bosses. Like it shouldn't just be that the
Also
bosses
the
are the only thing that's difficult.
Sure.
And we certainly don't want it to devolve into what I would argue is I know this is like way further away, but like, again, we're talking about changing. It could be changing anything here. The one thing I also worry about is getting to the thing where I would argue a lot of the difficulty in POE1 outside of a lot of the boss fights is just like you occasionally just instantaneously die to something and you're like, I don't even know what I died to. And a lot of that is where you get like, it isn't necessarily from monsters being too hard, and it is often from just like spam and too much stuff going on, combined with like daemons and volatiles and all of that. So making sure we avoid that as well. But it does mean in the sense that then you kind of get that like, okay, you have to have it be that you're engaging with the monsters for it to be difficult. Which kind of means monsters do need to actually pose a threat, and you need to be able to see what they're doing and react to what they're doing. Now, I wouldn't say that's universally perfect, but that's an argument for like, not wanting to get it to the point where it's too much of that, just like, well, I guess that's an argument for de-swarming things, as you said, which I agree with, by the way. It is like an important thing, because it is kind of getting towards that, and that contributes towards where things are slow and stuff. But I wouldn't personally argue that every zone feels swarmy. I think there's a swarmy argument I 100% want to focus on solving first, and then there's like a certain things are fast and certain things are slow, and maybe there's that. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure where I was going with that, but I just want to, I guess it's more just giving my sense of where I want to make sure we don't end up is in that place, just to make sure, and we want to be real careful about not getting to that point. So I would actually say we're probably a bit too far there in a lot of the areas, but I don't think it is a universal problem right now.
I think also, especially, even though warrior is or May skills are particularly strong now due to being able to use a shield, but it can feel very bad that like every damage node like has a downside, whereas isn't really the case for the other builds.
Say
where, like, with
reduce
the
attack
maces,
speed.
it's like, yeah, you get 40% increased damage, but 5% reduced attack speed.
Good.
And reduced attack speed, especially with all these
Good.
combos, can feel particularly
Thank you for providing
bad
the example.
compared to others. I would say like maces are kind of good right now, but a lot of that is the shield.
I actually do think there is a bit too much of the... I actually like a little bit of, like, he may be a cluster or two having the kind of upside downside, but it's honestly something we've... Aside, you know, obviously
It's just
Keystones
attack
have
speed.
upside
That's the
downside,
only
but
problem.
yes, there's
Upside
true that
downside's fine, but on
probably
attack
there's
speed it's not.
kind of too
For
many
now.
passives, especially in the warrior section, that are a little bit too giving downsides, where it was something, honestly, that's a bit experimental to POE2. Like,
yeah,
we didn't have that in POE1, and we were like, let's give it a go, and maybe we went a little bit overboard with it in that part of the tree, but I don't hate it as a concept. I think it's
love
just
it as
that
a
it's a little
concept.
bit too
It's just
saturated there. I will agree
attack
with you
speed's
there
just a
100%.
rough one.
I would say, as people hopefully would know, we're going to iterate on that passive tree a million times, so
yeah,
it'll find its sweet spot for sure, and it's definitely not there yet.
I do think it's important though that like keystones can be felt, and so
well, we're not talking keystone.
Sorry, I didn't mean to say keystone. I was saying notables can be
Notables.
felt. And so part of the reason for the upside downside thing is that like it lets you do a larger damage bonus because it's got the downside, and therefore you're going to really feel that damage bonus.
No, they are
And so,
good.
like,
I think it's the frequency of them in that part of the tree.
But I'm
is
saying
a
that you
bit-
can find
bit
another
much.
way maybe to do that. But it's like I do think that like having that feeling of like I really felt that node is something that we like that is a thing that you do get. That you know
that is important in our passive tree philosophy. Yes, is that the before and after of taking a notable, especially the first. Obviously, nodes become less valuable as you get higher level because they're just saturating into a bunch of diminishing return. Well, not diminishing returns, but more like, you know, the 500 to 520% increase is going to matter less than the 0 to 20 and whatnot. But especially for the first chunk of the game, we want it to be that every notable is felt. Like, you're like, I definitely now can feel the difference. And I would say, a lot don't hit that mark. Some do, some don't. But yeah, we've been trying new things there, so.
Yeah.
Bit of a pivot.
Yeah. So the next question, I want to talk a little bit about the fact that you have only done like the crazy large changes between seasons, and you talked a little bit about that. You felt forced to treat the game like it was released. Are you still happy with doing only large balance changes between patches, or is that something you would maybe revisit with something like every 2 weeks, especially with like a warning period, like changes are coming in 4 days?
It's hard. I don't think that you can just nerf people in the middle of a league no matter what. Like, we get highly punished for that.
Okay, boys, we're good.
And look, I
We
mean,
roll
people are
now.
gonna be
We're
unhappy
good.
about nerfs
Let's
whenever
go.
we do
Come
them.
play my bill. Let's go, boys.
You know, like, as we can see. But like, it is actually strictly worse if you get nerfed while you're playing the game. Now we're in a position now where, because things like are probably possibly undertuned, that we can just do mid-league buffs, and so that means you'll see way more patch changes happening now, because like it's okay to do major buffs during the middle of a league,
which we
just
doing.
can't do. Which we're doing now.
I generated a relatively large list yesterday.
So
Which I know we have that whole, philosophical discussion earlier about player power. Well, like, there are many builds, many skills that are underneath, because obviously otherwise I wouldn't have spent a good chunk of the day going through and assessing what needs to be increased, right? So, like, I don't want it to take as like I don't want people to take away from that as being like no, we're happy with the current balance. Like, obviously not. We're still going to make changes. We're still going through everything and we'll get to that sweet spot for sure, but like...
I mean, it's going to end up feeling like a season of buffs this time, and the reason why it'll feel that way is because, like, the medicine has gone down now. Now we can start on all of the actual, like, you know, like, all of the positive buff parts. And so it's like, last season we just weren't even in a situation where we could even do that, right? Because it's like you already had
we genuinely tried to. We genuinely tried to. We had this plan of, like, bring all the top end outliers down and then make sure everything is feeling good in the middle. And we started with the bringing outliers down, and then all of a sudden, and this is why the patch notes were so late, we were like, oh no, like we're like running out of time here. Like, we thought we could get through more of the balance, and start bringing more things up. We didn't get to do all that we had hoped to do. But like by that point, it's kind of too late, and so like we're going in, and then now our idea here is like we thought we were. I like literally up until the last minute, we're like, okay, we're gonna keep going. Right, let's start buffing. Let's look at weak things, and like it just ended up being too time consuming. And so the answer here is now though, it's like, well, let's just keep going. And so obviously the first few days is really like looking at all the player feedback and going, what are the biggest problems, right? And this is where you get the Act 3 changes, you get the minion builds, you get the big things. And we are trying to address all of that. And I understand just game-wide balance is a big thing.
Mm-hmm.
But now it's just going to be like, all right, this skill. Like, let's go. What are we changing? Going through literally every single one on every single skill tree and every single reservation. And then we're going to go, okay, well, you've still got Blood Mage and Acolyte Chiola sitting there at 0%, 0.1% played. Okay, well, clearly not doing well enough. Let's target that and just go on and just keep... We're just going to keep iterating through until we can get as far as we can, and maybe we catch everything, maybe we don't, but like the intention is to not stop just because the release day happened. Like we had a goal, we didn't achieve that goal, and so we just need to keep going.
And do you have like a rough idea? Like you were saying you were working on a lot of things to be buffed. Do you have a rough idea on how early we could be seeing those already?
Well, we'll be seeing them continuously. Like, okay, so this was a
2 days.
Yeah.
Okay,
Like this was a funny
Much
thing.
better answer. God damn it.
One of the things I think that was major.
God damn it, Jonathan.
Things we're working on post was like this was the things we were working on that day. Like literally, that was that day's worth of work that we were talking about. And then the next day, it's like, well, now we're doing this Act 3 stuff. And like today, we'll be doing a bunch of other stuff. And like, you know what I'm saying? It's like every day we're going to be like continuing to iterate and do stuff. It's like so the idea that someone's like, oh, they're not even acknowledging this thing. It's like, well, come on, we've literally had like that was one work day. You know, like there's more stuff coming, right? Like,
which
you know,
we need to be more clear about.
Sure.
We'll try to be
very
more specific about that, but yes.
I mean,
like,
which is what I was talking about before. Remember when we had this
okay,
discussion?
We're going to look into all
that
this
he
Act 3 stuff.
I literally called this.
Checkpoints, and it's like,
CJ, do you remember? CJ, you were there with. Do you remember?
It's like it's not like hurting anyone to add some more. So it's like the idea that we're like, oh, we're just going to solve the whole thing by adding checkpoints was like ridiculous. Like obviously that wasn't the case. It was just like, here's just the thing that I can just tell someone, hey, go do this while I'm looking at this, you know, and so they did that, and so then that'll go in the next version. But you know, like it's like then it's like the next like 4 hours after that, I'm like sitting there going through areas and trying to work out what's you know, like what needs to improve about them.
Yeah, so checkpoints is kind of something I want to talk about with the large zones and stuff. And you posted, you made a post yesterday talking about that several Act 3 zones would be reduced in size.
But no movement speed.
But as a core idea, is Path of Exile 2 being aimed more at like doing one long playthrough and finishing up one character rather than do like 5 to 10 characters and the people that are playing thousands of hours per year?
I mean, that's once again, it's not like I'm not targeting one or the other. Like your second, I mean, like if you're doing multiple playthroughs, the game is a lot faster just due to the like items and stuff that you have. Like that is definitely the case. You know, like
a big thing that's missing.
Like, making multiple characters in a league is certainly something that I expect and want you to be able to do.
Zelric, I read people for a living.
A big thing that's missing comparatively to POE1.
I know when I'm right. I hate to sound like a dick.
Our ability to speed ourselves up, right, on our second character.
That's how it is, you know?
You have things like 7 step and stuff like that. And at least so far, we don't have that many alternatives for that, and our movement abilities.
No, you already apologized, bro. You're good. You apologized like hours ago.
Even though like we can kill the bosses faster, but since the zones are so large, we can't get like the same amount of speed on our second and third character onwards that we would be expecting in POE1.
Well, is the zone largeness issue like I mean, Act 3 was the one I would say that was like pretty obvious as far as like things like that go. But if it comes to other zones, it's just a question of what are those zones and which are the issues. And like also the other thing is that like generally speaking, like once you know how the zone works, there are ways then to like to to know what you're looking for and sort of how to go places and what to do.
Yeah, they're both
So to the
they're both
extent
a little
that-
too
that-
aggro.
that
They
isn't
both
the
need to
case,
sit
that's
down.
why,
Mark is
when
like
we're
the guy
looking
who's
at-
being
that's why we're
level-headed
looking at
right
Act 3.
now.
It's not just make this zone smaller. It's like what's actually the reason why a player who is experienced is not able to find the thing that they're looking for, right? And that's where we come to like, oh, there's this whole area over here that you could just walk down and you have no idea whether or not that's important or not. And so then you end up doing that and it just wastes a bunch of your time. But like the intention is to make it so that like if you know what you're doing, then you know where to go and like you don't have a problem with that. So like that's
Everyone
why
needs
a
to
lot of the
sit
changes in
down,
Act 3
have a
is just
swim
like, okay,
session.
yeah,
That's
like,
why I
you
need
get
to
this-
go.
you
I need to
randomly
go
get
set up
bad
an
luck,
interview
and then
with
the
them, bro.
Chimera wetland has the stupid Y fork thing in it, and like takes ages to go one way or the other. It's like you get rid of all of that stuff, and then the zones won't feel so large because like
I
you
went
know
through
where
my
you're going,
ragey
you know how to
phase
get-
like 7 years ago, bro. I'm
kinda works
fucking
out that
ancient
way.
archaic,
I
and
do
here I
know
wrote the
layouts, so,
hieroglyphics for
and they
Twitch,
are
bro.
very large even with knowing the layouts, just because our movement speed is like relatively slow. Like even like Matland waterways, before they're getting reworked, hopefully the rework makes them a lot slower, but I know exactly where I'm going. I'm not like backtracking into the wrong area, making it
Yeah, so
longer.
that-
it is just a lot of
that
these
area in
zones are very long.
particular, like I understand that area is a challenging one, and it's hard for us to actually fix like trivially because just the way that the level generation works there's not an easy like it's not like okay like we other areas we can change the layouts very easily because like the way that our generation works, but that area has a very fixed type of layout, and so it's going to take more effort, which is why it was on the list because I didn't have an immediate like thing I could do that day to sort that one out. But like I understand that that's an area of concern for people. But like once again, it's like that's a specific area, and I wouldn't say that like that the issues that area has would apply to the whole game. You know, like that's just an area, a specific problem for that particular.
So,
area.
is speeding the player up an option? Like, is that something you'd be willing to consider?
Wait.
Well, it sort of depends on how it was done. Like. We've discussed some things in that area like before. I'm not necessarily against that, but it would have to be done in a way that didn't compromise the combat and compromise like the like it shouldn't be the case that you. I mean, because this is the issue with this, right? Is that speeding up the player is if you speed up the player to the point where they're once again faster, then always faster than the monsters. Then you get back to the like combat doesn't work anymore, like combat is optional kind of like situation again. So like we would have to find a way to do that wasn't going to like break that as well. So there might be something we can do there, and we've kind of been discussing that. Because I'm not exactly wanting to subject people to like running when they're not doing anything, right? But it's just a question of finding a way to do that that's not going to.
It's hard to say anything specific because like there's a little bit of like the moment we say a specific solution, people might hold us accountable to that in a degree, and
like we haven't tried it yet, so we can't.
We have been talking about
it.
We do have some options we want to try. We just don't want to talk about them before we try them.
Right.
But like, yes, I agree. Now you mentioned one other thing there, just because I don't want to gloss over things too much, which is you mentioned the Twink unique problem.
Yeah.
Which is 7 league steps. There are many more items in POE1 that you can use to streamline the efficiency on reroll. That is still very deficient, yes. It will come in time, I assure you. It's just a matter of we did higher level uniques this time. Obviously, they're not going to have low level item requirements. Maybe next time there's a more even split. I don't know. We just need to keep going with the uniques, and we'll eventually get there. We do have some designs that achieve specifically the low level high movement speed boots. We do have that as a thing that I definitely already have designed. I think it's just waiting on the art, and then it's going to go in. But yeah, there's going to be a lot more of those coming over time as well. Like that will solve itself in due time for sure. And
but is there like the question I was okay? So is for damage, the twinking situation is not bad right now, right?
It's
like
not
for
as
damage.
bad. It's not as bad. Again, you can kill stuff fast.
It's the movement speed specifically that
and the fact that we don't have movement abilities like in the same way. Like there's only so much speed you get with shield charge. Like if I'm doing like a third or fourth character, I can definitely get enough damage. Right? It's rough on my first character,
but you don't
at least
have to use movement abilities as the solution to this. And I would prefer that wasn't the solution because. Then you end up with a kind of like pretty lame sort of gameplay thing going on. Like there's going to be a better way to improve that without having a ability
as said,
solution.
we have some things on the cards. We just need to test them out and try them and be able to actually have a good argument as to why they are good, and we convince ourselves, damn, we should have done this before, or they're bad, and we're like, here's why they're bad, and we can explain what we tried and why it's bad. But Yeah, again, we're always a bit on discussing what those will be because yes, again, they're being held accountable. People get their hopes up for it, and then we have to say it doesn't work. So like, there's a little bit of like, let us just try these things, and then we'll see what we come up with, and we'll tell people the moment that we have it. But again, it's not a piece of. It certainly is something that's come up, and will come up every single repeat of the league, and so it's not like off our radar by any means.
Okay. That's good. So obviously a bit of a different question, but on console, debuffs have the option to be at the bottom of the screen. Could that be a toggleable option for PC? Just can be rough to like
I'll look
move
into
your
that.
eyes.
It wasn't on my radar. We might be able to do something.
We
like that.
have a full buff UI rework going on at some point soon. It was planned for earlier, where like so this can be part of the consideration, I guess.
Yeah,
But our UX guy's currently working on. Has it on top 5 of his list, kind of thing, of things that we're going to just do to improve the system.
That wasn't to do with moving them, but we can add that to the list of things that we might.
I mean, it's the whole. If they can go behind the boss's life bars and all that problem. And hopefully, if it's good enough as well, we can port that to POE1 because it's a more egregious problem there for sure.
Yeah. The next question is about in POE1 we have a lot of player agency over how we solve early problems. Like the skill tree has a lot of temporary fixes for a build early on, where if your gear isn't up to scratch, you can get 30 to like strength, dex, int. You can get leech. You can get resists, even like specific ones like fire, cold, lightning, etc. You can get very easy access to fixing mana and stuff like that. And a lot of things that are like temporary fixes that you later on fix with gear. And the crafting bench also helps a lot more with that in POE1. And I know runes are meant to be the solution here, but we don't really get enough sockets early on, we don't get enough gear early on, and we then don't have any way at all to really fix this.
So why is it that you're not getting enough sockets early on?
Well, they're just not dropping. Even if you're checking the vendor, like I'm checking the vendor every time I level up. I'm disenchanting everything. I still don't get enough.
This is what I need to
because
ask.
the game is very difficult right now. So you try to keep getting gear upgrades. There is not enough loot. There is a lot of people complaining about not enough drops.
I don't get the same experience of not getting enough socketables personally. Like, I would say that probably 80% of the gear I'll be wearing pretty much through the whole campaign would have sockets like in there. So like if that's the case, then like there must be something I'm not understanding about.
I don't think I have sockets on gear, to be fair.
Because that's just like a totally different experience than
I don't think that's
when I'm playing myself.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to.
The intention.
Sorry, go on.
The intention is that you use socketables to fix those problems. And it is fundamentally identical to the crafting bench as far as the resultant.
Just make your quest rewards give artificer orbs. Boom, done.
Like there's nothing about the crafting bench that really changes anything that way, other than it's being less intuitive to use for new players.
Well, it is a lot stronger.
Well, there's the power. Yeah, there is the power.
Well, okay, so sure.
You should just give examples. Here's a good example. Ready?
Problems.
When I go through the campaign, I don't find much socket gear. If I do, it's for other bases. So I take it, I break it down, I get artificer orbs. I only use the artificer orbs for my weapon because that's the most important. Therefore, I'd like to get bonus artificer orbs to use for my gear as I continue on. Could we please add that as?
I mean, I don't buy stuff from the vendors. Just as a qualifying thing, that I don't buy socketables from the vendors and do that thing. I know people do that. That's not a thing that I'm doing. I mean, I might do it like if I've got like a stack of 9 shards and I'm like, okay, I want a socket right now. I might like do that, but generally speaking, that's not what I'm doing. So like, there's clearly some disconnect here, as far as like what the amount of loot that you're getting versus what I'm seeing, I suppose. So like, I guess I just need to understand why. Like, why does it feel so different for different people?
It might have a relatively high swinginess or something that we need to find a way, like adding more. Like I know something that was suggested was adding more artificers orbs to fixed quest rewards through the game to minimize the RNG outcome.
Right.
Because we added those quite late.
Do you hear this? Like, do you actually hear this? Like, do you?
And I'd be totally.
Do you hear what I am saying?
The
Like,
second thing I'd like to do soon is.
I need to be on this interview, man. I need to be on here, bro. Me and Mark, we are like. We're literally fucking eye to eye, bro. Like
their weapon crafting bench,
and we do need to. We do need to fix. We have to add sockets to caster weapons. That needs to come as well.
Now there is one slight concern that I have seen echoed in a decent bit of feedback, which is that the runes are, which is mitigated with more Artificer's Orbs for sure, but the runes are creating a bit of a sense of making it like the thing with that the POE1 sockets created, which is like replacing items becoming slightly harder.
Yep.
So there's a little bit of just making sure we're careful about that as well. But being able to have more Artificer's Orbs and thus socket more gear will mitigate that, so that when you get your upgrade, you're able to add a socket to it.
But I would say that it's definitely the hard-coded drops that would be the thing that, because if it's not happening to everyone, then it is a thing that would be the drop solving that way.
But yeah, the caster weapons getting rune sockets and obviously runes for them, and
can you guys make a clip for me?
Deterministic artificers.
I guess it's a lot.
It
It have to be edited though,
two
'cause it's
things
too long.
on my
but
immediate radar to help at least mitigate some of this. I might do a quick review on the power pass of the runes as well. I just don't want them to be too much about giving damage, but it might be a lot of the more utility and defensive ones are just on the weak side, and those can certainly come up immediately.
Well, the problem that you have, once again, is that, like, so I sort of mentioned this earlier, but if the tools that you have are too powerful, then the people who know to use them are benefited to a larger degree compared to the people who don't, and what you're doing there is then you end up in a situation where content will, be like, it's just a new player goes into this and it's like, well, I didn't know about this, and then like you get screwed over. And so like things like even nodes on the passive tree can be this way, where it's like, okay, well, you had to know to pick this, and if you didn't know to do that, then you're screwed, right? Like that's the kind of thing that's like a bit of a problem. And so that we just have to be really careful about that. And like that's actually one of the reasons, by the way, why lesser runes exist, because if you knew to put a lightning damage rune in your weapon, then you would just like completely like ridiculous compared to anyone who didn't know that. And so it's like you've got like, it shouldn't be that just a single, like there's a tool like that which you just with knowledge alone, it's like you're completely like you're completely overpowered compared to other people. So you just have to be like, we just have to be really careful with that stuff.
Well,
it's important. It's also.
Oh no, you're gone.
It's just important to make sure that the solutions are very front-facing, because that passive tree stuff, in POE1, sure, I agreed, and it seems obvious to a bunch of people, but then also there's two problems going on there in the POE1, which is it adds to a sense of complexity, because it's like, here are the things you must know before you start playing to have a good time, and I know that's one small piece of that puzzle or that problem. And the second thing is
like Jonathan's taking a lot of
from
offense
the
to this
crafting
vision.
bench is that the crafting bench is in your hideout, and
that's what
not
I've
in
been
any
saying
town,
for like
which
2
I
years.
agree is a
Since Chris
downside.
said
Ideally, it would be more in your face.
I love both
And so,
of them.
like, a
I
lot of people
do.
just forget
I just
to
think
use it
that
and forget
Jonathan
that it
needs to put
exists.
more power in Mark, maybe.
And
but I
that
mean,
is
I
the
don't,
thing where,
I don't
like,
know,
again,
right?
if you know, you know,
Just
and you have a good
speculation.
time, and if you don't know, you don't know, and you like suffering. So whatever the solutions end up being, we definitely need to make sure are like very front-facing in
what
your
if we get
face, and are
movement
like,
speed here, bro?
here's clearly the very intuitive way to solve these problems. So that's just an important piece of like philosophy we need to make sure we maintain.
A lot of that can be solved through quests, though, right? You can have an NPC already giving one of those like runes and even telling you like, hey, chuck this in your weapon for more damage if you're using a bow.
It would, I mean, surely if the runes are there to solve problems, then
It's
ideally
like 2 dead
they're not
stats,
telling you
but
exactly which one
it's
to
30
use, right?
MS
It
with
should be depending
mana.
on what your problem is.
That's gonna
we do need to make
be
sure that people have got enough Artificer's Orb to make sure
our
they can do
ES
that.
boots to start with.
Yeah, but you were talking about the problem that you
Streamer
were
client.
rewarded for knowledge.
I'll
which
show you
I
the
don't
fucking
think
streamer
necessarily
client.
is a
You
bad
dare
thing. I
call
think that
streamer
is a
client?
good
Check this
thing.
out.
No,
And-
you 100% should be rewarded for knowledge. The question is, was the degree of the reward? Because if it is as high
Bam!
as like the point where just knowing this makes
Yo, I got
doubles the
23 cold
DPS,
res.
then
Alright, good shit.
like that means that like the way it means that the balance has to be like surely like monsters would have to be harder if that was the case. And so it's like, I don't think that can be something that like we don't want to have to make the monsters harder. So therefore, like we have to just be a little bit careful about that.
There's a
that
fine
stuff.
line there for sure.
Right.
But yeah, there's some improvements around here to be made, and there's some good takeaways from that anyway, right? Like the determinism for sure. And I think it's also a matter of like, okay, I think there is a guaranteed rune from Ogden Village. Maybe that's too late.
You know what bothers me is that so much of this is talking about the campaign.
You know, again, more of that deterministic
I don't know,
outcomes,
man.
but also maybe knowing
I
that
don't
you're going
think
to
the
get that in
campaign's
advance
that bad, bro.
would be helpful. I don't think we quite have that displayed. So it's like you know, some of those like the world map icons where you go and get
just
a specific
add a little
reward
bit more
aren't-
loot, and it's all
It's not
done.
necessarily explaining to the user what they're going
campaign's
to get,
important.
and so they might just be
Yeah,
like, it's
but-
just another one of those. I don't need another tier 4
Like,
skill
it's-
gem. But
it's
they
so
don't, that's
easy,
'cause
bro.
maybe they think it's that.
Reduce
so, yeah.
monster
Bit of
attack speed a little
information,
bit, so when people get
improvements
swarmed,
and
it's
a bit
not
of
as
just,
bad.
like,
Add more quest rewards.
some power adjustments, some more determinism, especially with Artificer's Orbs. I actually 100% agree with that. I think if we hadn't have added that system so late into the development, we would have actually put that more throughout 100% anyway, so we should just do it now. But yeah, well 100% some improvements there.
Another thing I'm curious about then, I asked about the skill tree. Do you feel like the skill tree gives a good, or does a good enough job of doing temporary solutions right now that you can later out gear, or like, is that something you'd be open to looking at?
Well, our core philosophy there was that the gear should give you base stats and the tree should multiply them, which makes the tree implicitly worse at then solving the problem. So the intention there is that, now whether or not, I would say we haven't really rediscussed it since then. I still believe that's a great thing to have.
There aren't the other thing that, just as a side note, is that there aren't runes that give you attributes, right?
Correct.
And so that means that you can't solve attribute requirements with runes, which is something that I brought up a bit ago, but like we didn't have time to look at what the implications of that were.
My sole fear with that is that it means that it is even harder now to replace an item with another item.
That is the concern.
Yeah, it is. That's why like something like 30 dex, 30 strength, etc. was obviously very nice in POE1. And it does feel a little bit like, oof, I wish I didn't have to take that, but that gives you like incentive to fix that through gear later. And obviously we have so much resist on the skill tree in POE1 too. I remember like, because the first time I played POE2, we didn't know anything about the skill tree and stuff like that. And I remember thinking, I was in like Act 2 somewhere, and I hadn't pre-planned my day, I hadn't like looked at the data mines or anything like that. So I was like, okay, let's go look at the skill tree where the resists are, because I'm like 10%, 15% on the different res, so I'll pick up 15 on the skill tree. And there was just that one in like Warrior left start, and I was very surprised for that. So like, what's the reason for not having that much resist on the tree?
Because once again, as Mark said, the tree is the theory of it is that the tree enhances what your items are doing, in order to make the But I mean, look, there's something to think about again. Like,
Yeah,
there might be something to that we should be reconsidering.
Yeah.
Like,
we'll 100% go have a discussion about.
Here's
this
what he needs to bring up.
for sure.
The tree is supposed to multiply the defenses of your gear. You don't have good gear in the campaign because no gear drops. Therefore, it feels much better to get res because res doesn't care about your gear. It gives you res. Therefore, you feel stronger and more defensive going through the campaign.
And like, you know, because an alternate solution might just be that the resistances given by the runes are like way too low as well, right? Like that's certainly, because if you think of like the tree for one on obviously POE1, and you combine that with the crafting bench in POE1, like the amount of resistances you're getting there, even from the lowest tier crafts and the tree, is enough to certainly be able to solve any problem. So there's a little bit of just like making sure we don't want to make it too trivial. Well,
the other thing as well is that the monsters are balanced, assuming a different amount of resist than they were in POE1. So that like changes things a little bit as well.
Monsters already fucking delete you. It's okay. Don't worry about that, Jonathan. They're gonna kill us anyway, bro. Don't you worry about it, dude.
Like the expectation is that, the expectation is that you should be able to get through from merely overcoming the negative resistances you get from going through the acts. Like if you're at 0%, you should be like that should be enough, and then any improvement you have over that is supposed to be just like something that's making your character better. But if the monster life or monster damage is not calibrated correctly, then it won't feel that.
Oh, believe me, don't you worry, bud. It's calibrated
balancing
correctly.
around 0 was like
I have to respec my whole fucking build just so I can survive.
And make it so that you always knew the amount of resistances you were supposed to have. Like being that like if the number is red, you need more, and if the number is not red, then you have enough. Like that was kind of the theory in order to make it more obvious, what people are supposed to do there.
Lightning.
The other thing about the tree that can be a bit tricky
that was so good.
here is that when you have that problem, like you probably have that problem immediately, where you're like, oh, I'm dying to all this fire damage. To this boss, I don't have enough fire resistance. The answer can't be like, okay, I need to look at my tree and get some fire resist, because that's too late, right? Like you need to solve this problem more immediately.
Might be able to recombinate Jules.
So having a more immediate solution is ideally what it would be. So ideally there you'd be like, okay, I'm going to swap this item for this item, and or maybe put this rune in, and now I might have another go and have a good time. Where if the answer is like, okay, there's resistance nodes over here, I just need to get 6 more levels so I can get them to then go and fight the boss. Like, I understand there's a level of like, obviously they're good at forward thinking problem solving, but like when you're like in the moment and you're like, damn, I'm struggling right now, what am I going to do right now? It needs to be a more immediate solution, and that's where the passive tree solves it in one regard but doesn't solve it in another regard, and it's important that yes, the runes are there to solve that problem and certain items are there. And sure, it's easy it is not necessarily incorrect to say that those tools aren't as readily available as they should be.
Yeah. Yeah, I also think part of it is that we're definitely not dropping enough gear. Like the state of my gear, it's quite rough. Like a lot of the things I've found throughout the campaign ends up being 1 or 2 stat items, if that.
But isn't that just the? But like, okay, but this is the thing I would say about that is like, okay, when you're saying your gear isn't good enough, you're also just saying the monsters are too powerful. Like it can just be the monsters. Like I don't think that it needs, like, there's an element here of like you might just be conditioned to wearing rares in every slot all the time, which doesn't have to be the case. Well, like the gear power is entirely relative to monster power. So if you're saying your gear isn't good enough, it doesn't have to be the gear needs to get better. It can just be that the monsters are too hard.
Sure, if you're talking about also like damage and like I said speed, but okay, can you give me an idea then? But when
that's
do you
important
think
though, because
the
one of the things that POE2 has gotten us is that you're not just saturating on rares like halfway through Act 1 anymore. Like you actually do, and what that actually means is that you have situations where you change from a rare to a magic. In some cases, you're like changing around your gear through the campaign, and it results in way more like gear upgrades as you go through the campaign. Like there's way more.
I'm gonna be honest,
because you'll downgrade
the
to
way
a blue, but
Jonathan speaks in this, you can tell
a regal and
kind of how when people pose
like,
things, how he says like
changes that are happening through the campaign is very, very high.
Like I'm getting that vibe.
So if
hey Jonathan, what do you think of
gear, then we would lose out on that. And whereas if we lower monster power, then you're improving the like you don't need we wouldn't need to do that. Once again, that doesn't necessarily say that the gear is in exactly the right place, but what I am saying is that like it isn't just buff items. Like it is a question of player power relative to monster power.
But the thing is, like, we aren't switching out gear a lot, though. I think a lot of us feel like we're like finally finding, let's say, like a glove with 60 life and 15 fire res, and then we end up keeping that all the way until maps because we aren't really finding anything else. We have very little currency to craft with and stuff, and a lot of people also reported finding like a large chunk of their majority of their currency in Act 1, where maybe people find as much as like 3 to 10 exalts in Act 1, and then find 0 in Act 2 and 3, so it seems like very, very early heavy.
I can't really explain why that would happen, because like the gear, like the way that loot drops doesn't change. The only thing that changes is the number of magic and rare monsters that exist. And so over time, the amount of loot you get increases through the game just because the number of rare and magic monsters.
The reason it actually doesn't increase is because you have scripted drops in Act 1 that you created. Those are not scripted in the future acts, and that is why. 100%. This is why. They changed this last week. This is 100% why.
For sure.
He needs to bring that up.
More currency as you go through the act.
He needs to bring it up.
Like that is as far as I understand.
Several times I've
they're
been
confused and they don't know why. I'm telling you why.
To farm currency, and a lot of people like said they agreed. So
thankfully, we can relatively easily, if we need to, pretty much after this, add some logging for that and go and see what's actually happening. Because
that is unusual. Like I can't explain why that would be the case.
I'm explaining it right now. I promise you.
It shouldn't work that way. It shouldn't be that way. So if that is the case,
you added the scripted drops.
Isn't necessarily
Ziz
true,
even
but
confirmed this by making new characters to feed the other
roll out
characters.
Any bug or unintended thing where we can get some logging for that relatively fast and just check the data and actually see what's happening.
But I also do want to understand why some people feel like they get a lot of currency and others don't. Like I don't. Once again,
because the people are hitting the dead ends with the scripted currency that you added last season.
Because like
that's why. And it's guaranteed.
I wouldn't say that every time I want 6 mods I can get them, but I would say that I'm using exalts like all through the campaign. I'm using regals all through the campaign
Because you
I'm,
know
like,
where they drop,
rolling,
because you designed the
like,
campaign,
from,
so you know
from
where to go.
whites to rares like pretty continuously as you're going through. So like there's something odd about that I need to understand.
Yeah, I mean, even like I would say myself, I got very like few regals and stuff to use. Like definitely was not on the rich end during the campaign.
Well, how many is a few?
I don't think that's tinfoil hat.
I'd say through the campaign I dropped probably 4 regals.
Well, hang on, but we're not talking about dropping only. We're talking about disenchanting too, right?
So
this isn't going to disenchant because he wants to gamble for
being
rares.
so RNG, I will generally have opted in. I've tried both, obviously, between like disenchanting, but I find that I benefit more from gambling than from actually trying to crafting. My experience with crafting is picking up every blue, looking for 1 stat, regaling, and then that missing, and the item not being usable.
If you're not disenchanting rares, then you certainly won't get a lot of regals. Like
sure, but I've tried both.
XD.
Right. Well, I can't say much as to that, but like that is the reason you don't have regals if you're if you know, like that is where like the primary source of regals through the campaign would be.
Damn it, Jonathan. See? Jonathan's a noob, chat. It's okay. It's okay that he's a noob.
You know, like that it does explain that particular 1 currency item at least.
It's also quite a few alchemies and stuff as well.
Yeah, alchemies are kind of not really intended to be that common anymore because the intended way to go through to rare is more via regaling. So like alchemies are like relative, like the alchemies are the kind of like, oh awesome, I got an alchemy. That's like a kind of that's the uncommon thing that you do occasionally, not the like kind of common workaday crafting that you're doing all the time. So like yeah, it should be that the regals are the primary source of crafted rares.
Yeah.
Well, the good benefit here is we have so many players right now that we can just get some data and get some analytics very, very quickly about what this actually is.
Yeah.
And you might find that it's just very sensitive to, you know, there's always just going to be a portion of unlucky players and a portion of lucky players. Like, I definitely know that there's a lot of swinginess, of course, and that can happen. And again, it might just be that. And I know you've probably played more than most, so arguably you should have the the most amount of data from a purely anecdotal perspective. So,
I mean that's kind of okay. Am I going to divine that?
You probably have the best average going on, the most accurate average, I should say. But that being said,
I think I'm divining this
we have the
duel.
capacity to look into this very quickly, and we can just do so.
I'm divining
even
this
today
duel,
and figure
bro.
out what's going on and whether or not it meets our expectations.
So the next thing I want to ask you about is the ailment thresholds. You have like how easy it is for the player to be stunned, player to be frozen and stuff. And I would say that feels a little bit overly punishing when we don't have as many solutions.
Seriously,
or tools, right?
the fucking
1 charm slot, and it is quite difficult to get
the
a
attack
second or
speed could
third.
go up, but sure.
And that's competing for freeze immune, stun immune, poison immune, ignite immune, and chaos immune. Chaos resist. And bleed. Now, I would say poison, ignite, and bleed from the monsters don't actually do that much right now. But if it did, like this would be a very, very heavily competed for, like singular solution to doing anything with that. And as an addendum to the question, I wonder, would you consider letting belts get more implicit charm slots based on item level? So like maybe at like 50 plus, they have 2, and at 81, they get 3.
Just start with 2. Just 2 is already a big step.
We probably will increase the number of charm slots. Like that's something that we like kind of were intending to do and never got to yet.
He didn't double down.
But I don't think that the ailment threshold was in the right place before. Like, effectively, ailments didn't exist before we changed that.
They did. Have you seen the fucking Prowler shades that fucking touch you when you're frozen?
We needed something.
You see this charm? It never comes off.
Like, you know, during the campaign before you got frozen like 3 times the whole campaign, it kind of was a bit. It was a bit silly.
We didn't actually universally double the stunning. I know you mentioned that just to clear
it was
that
only
up.
It was ailments that changed, not stunning.
They stun you more as things get higher level. The expected amount of stun threshold you should have goes up. So it's not, but it's pretty minimal throughout the entire campaign. But what
it's mainly the shades that froze me. To be fair, I think that's the only thing that really froze me. To be honest,
you gain a bunch of stun threshold when you get light stun, so you have way lower probability of getting stun locked. But then I would also point out, like, some of those charms just suck. because it doesn't even mitigate the stun that stunned you. And that is just something that we initially did, and they were like, oh, we need to change this, and then it just got lost in the weeds. So like, the other thing is changing those, and I know the resistance ones work this way as well. Like those just need to also cancel out the thing that caused it, or mitigate the thing that caused it. And those where some do and some don't, so that needs to change 100%. And then yes, we need more slots. I think we're actually going to support up to 6 slots. That isn't to say that everyone will trivially have 6, but there is UI for it.
6 is only 6 is a thing you might be able to do with uniques and stuff like that. It's not something that you get.
But it was certainly our expectation, or intention, I should say, that we give out more slots so that people are running more. Like 1 is not what you should be running. Like 2 certainly at high end minimum, and like probably 3 and like sometimes 4 wouldn't be unreasonable.
Okay.
But it's interesting that even the ailment threshold change we made has not really affected most of the ailments that you just said. Like you just were saying that, like, you know, that bleed, poison, and stuff are not really doing much yet. And it's like, like that wasn't even like even halving that number apparently wasn't enough to make those be.
I'm just going back and forth with a friend, seeing if I agree with some of these things or not.
Changed, I think.
Like an internal discussion within the podcast.
The stun thing is separate. It's not part of the ailment threshold change.
Yeah, I mean, but if they did do a lot of damage, that would be very overwhelming right now, and things we can deal with.
Well, but I mean, yeah, like it's not like we want it to be overwhelming.
It's a bit of a different. It's a bit of a different game,
right?
Like
but
when you get the mod and modifiers and map mods and everything involved.
Sure. But you know, it does need to happen sometimes in order for it to actually be something that's worth mitigating. So now we just need to look at the actual, the charm stuff as well.
Yeah.
And do you think the implicit will be tied to item level at all? So it'll be something that you don't necessarily have to do a crazy investment or a path on the tree?
I don't know what the answer to that is. I have to think about how we want to introduce that. Like that is one way. I mean, there might be other ways. I just have to look at that.
The other thing is like charm. There's a level of like reviewing charms in general is just how, you know, aside from how many you have and not just their implicit, like their base value. There's also just like, I'd say a lot of the modifiers on them are just absolutely like nonsense. It's like, oh, recover 4 mana when it procs. It's like, okay, thanks. That's not a useful thing to happen. So there's a bunch of affixes there we just need to make better as well, and we may as well probably do that at the same time, unless of course it makes it take longer, in which we'd rather just get out the number of charms first. So
yeah. In POE1 we have masteries. I'm a huge fan of those, especially for temporary solutions. Is that something you're open to bringing back in POE2?
I'm not a huge fan of them because they ended up devaluing the notables a lot. Like the notables became really bland when masteries were introduced, and it's like, and it also means that like the where you are on the tree didn't matter as much either, which like kind of wasn't amazing. So I think that we like prefer to have it be a situation where the notables are more interesting, and I do think that in POE2 the notables are very interesting. Like it's something that like I think that is notably good. So
more work to do there, though,
but there is more work to do. But I don't love the way that the masteries kind of like blandified the notables, and so I think we can. That's probably. I think I prefer it. Just putting the power in the notables rather than the masteries.
But I don't feel like they're directly competing at each other, right? You can still have like really interesting masteries and notables. Like those notables can still be super interesting.
I mean, there's only so many stats that can exist, but I mean, look, fundamentally everything competes with every other thing because of the way that, like, you know, due to mod dilution. So like you have to, you know, you have to budget that in some level. Otherwise, you just get a situation where you've got so many effects on your character that like everything, like nothing, no one thing matters at all. So like that's, you know, just.
I'm a bit more torn about this one personally because I do agree there are downsides, but on the other hand, it's the one that added it to POE1. So like I'm a little bit like.
Well, I don't think it was obvious at the time what downside that would have. I mean, that was certainly not something that I would be against.
There's also just like the passive tree is like overwhelmingly complicated to people, and so having this extra layer on it was probably my biggest thing of like, oh no, we made the thing that scares people the most more scary. Because there's this extra layer that they have to, an extra keyword they have to know about, and that was my main thing of like, maybe we should just simplify the thing that is like the scariest thing. Like that was a big argument to me, but there are, there's intermediary grounds there as well, but yeah, there's like downsides to it for sure. Like I agree. There's also maybe a way to make them work. I don't.
But I mean, what's the goal of it, right? Like, if the goal is
I need more
to
time.
give you temporary solutions, then we don't necessarily have to solve it there. We could just solve it in a different place, and then it wouldn't be necessarily something that's
That is also true.
That's going to give you the downsides that we see that those ones having.
It's also just as a player, it is just very fun. Like I absolutely enjoy it. And it definitely, I can tell you, it does not make me feel like notables are devalued. I was even more exciting because you get it when you get the notable.
It's hard to identify that in the moment because you don't notice the lack of something you don't notice the lack of something of what something could have been in the same way that you notice like the thing that's in front of you that you're enjoying. You know what I mean? Like, it's harder to appreciate the fact that the notables are less cool in POE1.
Sure.
Because you're not thinking about that. You're thinking, I want the
I mean, you can at least rest assured that we're going to think about why they were important and what we could do to solve them, whether it be that means or another. Like,
yeah.
The good thing about these is all of the things almost everything you bring up is going to result in some sort of multi-hour discussion between us over the next week. So
that's good.
Well, yeah. Which is the huge benefit of these things for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, thank you for doing it. But the next one's something I care a lot about, especially as a hardcore player. Defenses seem very undertuned compared to offense.
Here we go.
Like, anecdotally,
here we go.
If the two options, right, if we look at it in a bit of hyperbole, where I get to watch like tankiness be out of hand or offense be out of hand. So like literally somebody walking up to a boss and one-shotting it, or looking at somebody standing there be immortal, right? I always think, like, if one should be out of hand, it's more interesting when the defensive one is out of hand. You still get to see the boss abilities and stuff like that. It seems so much easier, always, and I think most patches have been like this, where it's always easier to scale offense rather than defense. And I wonder a little bit how you feel about that.
Provide examples.
Well,
Tell him.
You're not wrong that often the best defense is stacking all of the damage.
Yeah.
I mean, we've suffered from this for a long while. It is ultimately a consequence of just having the game be, like, again, talking about the hip firing and things be a bit unregulated with respect to the levels of uniques and builds and stuff going everywhere and hard to think of it all. And like,
well, thankfully,
it is
we only
generally
have to talk
true
about
that we have more
defenses.
Offensive. I guess people find damage in general to be more fun as an investment avenue.
That
for
is
sure.
the real thing. Is that
I find it
most
to be more
people
fun to not
would
die.
Prefer to invest in offense generally.
I agree with that.
Mostly the case.
RF
But
would like to
then
have a word with you.
Shouldn't
People love
defense
being
be even
tanky.
more encouraged then for the people that want to? Because even as a hardcore player, I almost feel like it's the opposite. Like, anecdotally, for example, for point one, and full disclosure, I have not been able to get to Arbiter yet, right? We're very early in the league, so I don't know if you made them do less damage. But in point one, other people were doing some testing, and I asked softcore players to try a little bit, and there were people that were getting one-shot by Arbiter moves with 15k life. Some that are, like, kind of hard. So as a hardcore player, what I felt like then, I was like, well, and since I can't really tank, like, there are multiple moves here that I can't tank, not just like one big telegraphed one shot, but there are multiple here that I can't tank. So what I did to over-prepare instead was I went in with so much damage that I just one-shot the boss. Which is a little bit deflating for me. I would say Arbiter was one of the least fun bosses, whereas I would way rather go in and be so tanky that I can make a few mistakes, and then end up leaving.
It's quite hard to split the difference between being tanky and being immortal. Like, surprisingly hard to get that right. And when I say that, it's because you can regenerate
Increase
life
boss
very
life
quickly.
when it's pinnacle
And
boss,
so
lower
if
their damage,
you
make them gain their damage
die-
back as you go through the stages of the
Like,
pinnacle
okay,
progression.
and the other thing as well is that boss
Bam,
abilities
done.
that do those big hits take a long time, right? And like, the bosses often can't hit you again immediately afterwards. It's like they'll do their big ability, and it's not like it's going to just immediately follow up with something that's going to chip you down either. So
yeah,
like,
but
if
we
you
can't
fail,
tank them.
No, but what I'm getting towards is that
I mean, they're already kind of doing that, I guess, but yeah.
If you don't have something that's going to do a lot of damage at the for those big hits, like, we just have to be very careful because like if like let's say that one of those big hits did only like a third of your life, something like that. I don't think that then the boss would ever be able to kill you ever because it would have to effectively be able to do 3 of those of those things before you can regenerate them. So what you're really asking for, and this is something we discussed a lot in the past, by the way. What you're asking for is for a more attrition-based gameplay style, like a more MMO style thing.
So yeah.
And what you're really saying then is that you want flasks to do way less regeneration, and you want regeneration to be controlled way more in general, and then have a more attrition-based gameplay
Jonathan
style.
is just going off,
that kind
bro.
of just isn't a PoE way of doing things. Now, like, I mean, that could be a thing we could.
He says
do.
jump
That
in
would
the
be an
gun,
option
bro.
that we would have, but it would be like
He's saying
it would
this
be
is what
a
you're actually
balanced
saying.
change of the universe to do something like that. Like it would be a complete redesign of all the damage and like bosses and like the whole way everything works. Like change to more attrition style would just be like a an apocalyptic level of balance change compared to what we have for sure.
I mean, I'm not 100% sure I agree with that, and I was going to ask, do you think the goal of a difficult boss should be to kill the player or to deny the player the loot?
I don't understand what that means.
So, when you're leaning more towards attrition-based gameplay, right, you're recognizing as a player that you've entered a fight that you're maybe not fully ready for, you're maybe getting the boss to 30%, you're not able to finish it, and you're like, I have to leave this fight, I'm not strong enough. As opposed to punching the player with death, you're already just taking away the loot anyway. There's not an XP loss anyway at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's the way Jonathan answers, for sure.
I guess we're not thinking in those terms at all. Like, we're just like... But okay, sure, you're talking... Okay, like... So that question, I would say, only makes sense in an attrition-based gameplay context, which is not what we have.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, it kind of means that, like... the boss doing abilities to be able to, like... The boss trying to win is, and trying to kill you versus denying you the loot isn't a different circumstance unless there's attrition, which we don't have. So, like, it's so. What I'm saying is, so what are you not agreeing with then?
Well, I think you do have attrition-based combat on a lot of bosses, right? Because there are many of the like campaign bosses that don't necessarily have one-shots. But
there's literally a
just on,
skill
like,
gem
as
called
a
attrition.
Viper,
But anyway,
as an
that's
example, right?
beside-
I was having a quite long
Is
fight
there
because
hot?
I wasn't particularly powerful at Viper. So I think I had to reset 7 times without it killing me, but 7 times before I was able to actually kill Viper on my build because I was running out of flasks. And you don't have a good way to regen them during the fight.
So I'm not. When I'm talking about attrition gameplay, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about attrition in the sense that your life pool is something that goes down over long periods of time rather than something that moves around.
Well, it effectively is through the flask, right?
Well, yes.
I was no longer able to recover.
So yes, to the extent that we have attrition-based gameplay, the attrition is through the flask. You are correct. Like attrition via flask is what we have. I feel
like when Jonathan talks, it's sad, and when Mark talks, it's good. Jonathan continued the vision.
Well, okay, sure, fair enough. Like, yeah, the flasks do give you the attrition, and so therefore
the campaign is quite attritioned.
It's just that
the kind of cap comes off, so to speak, at endgame, where like it can be very. It's certainly the case with a concept like Leech that the moment that a boss can't one-shot you at all,
well, okay,
they're doing
if
good
you
cop,
remove
bad
all
cop.
sources of flask charge gain out, like
Good cop, bad
that you could do in a boss fight, then you could probably reduce the size of the big monster hits.
Well, just to check real quick as well, just because specifically talking about Arbiter, there's kind of a few things going on. Like, it is the intention that the skills, and which it happens in the game and POE1 as well, and like some people might argue it's some sort of bad design or not. I kind of like it. There are other skills that are more like your personal agility or dexterity based, and you have to avoid them, and that's like, stand in the elder donuts and the the dances and the like move into the lanes and the bullet hells-esque things where it's like that's not really your character as much. Like, are you thinking those are fine, or are those, whether or not they're exactly tuned in this context, like in terms of timing, but are you okay with the idea that those kill you and you don't get to make, like, whether or not they could be more lenient is a different question. But like, are you okay with those killing you and kind of your defenses don't really matter? Like, are those the problem? Is what I'm just trying to understand exactly what skills are a problem.
Yeah, so for the Arbiter, I feel like there are multiple, right? You have the corridor move. That was pretty much always a one-shot, right? And sometimes, obviously, like you were saying, that wasn't like the main topic, but they can spawn almost too far away. I remember seeing a clip of like Quinn running slightly in the wrong direction, and then he sees the corridors the other way, and he's like, "Oh, it's over for me." You have the Arbiter move where he does like the fake out meteor, where he starts like firing the beam into it and stuff. I guess the way, like, as a player, I would want defense to be is the more I invest into defense, the larger my room for error should be, which is where I'm feeling there's a big disjoint now, right? Where it just isn't. And then I'm entirely incentivized to go full offense because I'm still having enough defense that those mid-range hits and small hits, they're still not one-shotting me. So all I need to be able to do is tank them, and then, yeah, I just don't have an option for huge one-shots at all.
Okay, so yeah, I understand the point of view from that one. The main thing is just we're going to have to be really careful with the balance to make sure that it isn't now just like, 20% of investment of the way there. Now you don't get one shot by them, so you just hold down,
I mean, sadly, the game's balancing is going to be not good, especially for hardcore, right? It's just a sad thing, but it's a reality that absolutely
if it is
exists.
a, like, universal... Okay, like, for example, would it be okay that... I mean, look, the corridor... Let's use that as the example. So the corridor obviously has some, like... Okay, it's too hard to get... We need to probably improve the way the lanes spawn such that you don't get into that situation where, like, it is literally impossible for me to run there unless I have X or Y. There is the thing where, like, okay, for example, if like life regen wasn't regulated, like, do you really think any player in the game, like, this is, I'm not saying this is wrong or right, should just be able to AFK in that? I'm just curious.
Yeah, so definitely I prefer that over watching people one-shot bosses. 100%. With enough investment.
Well, look, no, we won't disagree, but just I'm just curious. Do you actually think it should be okay or able to?
Yeah, I'm not entirely against something just being a straight up one shot, like failing the memory game, for example, in POE1. Like, I'm not inherently against that, but I do think the current ones are a little bit like too fast to be those one shots.
Yeah, I agree. I just think there is two problems here, which I'm interested in. One is mechanics feeling fair, which there are things here that are unfair, and that is bad, and they need changing. And I will get that adjusted today. And I'll get that on live as soon as I can, which might even also be today. The other thing would be that the bigger thing, which is that investing in defense is not allowing you to mitigate it. So different from the corridor skill. There's just like whether or not investing in defense enough, it gives you enough defense against things in general, against the bosses, which maybe isn't the case. It might be that yes, investing in defense needs to be more advantageous right now, for sure.
It does.
And like, don't get me wrong, there's nothing more, and I've spoken about this before in the past, there's nothing more demoralizing than putting, hundreds of hours into a boss and then it's just like deleted. And it's like, oh, great. That was.
But it's also demoralizing to just watch someone sit there and face tank it and just attack it with no, like, not even having to move. Like, that's also.
Well, especially without the gear.
Like, it's kind of it's almost.
Jonathan's like sitting in the corner, and he just pops up and he's like, "Damn it, this is not fair."
Like, like surely the actual answer is like neither of them should be happening.
No, I agree. It's just that it's pretty rare that we've seen defense be the really OP one. That's all, right? Like, we very often see offense.
Maybe it is.
Not
but,
maybe.
Like,
it is.
I think that's probably also a lot around the fact that people like building glass cannons.
No.
Like, that is a thing people just like.
Brother, I can't be more tanky.
So, like, the amount of incentivization.
Give me life on the
issue
tree.
Of, well, I mean, let me put it this way. Even if, right now, and I don't know whether this is the case or not, like, it probably isn't, but even if defense was overtuned compared to damage, I think that you're still not going to incentivize people to do that until you get to the point where they're immortal. Like, I don't think getting 80% of the way to immortality is actually enough even for people.
It's more
to
than
still not wanna
enough.
Build glass cannons.
I don't want to get one
And so
shot.
you kind of got like that issue of like it's just really, really hard to get that balance right.
No. Like if you don't get one shot, you're so happy.
Like and that isn't to say that we won't try, but I'm just saying that like it is people. There just tends to be an erring on the side of offense for that reason, and I don't think either immortality or insta-killing bosses is right. So like that people probably concentrate on the damage more.
Yeah, especially, I mean, we have a bigger problem, especially with just in general, just thinking about it, like, damage also now resulting in crowd control amplifies the problem even further.
You mean like with electrocution, don't nerf me,
having
bro.
the boss be heavy stunned and or frozen or whatever, like, majority of the fight is just even more of a reason to just go ballistic on damage. Yeah, look, there are problems here, 100%. I'm just thinking of random other things that.
Well, yeah, I have other
mitigate
questions about defense as well. So armor break, I would say like effectively disables armor, right, as a defense for hardcore. It's sort of like when it comes around, it kind of like shuts down your main form of defense. You're feeling like very tanky if you do invest into armor. Well, ideally, I do still armor needs a buff. But I guess the problem I have with Armor Break and Fizz Overwhelm in POE1 is that it's just so crazy to me to have something effectively shut down your defense from time to time. So yeah, I
mean, I can see it as a map mon, and that's it.
In the game?
Well, in POE2 context, I am not happy with the current state of Monster Armor Break. No, that is also on my change today list. So I need to. There's a few things. It was meant to be that they're breaking flat amounts of armor, and that isn't. So if the more you stack, the less significant the armor break becomes from the enemy. I suspect there might be some sources of percentage based in there, which are just like it disincentivizes. I mean, it just means that the more you have, the more you're relying on armor, the more punished it's going to be. So
yeah.
I just need to do a quick audit. There's not that many sources, thankfully, so it won't take long, and I just need to make sure that it's working. And then there are possibly cases where it is just doing too much. And yeah, it's just like it acts as an insane weakness. But yeah, I know 100%
Jonathan
agree.
looks so grumpy. Does he? I don't have the thing open on.
Also on the
today
like
list, so
I need to make sure that we go back, get the community team to go back through this afterwards and make sure I don't forget about all these things. But no, that one I already have. There's that in the speed. A whole bunch of stuff here.
Yeah, we've gone over a lot already.
Oh my god!
Do you think in the short term we
can
see just like a straight up number buff to armor while you're trying to work out a long term solution?
He doesn't have a smile anymore.
Oh, no, but I'm not talking about a long term solution for the armor break thing. I'm talking about it'll be solved.
No,
today.
I know, but like that's what I mean for armor too.
I see what you're saying. Sorry, misunderstood. Yeah,
he looked at you. He did, bro. The second I looked, that's weird.
I can't.
In order.
Poor guy.
I
don't think Ziz is like Ziz and Jonathan are just butting heads. Like there needs to be a middleman.
Okay.
And that's Mark right
I don't
now.
think we've fully understood.
We did a few things. Like we there was some overwhelm on some bosses, and we removed it. And there was there were too many skills converting too much into element. And I think we pushed back a lot of that. So like. It obviously makes the armor more effective against those abilities, and like there's a lot more of that we probably need to reevaluate as well, just across the board.
Yeah.
But that stuff's really fast to change. As for just a global number shift,
but that's an example right there of why just changing the number wouldn't have even helped, right? Like if the problem is elemental damage, then making armor stronger wouldn't have done anything for that. So like, it's so important to understand the reason before we just make changes.
Obviously, the danger there by moving more Fizz is it then makes it worse for non-armor builds as well, but that increases the power of armor differential to the others, and so
this is very reasonable and non-confrontational.
But,
I don't know. The first half of this part, Ziz was
maybe there's something.
Ziz was a bit aggro. He stepped back a lot.
I would definitely love more access to different forms of defense, and I know that it's definitely an EA problem where just not everything is in yet. But just to like anecdotally run you through my experience, I am a Smith of Kitava, so I have like the shared res and the shared max res. So I'm 89, 90, 90. And for a long time I was like 85, 86, 87. So very high alley res. And on top of that I was wearing a
which
cloak
means yes, currently. Moving
Just
more
trying
into
not to
Fizz
be
is probably
soft.
going to be to your.
I think Ziz could have
detriment.
worded his stuff better.
Yeah, sure.
Slash,
But
when he
even with
combat,
that,
he could
and
have
a
been
Cloak of
calmer.
Flames,
But
and I
just
can't
me.
remember the name. Hollow
There's a lot of
something, but
pressure on
there's
him. I get it.
The unique
Shit
helmet
happens.
with like 15
Just my
Fizz
opinion.
reduction. Even
I
with
think
all
everyone
of
could have
that
handled it better,
mitigation,
except for
I
Mark,
was like, at
because
the
he's a
start
good
of today's
Chad.
stream, I was very rough until I got my 4th lab. That I was able to like improve it a little bit, but it felt a little bit weird to me as a player that I've like my entire ascendancy was defense based. I picked up every defense I could on the tree, and I was trying so hard to get really good gear too, and it was very rough on defense.
I mean, what I immediately probably will do after is I'm just going to grab your character, put it locally, and then just kind of have a look at that. It's just so I can get a better exact understanding. But like, sure.
I can give you a snapshot before I because now with regen it has been.
We have it all. Don't worry.
Perfect.
We can take anyone's character from live and just play with it.
Holy shit! Jonathan said,
Perfect.
"Shut up."
Yeah.
Jonathan's
Regen did make a
aggro,
big
bro.
difference, but I'm still seeing a lot of issues there. Another thing that has been brought up a lot, and I thought was really good.
Yeah,
point
Ziz has
was
good
we see
intentions. I just
chaos
think
damage very early.
there's
in
about a lot of
PoE2.
pressure.
In PoE1, it was like generally something we'd see a lot later. Would you be open to considering something like the Chaos Soul Core being a rune instead, something that we can like get early? It's definitely a big part of what makes Viper so scary. Is it's almost impossible to get Chaos Res early on. But yeah.
Sounds like a sort of more of a hardcore related concern, because in standard you wouldn't like it's just balanced to be okay, but in hardcore where you're wanting to definitely not die, it's like a different concern, and I don't think we would have thought about it in that way previously.
It is sort of a medium core
chaos-
concern, because like if you can't get past the boss, you're just stuck there.
Oh sure, but like I mean the damage, like it's balanced assuming 0 chaos resist, right? So like
Well, Viper's hard.
It is hard. It is a hard
I
fight.
think she's
That's
the
just a
hardest boss
side
in the
note
game.
that's separate. But like in terms of just the fact that it's chaos damage, I don't think is as relevant in standard play, because like
Make the quest reward leading up to it give you an amethyst ring.
And so
Bam.
What does she do that's chaos? Obviously,
Or
the big
Amethyst Charm.
purple meteor
Bam.
storm that I want to make some
Bam.
changes to, because it just creates too much mess on the ground. It's a little bit lacking clarity or that fairness
Well,
problem. And then
the
how many
spare
of us
things,
skills-
right? I'm assuming.
So the way it works is, aside from poison itself dealing chaos damage, the only other things that are chaos damage are anything that is purple.
Yeah. Right.
So all of her green stabs and slashes, none of that is chaos, and none of it
So
should
it's
be
physical.
chaos.
It's physical hits, and then the poison. If it poisons you, then it is chaos damage. But because the poison damage is based on the hit, your armor effectively mitigates the chaos damage because it reduces the hit size.
Right.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So yeah, the meteor thing is a problem, but it's like more of a fairness problem, because ideally you should be able to dodge that pretty reliably every time. Right now, it's a bit of a mess.
It is hard to dodge that.
Yes, but aside from that, it would only be the poison, of which, yes, your other defenses would, armor in particular and evasion would mitigate.
Right.
But yes, I do. It is the case, by the way, that if a thing like any snake spitter that's spitting at you with some green poison thing, that aside from the poison debuff, which I believe you said kind of wasn't that dangerous earlier in general, and maybe there are certain cases where it is.
It's definitely dangerous if you're playing an evasion card. Like that poison feels lethal, and that's once again because the armor didn't.
The hit is never chaos damage, just to be clear. Which
I-
in PoE1 it is. It's like half chaos, half fizz.
Yeah,
Hold
no,
on.
I did not know
That's
that.
not
I
most.
fully thought the spares from the side, which a lot of people say is the most dangerous attack, I thought that was chaos. So it's very heavy
Just
hit.
fizz.
Right. Okay.
Yep.
So that's probably just more of a Viper is too hard problem.
Right. Makes sense. I wanted to ask you a little bit
She's
about.
hard.
She's very hard. I wanted to ask you a little
I'm
bit
really
about
comfortable
pushing.
with that fight, to be honest.
As
I've
a
like
player,
tricks to make it really
I
easy.
experience that sometimes, like as like it's almost seems like desync to me, if I'm being frank. Is there an option to have more source of push resistance? Something, for example, like the more strength the character has, or wearing heavy armor. It does seem a little silly to a lot of people that like people maybe have 300, 500 strength.
This is a
or
fair
they're
question.
Wearing, like full plate.
For sure,
but,
it's a fair
like,
question.
Yeah, a lot of monsters are just pushing you around very easily.
It doesn't currently exist as a concept of mitigating it, because it was meant to be more of a physical thing of... Well, there's two things. There's like monsters pushing you because you literally cannot occupy the same space as them.
Need a moment to prepare.
So here, are we talking right now about monster charge abilities, or are we talking about like a sword, a sword swing?
The number one thing that has been noticeable for me is that like little, I think it's called an antlion maybe or something. It's like the little like yellow beast that like rolls on you. That still does take you for a ride.
Okay, sure.
Doesn't take me for a ride, really.
It's probably just a matter of fixing that particular thing. Like, I suspect that the answer to this one is not we need a mitigation, really. It's more just like we just need to look at places that are like just monsters that are bad and just fix them individually.
There are certain things I wanted to do, like I wanted it to be, and there were technical limitations here that we probably need to reevaluate, but I wanted it to be when you were blocking or parrying and you got hit, you got knocked less back because you technically did deflect them.
Right.
In the parry case in particular, and like
in some cases there's just push direction, like maybe the antlions are not pushing you side with that thing.
The charges and things taking you a ride has been like honestly the bane of my year.
That's just a that's more of a just specific setup of specific monsters and stuff like that. Like did we fix what's his name, the lumberjack guy?
In theory, but it seems to regress.
It still happens sometimes.
It seems to just break every
I don't think this is a like balance question. I think it's just a technical, like we just need to fix some places and
yeah. I just wonder.
There is also some desync we need to fix. Cause
sure. There's also that
annoying.
Yeah. Is pushing something you would consider temporarily removing until you have fixed the issue?
Not at all. No. It will make the game feel like dog shit if we do that. Like there's just lots of things that you need to have. You need to have some pushing in order to make it work. Like I think it's more
the
just
game will feel dog shit if we remove
okay.
pushing.
Okay. I'm not 100% sure I agree with that, but we'll move on.
That's because you haven't seen it without it. Like yeah.
That's fair. That's true.
If we turn up all sources of pushing, it would just be it would be a disaster.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So during early access, we've talked about like respace and lowering respec costs and stuff, and I wanted to bring up the point that a lot of players are using a large amount of their gold on gambling, because a lot of people are falling behind or feeling behind on gear. So I wonder if you would consider further lowering costs. And
I don't get why
like,
Ziz is trying to
reopen the
fight them so
conversation
much,
on
though.
Ascendancy respec during early access, especially since you've been talking about that you are going to be buffing things. So let's say somebody is like, oh wow, Flame Blast looks really cool. I would love to be able to try that, but maybe redoing
I think it's
the
fair
entire
if you don't
campaign
agree.
again, which
But
could be
he
over
said
20 hours for a
internally
lot of
it
people,
wouldn't
feels
make
very,
sense.
prohibitive.
We don't know how it feels internally. So like why even... I don't get it.
I do find it to be... Maybe not... Oh, I do find it to be very fucking cheap right now is the thing.
Exactly.
And Ziz said that's fair. I just feel like he's overly aggressive.
I can't
that's
say
all.
personally I've run into that as a problem.
Like he brings up the question, they
respect my
disagree,
character
you
all the
move on.
time.
Like it doesn't have to be a double
Twice
disagreement.
about it.
That's just my opinion.
Been a concern really.
I guess it depends how much you gamble or not.
Like this whole podcast has been, our interview has been like an aggro podcast.
Yeah, but even like I'm saying,
interview.
even if you're just like early,
I don't know.
So I don't think it takes that long to.
It does. It's like I'm literally
You have
just
to
getting the
admit
vibe that
that
everyone
I haven't
fucking
been
hates each
gambling
other
in my
except for Mark.
playthroughs, really.
That's not the vibe I should be getting from
I
this.
was like probably about 6 months.
That's not the
ago, I was
vibe
doing
you
that
should be
all the
getting
time,
from
and I
this,
just
bro.
haven't
That's
been
what I'm
doing it.
getting.
When we did the like gold model and respect costs, we had assumptions of like here's how much people will spend on vendors and here's how much, and there's probably look, those assumptions assume a perfect world of that person exactly doing that thing, and so yes, if anyone was to stray from that assumption, then now I'm not going to be able to afford one thing over the other.
What I'm actually hearing right now, by the way, from this and an earlier conversation we had, is that I need to not be I need to do some disenchantless runs, because apparently I'm not testing something that players are actually doing. Like my runs are entirely like I disenchant every rare.
We don't want to hear
runs
any of your runs,
generally.
Jonathan. Just stop.
And,
we hear
so
them. Stop.
If that's a different behavior,
No,
then I
no,
need to
just
test
stop.
that and see what the experience is like. Because like the whole like there's not enough currency thing, there's not like stuff like that, and like and if you're telling me that you're like selling your rares and buying gambling all the time,
Oh my god,
and
he's
you're
gonna
also saying you
fucking.
have gold for respec,
He's
it's like,
baiting
this
Ziz,
is
bro.
just like a materially different playstyle that I'm not currently testing myself.
Right.
So like I think that's what I need to do to see what's going on with that.
And with the last point I made, would you, especially with the fact that there are going to be buffs coming during this, Would you
I don't think that anything changes between early access and not early access in that regard, by the way. Like, I think that if the argument is that it should, like, I think the argument is the same regardless of whether it's early access. Like, I don't think the early access is a part of this decision regardless. It's just, what is the price supposed to be? We should get it correctly to that.
Well,
price.
sure, but
I
I'm
think
talking about
otherwise
ascendancy respec was what I wanted to.
Yeah, otherwise
sure.
it depends a little bit on the severity of the change. But like, it depends partly also on just how much we change. Without knowing the you know, how big those changes are, because I need to get in there and actually do them first and then make that decision, really. Like, there are certainly options there. It is important to me to make sure that I understand exactly where I sit on the Ascendancy class respec thing, because the moment that's
You
turned
need to
on,
bring
it ain't
up
going
that
back.
a lot of stuff is not balanced
so
for early access,
that
and
is
people
blocked
don't
by
know what they're
me,
going
and I will
into, and
take
it ruins their experience.
whatever is necessary on
That's
that
the
one. I
problem on the
understand
respec.
it.
Like, that's why.
Well,
it is more.
It's a.
Can I ask you a
I will
question
have
about
a
it
solution.
then?
Sure.
Do you feel like it is absolutely necessary to have those both be permanent choices? Because you already do have the character.
It's not about that,
itself
man. It's
be
about
permanent
people
choice,
screwing
right?
things up because the game's not
Oh
balanced.
no, and I'm like, I do understand.
This is all it is.
Do be clear, I am on the fence about this. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I can't say that. Like, I'm like, oh, I can't believe POE1 has ascendancy class respecing. Like, I'm all for that as well. It's just I'm also for the more permanent decision. I'm just like, I need to find the variable that makes me be able to, or the articulation to be able to go one way or the other. And it's very easy to just fold on that. Like, very easy. It'd be very easy to just be like, we're going to change
Classes
it right
can
now.
provide a false
But it's not-
expectation of
when
what
you
you
have the
really
things
think
that
it
you
is,
can't
because
come
things
back
can be
from,
massively
like, you definitely
underwhelming
want to
because
be
they're not
certain to some
balanced
degree.
in an early access.
There are some other staff that share the same sentiment as me, and I might just go and have a bigger discussion and actually figure that out. And like, it is true, it's not really fair to make people have to wait for that decision on my behalf. I kind of was like, look, by release, post early access, you will have that decision one way or the other, and that will be the way it is. But yeah, fair enough. If the argument is like, if it's going to come up every single time, which is fair, people care about it, then I probably need to press the decision sooner than later. So I'll just get that answer sooner and not have people wait so long. Hopefully, for everyone's sake, it's the answer you want. But if it isn't, well, you might just have to deal with it.
That's fair. That's fair. I think I was curious about, like, so you went with the decision to keep that energy shield does not get bled, which is sort of like giving monsters a form to be immune, right? Like, it feels very similar to like a monster.
I don't think that we've actually come to a decision on this really. Like, there wasn't like I think after the last time this was discussed, we never actually went back and talked about it. So I wouldn't say we've decided that. It's more just that it just went in like that because we didn't get another chance to talk about it. So I don't know that we have a real answer as to what we want to do with that yet.
Okay.
Like, we probably will revisit that.
I personally am just all for changing it, to be honest.
Okay, well, sure. Then I mean, I have no objection to that.
We made the decision a while back. Like, I don't see why it can't.
I did want to bring up, if you do make it like that on players too, remember to put bleed immune on CI.
We will definitely change CI, but it is a thing that the players are now going to have to deal with who aren't CI.
I don't think like
Just
regular
as
players
a,
care about the
you
center
know,
respec that much as
a
well. Like, oh, no.
Yeah, but I
The
wouldn't say that
problem
bleed
with the
is
ascendancy
exactly
respec
breaking the
is that
bank.
things are not balanced. So when you play
It
a
was for a
class
while. There was a
and shit
period there
doesn't
where,
work,
like, bleed
or
was
shit's
just
broken,
brutal.
or it's
Like,
bugged,
what changed to make that?
that's where the ascendancy
Like, I'm
respec
talking
says, like,
pre-release.
okay, I can play another class that is functioning, not
Do you remember when the
broken,
frickin',
actually
like, Prowlers
fun,
and G1
etc.
Ford bled
Well,
you, and,
we
like, it
had
was
we
horrible.
Right,
had
that's my
bleed on a
opinion.
lot more things, and then there was some
Classes can provide a
crazy
false
damage
expectation
loss.
of
Some that I can't remember why they were, but I mean, again, pre-release numbers, things.
Cool.
Which was also unfun, by the way.
Oh, yeah, they really removed it. I'm just saying, like, I don't remember what happened.
Yeah. I have a question about Ignite Prolif, specifically with the
2 second
monsters
delay.
needing to stand still for, or like needing to be near the source for 2 seconds to be able to proliferate.
It probably needs to be buffed.
It's on the today list.
Okay.
It was actually on my yesterday list, and I didn't quite get to it.
My yesterday list, you
It
said.
sucks.
I know we've had a lot of heavy questions, but I have a bit of a lighter question. For myself, like, how are you feeling about the current, like, Blessed Orb and Divine Orb being bundled together?
I don't have a problem with it. I mean, is there anything...
I would say I don't have a feeling one way or the other, really. It's just, how do you feel about it?
I don't like it.
I definitely, I don't know if this is just a POE1 player thing, but I definitely feel like it's missing. Because, like, I would never divine an item. Like, because the divine it's a big investment, right?
I'm gonna
like,
be honest, I just divined a
like,
jewel, but,
Elise,
you know,
or, like,
that's tough, by the way.
a main weapon is, like, in need of it, but...
Okay, are you saying that you believe that...
Here, provide an example. I
is
identified a
reducing
great
the
chaos ring, but the
desire
base
to
is literally
use divines.
minimum, and I don't want to divine to ruin all
it's
the
just that
affixes,
I would never
'cause I
use
just
it
want to
for
hit the
just an
implicit.
implicit on an item. So it just makes an item feel like pretty much permanently worse than what it should be, I guess, is like my personal anecdotal feeling as a player.
I mean, that's... is that partly also just because the ranges and or power of an implicit is just too weak as well?
Yeah, potentially.
They're not exactly impactful in most regards. Some are good. Some are very good.
What even
can't say
was
this is
that?
something
Is
we've
some
really
fucking poo-poo
thought
exploder?
About,
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's just
It's
goes
just
on
a
the
thing
list
that
of
kind of
stuff to think.
happened, and then
Yeah.
like, yeah, we honestly it just went under the radar the whole time. So
Yeah.
if there are more opinions on that, I'd be like really happy to hear them.
Yeah. It was just something I was curious about, so further to bring it up. The next thing is about movement speed. In POE1, we have a lot more things
No,
like
he's not gonna
Whirlwinds,
let you.
Frostblink,
Because he
etc.,
doesn't want you to
and
be faster than
POE1,
most.
I feel like it's a bit more
He's gonna shut him
viable
down
to
instantly.
completely forego movement speed on boots and go for like triple energy shield. But obviously movement abilities aren't in the same spot in POE2. Is there ever a world where you either like think about like removing the hidden movement reductions on shield and armor?
Oh, okay, that's fair. Something small.
Give like a implicit movement
Probably,
speed
Mike,
to
but not
boots
sure yet.
or something like that, so they scale a little bit with like the higher bases.
Well, I mean, are you just saying here just make movement speed on the player faster?
So, for example, like one idea that I saw was if you, let's say that some bases have 5, 10, and 15 movement speed, so like that the higher bases are slightly better, and maybe even like scale less, right? So that some of your movement speed is guaranteed, or make it like a lot easier to roll movement speed, like increase the weight.
So not increasing movement speed
Well,
across
I
the
don't
board.
necessarily
Just
think
easier.
it's bad to have a base type that where you've got a mod that, you know, that's somewhat mandatory. Like that's okay. But it sounds like but if you're
Well, as a
like,
player, it just
like if honestly, because I mean the thing is,
Don't
in
overtalk
POE1, are
'em.
there really people going around like? Surely it isn't common that people don't have movement speed on their boots in POE1. I mean, I guess
I've
it's
done it
technically
quite a lot.
viable if you just. You reckon?
yeah, quite a lot
Like-
of like triple energy shield boots and stuff.
Right.
Or especially different in POE1 because we have
It's
the
it's specialized
influence
knowledge.
things
Right,
and
right.
stuff
Again,
like
you,
that.
seasoned players, not like
Right.
Yeah,
just
not new
like
players, sure.
random.
Death from above.
But it is an option, and it isn't really in POE2. Like movement speed is a lot more mandatory.
I mean, I don't know. To me, like, I mean, sure, I do not disagree with the fact that there can be scenarios in POE1 where that's not the case, but I would still say it's basically mandatory there for them. Like, for most of your POE playing career, I would say that
It's not because you have movement skills. He needs
I
to
would
stop
even
bringing
argue,
up
like,
POE1.
The single best boot in
Like,
POE1.
Ziz
which
can't
is
bring
the
up POE1.
Relic
Jonathan
Patience,
doesn't
they don't
play
have movement speed on
POE1.
them.
The
And, like, they're
examples.
still considered,
He
like,
needs to
pretty
give
much the best
examples in POE2, not POE1.
Right.
This doesn't
But
make any
I mean,
sense.
isn't it fundamentally then just the back to the question of like, you want to move faster?
Yeah, for sure. It is.
Sure. So I mean, I guess that would be the so
At the
really
end
it
of
just
the day,
comes back
what
to
people
that.
want. Move
Right.
faster implicitly and less dependency on mod, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, whether or not it's implicit
Which
or
is
based
a-
on the mod or anything, it's just I want to move faster, right? Like it feels like that's really the core.
Which
of
comes
it.
back to the we
Yeah.
need to have those discussions and
Right.
Yeah.
It's similar.
A difference in POE2 is that the implicits of uniques, especially things like Life Sprig, will scale into the endgame. Where, like, if I find a Life Sprig on my level 80 character now, it's never going to be usable early game. But the explicits on Life Sprig, and a lot of other caster uniques and things like that, they don't scale either. So, have you explored the idea of the actual explicit scaling or the implicit not scaling so that you can find these like twink leveling uniques? Like, what are your thoughts around the uniques there?
I don't think we would want uniques to have the explicit scale like that. That's kind of not what uniques are about. So I just not that is not a particular solution.
The bigger question's about whether or not the implicit the skill should or shouldn't level up.
Sorry, CJ.
But, I mean, it currently does, right?
It does.
It does. But something that could be interesting is that if you find a life spring on a level 80 character, it can scale up to that level, so it would scale with your character. That would make it feel really good as a leveling item, for example. That you can use it at level 1, you hit level 3.
I really don't like that kind of thing, the whole like item that just scales with your character. Like, I don't think that we want to move in a direction where you'll have less times when you put items on your character as you level up. Like, that doesn't feel like the right direction to me.
But there's also more whether, and there's a second part to that, which is whether or not life sprig should even have high level requirements ever, which is a more thing that's come up a bit.
That's
more,
a separate question. That it's come up. I'm kind of not quite sure about that one at the moment.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Well, there'll be more discussion.
I mean, so one thing that was proposed and as a potential solution to this is that just the like. I feel like maybe you didn't like this. I can't remember who didn't like this. Someone didn't like this. Because I proposed that we make it so that the implicit skill on uniques has like a cap level, but then that does level up as you go through the game. Like it's not that it levels up, it's that like it is capped to the level of where you are.
Yeah.
So that way, even if you get a level 80 life sprig,
I just snip it, bro. I just snip it.
You know, and then that will go with you effectively. And somehow I see that as different from like your items changing as you level up. That to me, that's not quite the same thing. So like that would potentially be an option. I don't remember why we did. There was some reason why we didn't do that, but like it might still be on the cards.
That's fair.
Wait, so you're saying if you find it at level 80...
I'm saying if you find it at level 80, 16 skill, but you can still equip it, it doesn't change the level requirement, but then the skill gets down-leveled to the maximum that it can be for the...
Oh, sure.
Yeah,
I thought that's what he's proposed just a second ago, but...
No, he's talking about the explicit scaling.
No, there's a second thing there.
The second one was that, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Maybe I misunderstood then. Okay, right. So in that case, then sure. Like,
I mean, I would personally prefer to just be like, you can drop a low-level life sprig, and that's you use a low-level.
Yeah, but I don't love that either, honestly.
I don't hate that.
Yeah.
And there's a part of me that also kind of liked the idea that there were some uniques that were more valuable to find at lower levels, which I thought was kind of interesting. But I don't know whether players actually like that or not, so that's just kind of like a random other thing.
That's fair.
But
I don't hate that.
Yeah, I was just curious, because we do find them a lot. Another question is about the minion resurrect timer. It keeps resetting like the entire timer every time a monster dies, and that can feel very frustrating. So I wondered, how do you feel about that? That the entire timer resets?
Well, if you don't have that, it feels a lot more frustrating. Let me tell you. Like that was how it was until we changed it, and like it was so bad. Because what happens is that like the monsters, that your minions just die one at a time, and then they can never really accomplish anything, and it's just trust me, that was a buff, that change. Like that was a massive improvement. So
can't comment on this.
Until you experience it the other way, you will understand if you play it the other way.
There might be an intermediary there.
There we go. That's
that's
what we need to hear. The
entire
intermediate
timer, it adds to the timer based on like the cost of the minion or something like that. We might be able to do something like that.
But I don't know. But that's not going to fix the fundamental issue, which is that minions work best when there's lots of minions. And so the issue that we had is that you just get into a situation where they just trickle in and die one at a time.
No matter what, they have to revive all at the same time.
That has to happen. Yes.
I'm just saying it could be that like let's say everyone's dead but one.
Right. So it doesn't. It increases. But not as much.
And so instead of like all about to revive except for one, he died. And now
that's
6 seconds again.
that actually is viable, and that maybe is a change we could make.
And like, would you ever be open to adding a keystone that changes the behavior?
I was actually thinking about that earlier today, and I mostly, the troll in me was like, we should do this just so the players can see how bad it is.
Yeah.
That was probably a negative thought I shouldn't be having.
No, that's fair. I mean, I think a lot of people would like to see it.
Sure. I think
holy, the mood is lifting. Thank God.
So we should probably do something more.
A fucking laugh.
Convocation, is that something on the table? It's like maybe a spirit skill or something?
I don't love it.
That's fair.
I don't love it.
It's a nervous laugh. I don't care, dude. Lighten up the mood.
Like,
Yeah.
I could see a world where it is evasion cooldown, or you have to earn it, or something like that. If
to go in, it would have to be different enough that players probably wouldn't see it as convocation anymore. Like, I suspect that's kind of the reality. Like, yeah, like as Mark said, you'd have to add some kind of conditions, or you'd have to do something, and it's like, at that point, it's not even doing the thing the players want it for anyway, so it's like, you know, like...
That being said, it might still just be better, and there might be some room for it.
I don't love it.
Yeah.
Well,
Convocation pulls your minions to you on like
I would much
3-second
rather find a
cooldown.
better solution to that issue.
Okay.
Hold on.
When it comes to map completion, obviously there's been some changes this patch. But one thing that easily feels the worst is when there is one monster just like really far away, and the checkpoint system doesn't really cut it there. Would you consider making the completion of a map be like 90% of the rares instead of 100? Because the bad feeling is very often tied to just one monster, the other side of the map, and I have to like do so much backtracking.
Sure. Well, I want to solve this problem. I don't know that that's the answer, but I understand the issue. Like, there's been a few different approaches.
We straight up discussed last night that like just having the minimap icons on.
There was a discussion of
probably...
doing icons on all the time, right? Because you're not going to miss the monsters if you see them.
The main reason for that is like the current way it works is that it's like when 200 remaining they appear, and on some maps that's like you kill 3 packs and they appear, and other maps it's like you got to clear 80% of it before they appear, and honestly that's kind of weird and bad anyway.
Yeah.
It's just that we kind of want to, like, the main thing we're worried about with that change is the whole you just play on the minimap, like you're not even looking into the game.
But I think that fear...
I'm very in favor of that.
Well,
I love that
like,
change.
do we just turn off?
Literally just showing from the start. Like I love that initially for sure. At least for me.
Okay. So I thought you said you loved the idea of not looking at the game and only playing off the minimap.
I kind of do that anyway.
Yeah, I sort of play off the minimap. That's why I died on the death effects.
Yeah.
The one of our developers like tried playing with just the graphics turned off. Like they just had the minimap and they played literally to the end of Act 2 with just no graphics, and they're like. And the funny thing was like, what the hell? How did you even manage to get through 2 acts like that? And he's like, oh, Huntress OP. I was like, okay, like so it is actually possible to play entirely with the minimap, no graphics at all, apparently.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Huntress OP.
I would love that.
Yeah. I want to change that imminently. The thing with the 90% thing you're suggesting, by the way, there is like, let's say the map only has 3 rares. Is it just 2 out of 3?
Sure.
Does it like round down? Does it round up? If there's only 2 rares, is it literally just one?
Just enable seeing the rares on the map.
I agree.
It's probably
I
better
like that.
just to do
I agree.
I like that. Another quick question about Delirium. It seems very fast. Obviously, we're a bit slower now. Any thoughts on Delirium speed?
I very specifically made a number of builds and tested them just before this 020 release, and I was actually surprised how well I was doing. And I was like, okay, like I thought this was a big problem, and I was like, I'll just actually go and actually test it myself. So it could be like, okay, here's I'd like to know a bit more here, I guess, which is like, is it certain maps over others?
Yeah,
because
100%. Like, because it still expands like a donut, right?
Yeah, which we do, and we do kind of have to balance it around probably the bottom. Maybe it's, yeah, sure. There's probably a point where it's balanced around an assumption of like being more acceptable maps instead of the worst ones, and so I just need to shift that assumption and then change it. But yeah, I did specifically personally test this on a number of characters pre-020, and I was actually I expected it to be way worse than it was. That being said, I wasn't using like a massive range of maps for testing that. I was like, you know, probably 5 or 6 different things on many different characters. So, yeah, sure. I will look at that as well. I'll add it to the today list.
Yeah.
It's going to be a big day.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you guys doing this. So obviously POE, you're not necessarily tied to like the warrior being melee, right? Like right now I'm playing artillery ballista. Would it be possible to implement some sort of favorite system that I can just tick like artillery ballista with a little heart on it, so then when I go to like level up those gems, I don't have to in the bottom left search artillery ballista and
I would suggest just having a tab for equipped gems would be the way to do that.
Yeah.
Like you just have a tab
Yep.
that just shows you the equipped gems. You just click on
Perfect.
and you level up that way.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
all the classes, then,
then
my
that's what- yeah.
gems, and then all gems is
Right.
probably what it should be. Yeah.
Another question. The Smith's Hammer ability. I was watching. I have not used it myself, but I saw Quinn69 using it, and it looked pretty painful with like a little like tink, tink, and then going out and hitting twice. Any improvements to that?
So there were meant to be some changes that were made to this that I even specifically spoke about. I think with
This is the DM and
maybe
Gazzy podcast.
Darth and Gazzy or whatever
Yes.
when we had that last one.
Yeah.
And those changes didn't occur. They have
Okay.
occurred locally. They should be in a imminent patch coming out. Like
Awesome.
that's it somehow got missed, I think, or I don't know. I actually don't know what happened there, but that was a sheer mistake. Straight
Awesome.
up.
All good. So there are multiple skills that can use chargers. A few players have reported that like they might want to use chargers on a specific skill. Would there be a way to like deactivate that a skill uses chargers, but you still want to use that skill, but you don't want it to be empowered?
This was something that came up like probably about 3 or 4 days.
That's a
before
good
we shipped,
question.
Actually, you were talking because the obvious case is barrage on the Huntress, right?
Yeah.
Like
Yep.
whether or not you want to do that. So I think like I'd have to look into whether or not this is going to be okay, but we could have a support gem that does that like gives some other power boost, but says it can't consume charges or something.
That'd be
And
cool.
then that way you could use that with barrage if you wanted to disable it for that, or something like that. So I think that'd probably be the way. But I have to think about
Yes,
exactly
this
what
is
that
an
would
interview.
be. But something along those lines would be the way.
Should
I'd do
work.
That.
Yeah.
I have a little like just interesting question about how do you feel like class identity revolves more around weapons, right? Because like I'm a warrior build, but a lot of people inherently think like warrior is maces. But yeah, like the class identity is more around the weapons themselves. And I was curious how you feel about that.
Well, we explicitly moved to having 12 classes partly because of that, like to make that the case. Like we want that, and this is actually was driven part. Like I mean, so when we were talking about like adding weapon types and so on, there was this thing where we're like, okay, if you're
Indeed, CJ.
you know what it actually was. It's okay. So we had the spear base type, and we're like, okay, because this is like way back, like a long time ago. We're like, okay, what is gonna make a person who selects a ranger ever switch to spears and do that? That's just incredibly unlikely to actually happen. It's like ultimately the purpose of the classes at the start are kind of to give you a stereotype to like to go to. Now you don't have to follow that, obviously, like everything's open, but giving players like a thing where they're like, okay, like I know what I'm gonna do, like I'm gonna do this thing. It's like it's kind of important for new players to have that happen. So I think it is overall very positive and kind of like why we did that in the first place. And I mean, like an evidence of that in POE1 is like, yeah, players who select ranger, like even though there's all this whole thing about being able to become a melee ranger, like.
Dan, this is the Ziz interview.
It takes a long time before someone would even experiment with that if they're a new player. Like they just wouldn't even cross their mind to like change weapon type like that once they've already started. So effectively, just due to that, we needed to have some way to make it so that from the very beginning you kind of know, like you've got some idea in your head about what kind of thing you want to play.
Yeah. Yeah. The next question is about corrupted items, and you added, in my opinion, a very fun new unique strongbox. Actually, whoever made the Venture strongbox, chef's kiss. Love that
Mark
thing.
did
Please
it.
put it in POE1 as well.
Yep.
Coolest thing ever. But I find corrupted items a little frustrating too, due to quality and sockets. I don't know if the answer is just like that they always have quality and sockets, but obviously it's items that we can't recombinate anyway. And I just want to hear your thoughts on a balance pass from that. It's very frustrating to get a really cool unique that is, or rare that is effectively useless.
Yeah, something needs to change there. Like it isn't right.
We actually removed some corrupted drops before O2O went out, and then because we were like, wait, hold on, getting corrupted items just sucks. Like this isn't a good thing you want. So like corrupting an item of your choice is great.
Yeah.
So we just straight up were like, we need to just start removing the corrupted drops and find a different way or a different item mechanic or do something with them.
Cool.
This 100% just like, what is this random white corrupted item on the ground? Like that is never going to be of use to anyone.
Right.
Yeah.
So, we just need to fix that for sure.
Cool. Is there a possibility of the runes being added to the currency stash tab?
I believe we would. So what was
We're adding a socketables affinity.
Yeah.
We're adding a bunch of affinities. I think it's like socketables, fragments, which will include tablets.
What is it that you need for written? Because I have the
obviously
support gems written
fragments.
out.
breach and or catalysts, expedition, and thus also logbooks and the currency. You know, we're adding a whole bunch of them. I think there's 5, 6, 7 maybe different affinities that we're meant to be adding within, like, you know, I would expect to see that within a week probably is my like guess. We're not going to add that. This is like currently it has the whole you have to have the stash tab in order to have the affinity, and we're like having to divorce that a little bit so that we can just have the affinities with, because the tabs take longer to make. And so that we're doing that work currently, and I would expect to have all of that. So you can use your premium quads, whatever, you know, to stash all of those.
Cool. Actually, almost through with all of my questions here. So this isn't something, sadly, that I've been able to interact too much with, but I wanted to talk a little bit about recombinators anyway, and just see if you guys have looked into the data a little bit. Obviously, I've seen a clip of, for example, Karn having like the 0.91 chance to recombinate. Yeah, just what do you guys think of recombinator use this early, basically?
I don't think we've even had enough real
experience. Kind of waiting for more info and data there for sure.
Yeah.
I did worry that there'd be that people would start seeing those very low values because they're using extremely rare item modifiers or numbers of mods, and getting 3%. Like, oh my god, it says less than 1% or less than 2%, this whole system sucks.
There was a real, like, it's interesting because, like, with recombinators, I feel like every time we've ever even looked at them, they've always got this thing of, like, this tension between, like they're so OP and yet also they look so underpowered. Like, when you like, they've got this, like, horrible tension like that. However, what I do think that this system is, compared to the previous one, is so much better, is that if you're using them for the, like, low number of mod cases, then, like, you can get relatively good.
Recombinating is great for creating 2 mod items and exalt slamming.
If we want to, so like we'll just adjust it. Like, honestly, I have to admit, like, I haven't even recombinated anything on live myself yet. So like, you know, like it's just not I can't really say anything about.
Yeah, that's fair. It's something I haven't.
Right. Like, I just don't know how it feels enough, you know.
I've done a lot of it.
Major item systems that
I've done a lot, bro.
Expecting to get a bunch
I need
of
to be on
this,
this,
and then would calibrate. One was recombinating, and the other, which I am very thoroughly looking for, and maybe you have some opinions on.
I think
is
2 magic would
how
make
the new map drop progression works.
Would make a.
And I know there is 2.
Blue, but if you're
one thing I
recombinating
changed
rares,
last
it'll be a 2
night,
mod rare.
which is to make it a bit easier to get guaranteed maps from the fixed last rare and last final boss. But the other thing is, there is currently a bug which I saw, which is sometimes the boss's drop isn't +1 level, which, I don't know how that happens, but I saw that bug. But assuming those are fixed, I am very curious to know and kind of just get people's, you know, feeling on that. I've seen some people get through the tiers very, very quickly, which is fine because they have proven that they can, and that's fine, and they weren't at the whims of the RNG as much. But I'm looking for a lot of feedback.
No, I gotta
on
go
that,
find the
start getting a bit more of that as people get into Endgame.
Someone made a clip, so it's somewhere.
I anecdotally heard people telling me that they're happier with how Endgame is now than how it was in 0.
Endgame is 32
I have also
times
heard
better.
that, but again, very anecdotally. So,
especially when it comes to sustain, I'm the wrong person to ask because I was shocked at one of the previous podcasts when people were saying they were struggling with sustain. So I thought it was funny when you basically said skill issue.
That was also the case for us, which is why we changed it.
So that's why we just were like, let's fully redo this.
So I'm the wrong person to ask for about sustain, and obviously there's no issues for me with sustain now. I've talked to my community a little about this, and it was pretty split with the new like how you unlock Atlas points. A lot of people didn't like it. I personally like it a lot more. I had a strong dislike for the do 10 tier 1 maps, do 10 tier 2 maps. So I love the new way, but a lot of people in my community didn't. So you're definitely gonna have to get more feedback there. I'm just not 100% sure. I think the issue that people in my chat were saying was that they were struggling to see the corruption. So maybe even like some sort of indicator of like not an arrow, but like more.
When you say C, do you mean in like out of the fog of war or in the fog of war?
Oh,
both, I guess. Like just. Like, do you know the way we have the beams towards the pillars right now? I guess people
that's why I'm asking. Like, are you saying just like physically you don't see them when they're revealed, or
just before the patch went out, we were like, we actually did go, do we want these to be visible in Fog of War or not?
Yeah.
And they were, by the way. And then we were like, I think maybe actually we don't, because you're going to spend too much of your playtime just looking in Fog of War, and I want you to be looking in the revealed section more. And so that's why I did change it, so that some things are in Fog of War, but it's like not that many, so towers and citadels being that. And then
you could have like a very short distance, maybe. Or
yeah,
something like that, just to
but
slightly
we don't
increase
currently
it,
have a distance in Fog of War. You can see it's just either it is or it isn't, and so maybe we can mess with that and have it be like
because my Chaos Force is 0, to be fair. I need to get this shit
some
up.
depth in or something like that just to make it a bit better. But
but
I mean,
at
it's
least
good
for
feedback.
myself,
It's
I
good
like
to
it.
know.
Yeah.
So that's about the Atlas points. If you do get any more, and of course, if you happen to get a collective from your community in particular as well, and of course people are going to post it, you have my Discord as well, just tell me, because I'm very, very curious about the map drops and how people feel about now that it's like way more deterministic for both sustaining and going up the tiers. Now, obviously, not a huge amount of people collectively as in the end game, but like it's enough to start getting stuff. So I'd really, really, really like to make sure we got that right. So if any of that comes up, just give me a yell.
I have one last question about POE2, and then I have a few quick fire questions about POE1, and then we're done. How do you feel about the removal of clear speed, things like Herald of Ice, but then sort of adding it back in?
Don't say Lightning Spear.
Effectively, a few players are telling me the Lightning Strike and Aurora effectively just swaps it from Herald of Ice to the Roa.
He literally called me out.
Well, Lightning.
I don't know whether or not the balance of those is correct, quite frankly.
It's not quite like there's probably misbalance here, 100%, but it's not quite the same as what the Heralds were doing. But it is still a balance anomaly for sure. Like I certainly have people playing, know people who are playing Lightning Archers right now, and they're like, why am I suffering like this? I'm going to.
Oh, he's talking about
Spear.
Archer,
which I assume is what you meant.
Root 2 made me promise to ask that.
Fucking Root 2!
So, look, it's pretty clear. It is the #1 play build right now is Lightning Spear Amazon, and for good reason, right? Like, it wasn't the intention to be like we removed this thing and added this thing. That isn't intentional. That it ends up playing that strongly and that powerfully, and it's like a clear like. I mean, just use it and the whole screen implodes, right?
But the trouble we have now is, like, this is what people are doing now.
Yeah.
And we nerf that. Like,
No,
like,
that's fair.
The answer is usually that we can't very easily.
That's fair.
So,
Yep. So, a few POE1 questions, and then nothing. Do we have a rough estimate at all for 326?
I mean, are we telling people? Have we said anything about that?
I think we were like, I think last we said was A and around that territory, or at least towards the latter half
you
of
cut
May.
out. You cut out.
No, sorry, I said nothing.
No!
I was just pretending. No, towards the end of May was what we last said, and the intention is still that is currently on track. Obviously, all these things are kind of like, up to within a 2-week kind of band, because, things happen. That being said, if you're not hearing about things by the end of May, or at least, then I'd be very, very surprised. You should be, for sure.
Cool.
Should be, yeah.
Awesome. Any chance of WSD in POE1? Have you thought more about it?
It's not really a question of thinking about it. It's a question of like, I mean, I would put it in tomorrow if we could.
Yeah.
The problem is that the character rigs are just not set up for it, and so I will just mention like kind of like the long-term plan here. So once every microtransaction from POE1 works in POE2, at that point it will mean that we could then port the character rigs from POE2 back to POE1 and rig the old character models and items onto them. And that would then mean that we would have access to the animation library and everything that we have in POE2 in POE1, which would then mean that we could put WASD in, basically.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is that like
snowball
like in the like, but this will take a while, right? But like in the long term, this can happen. But like it would effectively we always sort of imagined that we would take the POE2 character rigs and port them back to POE1 once the microtransaction had all been ported over.
Yeah.
But it requires 100%. Obviously, we can't turn a microtransaction off in POE1 you already bought. So like therefore we have to wait until we've got full compatibility before we can do that.
Another thing is like incentivized to make a change.
Yeah.
And the reason for that is
that we have to rig everything to all the stupid POE1 character models.
We have
every
to currently
time.
do.
I lose credit.
So the moment that we can finally get rid of those POE1 character models, like character rigs, that means that it just reduces our workload a crap ton. So, yeah, and then at that point we could add WSC.
We've got a pretty large rigging department right now, and they are spending probably the majority of their life all rigging microtransactions to POE2 characters right now. That is what they're doing. So,
I mean, eventually it will get to the point where that is the case.
Cool. I have the same question, but with pausing. So for POE1.
That one, I think that they even tried to do that.
It was almost there.
It was almost there, and then there was like a couple of things. So, like, it is our
you
intention
wanna
to get that
jam.
Awesome. Another thing that I really love in POE2, the highlight effect.
Oh,
like when I
rerolled
right click,
into
it
rarity.
transmute and it shows
Wait,
like
and
what
another
items this works on.
It's worse
really
now.
nice quality.
It's not bad though.
Well, I mean, there shouldn't be any reason we can't do that.
No, it rerolled 2 suffixes.
Should be fine. I mean, I don't know why that would be a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, should be fine. Yeah,
I
we
mean,
can
stuff
probably
like
do
that, 100%.
Yeah,
It's either we're just not going to, it just won't.
Yeah.
You know, it won't just happen.
Cool.
Sure.
Final question is, Val orbs in POE2 can change the magnitude of unique items. Is that something we could ever see in POE1?
Well, the amount of work that it would take. So here's the thing, right? Like that for every unique, we have manual work to do to work out what to do there.
Yeah.
And obviously in POE2, given that there weren't all the uniques made already, like we were able to do that. So like I'm not going to say never in POE1, but just the amount of work it would take to like look at the balance of every single unique and do that work would be quite large.
Most would take only like 2 seconds and would just be
sure,
fine.
sure.
But
But there's like implications for a lot of like There's just a lot of uniques in POE1, right? Like a lot.
Awesome. That was all the questions I had. Thank you so much for taking time to do this. I know this was super welcome by me and the community. We really appreciate it. I know it was a bit combative today, but I promise it's from love for the game.
Well, actually,
and,
so at the beginning, I obviously got out of bed on the wrong side of the bed this morning because I was feeling a little bit anxious, probably more than I should have done, and I apologize for that because that was probably not
Good.
great.
Nice and wholesome from both of them.
I don't know,
Good.
for whatever reason, I just kind of, as I said, was just feeling a bit this earlier,
No,
but,
I appreciate it. I actually, compared to most, I think we came out of this one with like, here's like actually like 15 changes we're just going to go make like immediately, which is awesome. And some we knew about, some we didn't, and some and a whole bunch of discussion. So like I actually
should have seen my upgrades
the value
today, bro.
coming out of this I feel very, very good about, honestly. And I'm hoping we can get a lot of those changes, and I'm hoping it obviously it'll help, but like it is good because I mean at the end of the day it's just creating that collaborative environment between developer and player base that and using users as the intermediary, and I'm sure a lot of those opinions yourself, you're part of that, but it is very important that we keep doing this because it will create greatness.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate you guys coming here. I've actually like as a rule for my podcast, I actually took something Jonathan said to heart really, really hard that I really liked. And you said that you really like when the interviewer when it's their questions and not just on behalf of others, because they're able to do better follow-ups and stuff. So I've tried hard to focus on that as well, that it's things that I am able to do follow-ups on. So, but yeah,
Awesome.
Thank you guys so much for your time.
Yeah, thank you, and thank everyone for watching and playing.
Yeah.
We appreciate it. Bye.
Bye.
Whew.
That was an interesting interview. That was an interesting one, I will say. I think the first half of it, I was honestly, personally, not really a big fan of. I think that they both didn't really handle it very well. Mark was a fucking Giga Chad the entire time. Towards the second half, it seemed that Ziz was reading a little bit more in the lines of, I shouldn't be so pushy, and Mark also kind of was the same way. And then they both apologized at the end, and I'm happy to see that. I just think that the beginning could have been handled better, but that's okay. There's a lot of pressure on both sides. Shit kind of happens. It's a very high-stress environment. It is a very high-stress environment, right? I just, here's the thing. I put a lot of pressure on content creators because I'm a content creator, and it is our job to deal with toxicity. Like, if anyone says it's not, you're a liar, right? Content creators deal with toxicity on a minutely basis, maybe hourly basis, right? So, that's just my opinion. They say they're going to slam Lightning Spear. Well, Ziz fucking snitched, and said that everyone's playing Lightning Spear. What do you think you're gonna do? Because you basically nerfed Heralds, but then made Lightning Spear. And they said, well, then we would have to nerf mid-league, and we can't really do that. So, that was the response. They also said that Lightning Spear is the #1 most played build right now. So, you know, but he said that's because of Root 2. But they buffed mid-league. Buffing mid-league is different than nerfing mid-league, though. You see? Buffing makes people happy. Nerfing makes people unhappy. I think the things they talked about were good and important. As for most things, I feel they came to a decent conclusion on. Often, Mark found the middle ground. By often, you mean Mark found the middle ground always, yeah? They're speaking of the combination with the Roa. I guess, I mean, I don't think the Roa really makes that much of a difference. Like, do you see my build? Rue was so mad about the Roa plus Lightning Spear. But, like, I don't understand, why does the Roa make that much of a difference? Because you're just at running speed the whole time? I'm gonna be honest, I don't really get it. I don't think anyone but Rue knew. Faster clear? I mean, I think I get maybe like an extra 5 to 10 seconds per map. If I were to use the Roa, which, I mean, I don't really know. Like, we could literally count how many times I attack per map, and then we could figure out the amount of seconds I would save based off of that. You know, Victoria just sent me a message. She said the ice cream guy is outside. There's an ice cream guy that comes around our neighborhood, and sometimes I go run out and give him some money for ice cream. Do it? No, I'm on a diet, guys. I can't. Ice cream yeah, ice cream trucks are very expensive now. It was like, what did he call them? Mango nadas? They were like $4 each. It's basically just a cup of colored sugar for $4 each, dude. Oh, I gotta lower the audio now. Sorry about that, boys. Mark had a lot of your same takes. Do you think he watches the stream? Do you think Mark watches my stream? Mark and I literally came to the same conclusion on like 13 different things. Actually. I need to talk to Mark, dude, and Jonathan. I need to talk to them because I like to look at myself in kind of in a unique position. I'm not trying to like give myself like praise or credit, but I'm a guy who deals with noobs all the time. Like, that's actually, and when I say deal with noobs, it's not like an offensive statement. That is the way I market my stream and my YouTube. Like, I help newer players. I am the guy who onboards new people into POE1. Why would I not be the guy who helps people in POE2? With that being said, that means I can relate to Jonathan because Jonathan specializes in campaign runs, which that's low-level content. But I also am the guy who's playing endgame all the time because that's the type of player I am, which means I can resonate with what Mark is saying. Furthermore, I play solo self-found, which means when I'm giving an opinion, I'm giving an opinion on like from level 1, climbing through, earning my own gear, getting my currency, crafting, using every form of crafting, understanding what actually works for me, the defensive layers, and like I learn all of it, right? Have you seen that your loot filter is the most popular on the website? It is? It's just kind of like a filter I made in like 10 minutes. Prime example of helping new players, by the way. We got the #1 build and we got the #1 filter. It's literally POE1 all over again with RF and the RF filter. I'm just trying to help people have fun, bro. That's it. I'm just trying to help people have fun. That's all I'm trying to do. Yeah. It's because you were the first streamer doing Lightning Spear. Is it toxic if I say because almost every other streamer did not enjoy their experience with Amazon, though? And people use Lightning Spear, Shiver. They just didn't like it. Like, when they threw Lightning Spear in Act 1, it was unsupported, so they didn't like how it looked, you know? Like, Lightning Spear is a low-level gem. It's just you gotta get higher level and get the right supports. Using fork? I am now. You can see all my links on the build command. You can look at the POE Ninja. How do you get Kotokos? Run Dreadnought for the base, and then you chance orbit. Took me like 5 or 6. Is Volt recommended? I have no idea. I don't have a support gem on me.
Hold on.
Angle Tongue? Maybe it's a leveling spear? I don't know. I don't think any unique spears are competitive with like an actual fizz weapon. How is this different from last season? There's progression. Last season there was no progression. Like it did not take any investment to, you know, shatter screens with a herald. You just needed a ring. And if you didn't have the ring, you could just run double herald with like one flat cold damage thing. Here, I know this may not seem like a lot, but number one, I have an extremely good weapon. Number two, I need to play a specific ascendancy to scale my crit rate. Number three, I capitalize on the crit rate by scaling accuracy to get my crit really high. Number four, I need to circumvent frenzy charge generation to be able to make my spear chain. Number five, I'm building around volt charges, which means I only cast when I have volt. Number six, we're also getting bonus damage because we have Herald of Thunder that's granting us Innervate. The Innervate is giving us bonus damage on the hit. Then we also have Weapon Infusion. Well, that's the Herald, that's the Infusion. That Infusion is also coming from the Ascendancy. So the point I'm trying to make is that there is progression with the build. Sure, if you play Trade League, you could just buy a good weapon and go, but I'm not playing Trade League, so there is some form of investment that needs. Furthermore, if you want to actually spam it, you need to use a unique that's not blowing up the screen. The unique is allowing you to trigger frenzy charges, right? So it's like it's a whole entire like process to go and scale. It also has much more ethical single target. But I'm going to be honest, I saw one mana left play, and he just auto-attacks and explodes the whole screen with his auto-attack. I see Ben playing, and Ben is running faster than me, tapping his crossbow, clearing just fine. Right? So, like, sure, my build may be faster clear, but there are other builds that are competitive with this shit. Like, let me just go look right now. Hold on. Just to give an example. Do you think these also aren't going to get gutted? I mean, it's unlikely they make mid-league nerfs, right? If you look at his gameplay, let's just look at the beginning of his map, right? So, if you look at like the beginning of his map, just watch when he clears. That's his auto attack. We go back again here. Look at his auto. Like, it's not like this is the only build that can explode a screen. Right? Is my build faster? Sure, but all that matters is that there are the tools to do this, right? You're just not doing this in the campaign. You need to get to this point. You need to scale, right? Like, you could make fun and say, oh, the single target. There's ways to fix stuff, right? Like, we're still just very early into the game. We're very, very, very early. They nerfed that. It was a bug. I mean, this is literally 2 days ago. They nerfed it. I think this just got nerfed. Okay, I can't comment on that. I have no idea. Okay, look at Ben's character. Ben clears very, very well as well. Here, I'll go look. Ben _ Twitch. Click. Okay. Oh, Ben is not fighting mobs right now. That's the first time ever. Here, I'm gonna click his profile. Okay, and I'm gonna go to videos, and I'm gonna click like this one because I know he was mapping here for sure. Here. Oop, 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 oop. I mean, look. Let me just get out of the expedition. Look at the way he clears. Look at him. That's good too, right? Like, that's also really good. He's also 18 times more tanky than me because he's ES. There are other builds. I just think people aren't giving the game enough time. Maybe, like, that's the problem. The problem I always come into when I play Path of Exile, right, is... The problem for me that occurs is... I play a build, and I really like the build, and I report my findings to people, and people say this is overpowered, right? And this is not a me thing. This is anyone who plays video games a ton and understands these mechanics can make stuff like this. And we can always say, like, I got the lucky class or I whatever, but this happens in every single game I play, and it makes me feel so bad to say stuff like this, right? But it's true. Like, I think things just take time to scale, and there's always going to be a meta. And sure, maybe I'm playing the #1 most meta character, but it doesn't mean other things aren't unplayable or aren't playable. It just takes time, right? Even this build, like, it took time to, like, figure this out and learn it. People don't have patience? Yeah, that's another thing. A lot of it is because they're used to, like, POE1 gameplay. Also, what happened to our viewers, man? We went from, like, 1.2k to, like, 800. Yikes, dude. People didn't like the interview, dude. Ben is Ben. His gear is always unattainable. I mean, I'm just using examples as I see fit. Sadly, the normal players don't have the same 24 for gaming. I mean, the normal players, sure, I get that, but, like, is not, you know, a lot of people who play games as well are, like, addicted to games, play 24/7, right? Normal people are still in the campaign, though, you know? Yeah, I gotta go use the restroom. I'll be right back, boys. For my Atlas, I think I went here first for like extra rares. What's your advice to get a good spear after getting in maps? You want me to recommend what I do? You see this tab called Dump? Where is it? Hold on. Okay. See this tab here? These are all spears. And here. These are all spears. And here. These are all spears. So I pick up good base spears. My filters show good base spears. And you hoard every single one. And what you do is you are going to basically transmute and augment. And if you get a good mod, you can regal. And then you can exalt slam. If it's a really good mod, make a tab and call it recombinate. The recombinate tab, the purpose of this tab is to pull very high mods and try to merge them together. So this has like a T6 flat fizz. You can put like a flat fizz with a % fizz, try to recombinate it, and then you can just continue to exalt slam. And that's basically what I've been doing. A lot of these are actually not supposed to be in here. A lot of these are actually just default spears. And that is what I did, and you can actually see I have a tab here called leveling. Where is it? Hold on. And in my leveling tab, you can see my old spears. You see this? These are my old spears that I went through. And I got all of these either through recombinating or the previous like crafts. All these tabs. Yeah, I splurged in tabs like 52 years ago in POE when I was a young lad because there was no MTX to buy. And turns out I've been using the tabs for like 10 years, so works out well. Yeah, you can link it to me, dude. What you got? Not sure which are the best bases. I did Orichalcum and up. Connor is crashing out. What do you mean Connor's crashing out?
Hold on.
Because they nerfed his build. Like he's done playing? You got heaps of tabs, bro? Well, it wasn't a nerf, it was a bug, no? They said, people said it was bugged on the AoE scaling. Bugs and nerfs are very different, but I don't play his build, so I don't really know. Yeah, I also have another tab, by the... Oh, okay, never mind. Most of them are in this one. This is my other folder. Yeah.
Hold on.
He's making a text document. I'm just gonna put this in, whatever. Are you on D&D? No, but someone has the name Pox. So Whisper Pox is on. Ooh. 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 Bro, that's sick. Where is my leveling gear? Sorry, Roots. Roots, did you hear that this build is the #1 most played build of the league? Amazon was the most play class at like 40-50%. And this is the strongest Amazon build. Yep.
A sight for sore eyes.
Oh yeah, wait. Where's my chains map? Fuck this map.
Steel yourself.
Choose.
Is there anything in here rare? This is a really good leveling ring. Bro, how did I roll so many zeros? Fucking 0 mana, 0 cold, 0 lightning. Like, what is this? Damned. I'm gonna take Blackheart, bro. Yeah, do you know why this guy is on an island? Because this is Chris Wilson. He retired, bro. He's living on his own island now. He said, I'm not dealing with that shit anymore, dude.
Time grants no favors.
I need a more.
You have any Pierce? I don't use Pierce, no. Please try Innervate on LS. I don't need Innervate on LS because I have it on Herald of Thunder. You see it right here? Every time I attack, I get Innervate from Herald of Thunder. Look, you see it right there? 2, 1, 0. It fell off. Now check this. Ready? Set. Watch. You see the spear? You see it flying? You see it? Boom! Herald of Thunder. Boom! Innervate. You have a guide on how to use Recombinator? You just select 2 affixes and then put them together. I don't necessarily think you need a guide on it. I can put out a more in-depth thing about it, but ideally you just look for 2 modifiers you want. You select one of each, and then you have the chance it tells you at the bottom to succeed. It is very, very simple to understand once you've done it one time. But I can go back and show you an example, right? Here, I use an example for you. So if you look here, I have a recombinate tab. So say I want to recombinate boots. Okay, these boots have 30 MS, and these boots have 89 life, right? So if I go to the recombinator, and I say I want 30 movement speed with 89 life, I have a 50% chance to succeed. And then it rolls a 50-50 on the base. So either it would be Grim Trail Dragon Scale, or it would be Blood Soul Cinched. And you can, the more mods you select, the rarer it becomes. So I recommend you just do 2. Just 2. Because at the end of the day, you can just exalt the last remaining affixes, right? So just as an example for you, right? I can just click this, and I succeeded. Because I can see the pair of boots right there. Then, now that I succeeded, and I made myself a pair of 30 MS boots with 89 life, I can just go ahead and now Exalt Slam. And now I just got dual res 30 MS 89 life boots with stun. Then I can go one step further, quality it, like this, add a socket, click it, pin it over here, hit it with the nasty Vol Orb, and it just got 2 sockets. And what did I just do? I'll be honest, I just made myself a pair of better boots. Just like that. That's how you recombinate. Boy, that's a really fast YouTube guide. Can anyone clip that for me? Recombinating's OP. It's like so good. Yeah, I lose a lot of decks, which is fine because my accuracy is really good. But I don't know if I can manage this. Because I need a lot of dexterity. This needs like 190. And this needs like one. Okay, how do I get 190 dex, bro? I mean...
I shall record your trip.
I need to create a complete bridgestone. Go on. Yes.
Fuck.
Go on.
Oh.
$170. I'll just remove those 2. Now I have 214 decks.
What a rethink me approach.
I did lose a bit of evasion, but that's okay. Let's be real, I'm not dying to not evading. I'm dying to like everything else. And honestly, I would use Chaos Res here. Have you tried Scattershot? No, I don't think I would like Scattershot, I'll be quite honest with you. I've worn glasses for like 10 years. Hold on. What else can I put in here? Instead of resistance. Is there anything else I can put? There is, right? Life and mana recovery from Flask. Flat mana. Fire res. I didn't know. I don't always wear them on stream. It's just... These days I wear them on stream because, I don't know, with YouTube streaming, the chats are very different and it's just easier for me to see. I mean, stun threshold I don't think is that bad. Once I get combat frenzy around 28, could I swap to LS with Sniper's Mark? You can't do LS Sniper's Mark unless you're crit, but you could absolutely try. Wait, body runes add life? Bro, I'm getting life. Plus 80 life. I don't care, bro. Give it to me. How do you generate frenzy early? Exclamation mark frenzy, bro. Shows you everything. Was the Kotoko change worth it? Yeah, absolutely. What am I doing here? 14. Okay. How hard is the early game? I did not struggle. A lot of people told me it is difficult. Shield dropped in a map. In a crypt map, more specifically. I'm having single target struggle. You need to go crit, you need to use snipers, you need to use stormlance, you need the correct links. Crit is everything. Crit means you get a frenzy. Frenzy means your skill does like 5 times the damage. Frenzy also means that you get infused weapon. Infused weapon is also big damage. I didn't finish slick.
Lightning strikes twice. That's the real of the hunt. A clean kill. Need more time.
Oh. Is the shield chanceable? I don't see why a shield or any item is not chanceable if it's not unique, but I don't know. I assume that you only couldn't chance unique, or like boss uniques. That was it. Yeah, it's not a boss drop, so I assume it's chanceable.
I need more time.
I'm struggling in Act 3 for single target. When you're level 30 something, you can do triple lightning spear, and then you can jump on the spears to detonate. Prior to then, the build is a little scuffed. Everything kind of hinges on the weapon, but I didn't really struggle that much, so I am not too sure what to suggest.
Lightning strikes twice.
In general, a weapon-based build is going to struggle if you do not update your weapon. Even if you don't get like rare spears, just a blue spear with a single good mod can sometimes be enough to get you through the campaign. At least parts of the campaign.
Need a moment.
It's also extremely important to make sure you're whetstoning your good weapons, adding a socket, and then adding more damage to them with your artificer orbs.
Hold on.
I hear Trinity is crashing games, so I didn't try it. But that's also, I'd have to drop a lot to get Trinity going, so I don't see myself doing that. Either I have to dick my charge generation, which I will not do, or I have to drop Wind Dancer, which means I lose a lot of evasion. I've gotten 3 whetstones and I'm almost 60. This means that you're not using a filter to highlight superior gear. It kind of sucks, but that's the state of how the game is in. Furthermore, you can, so every time you pick up a superior item that's over 5 quality, every 5% gives you a guaranteed whetstone. Furthermore, if you go into the vendors and you type in SUPE or like superior, you can go ahead and just buy the superior item out and then break it down. What is a sea glass spear? I heard, I think, is it Fubgun who talked about sea glass spear base? Why are you saying whetstone like that? Oh, that's my accent, bro. It's int deck space. Oh. Interesting. Ever tried Tame Beast? I did. Wait, seriously? This isn't done? What the fuck? It's a 10% base crit spear. Oh. Pretty good. What the fuck? Oh my. Did Ziz not ask about map objectives? He didn't. He did? Oh, I guess I didn't. I guess I misunderstood. What was the response? Oh, okay. I must have missed it. Okay. My apologies. They're looking for adding icons immediately. He specifically spoke about the very situation. I don't know how I missed it then. I must have been yapping.
Here it comes. Ancient Zone, get.
Must have been yapping.
Hold on.
Speak. Lands flow with their call.
Need more time.
What would be your priority for Spearcraft? I went flat fizz, percent fizz. Maybe there's a world where you go flat fizz and or percent fizz and accuracy if you have an insane accuracy roll, but I really don't know.
Proof of my prowess. I'll not say no to that.
What do you think about Hero Siege? I think it's a messy game, but it's really fun.
There could be anything in that treasure. Let's see what shakes loose. Hold on. That's cleared him out.
Is percent fizz accuracy not better? I mean, if you're gonna go for accuracy, you may as well go for the pure accuracy one, no? That's what I would say if you're gonna like recombinate it. But again, I could very well be wrong here.
Wait.
You show your atlas. It's really messy. I don't recommend you copy. What are good contenders for annoyance? I have actually no idea. Did you run the numbers on POB? I have not POB'd my character, and I don't really plan on it because I think a lot of stuff is like not correct on POB. Hybrid is lower weight. So then I guess it depends if you're going for a perfect weapon or like a usable weapon by that conversation, basically. Numbers this, math that, just press lightning strike and blast for real. Or lightning spear? Yeah, dude, I mean, that's literally me.
Wait.
Chad, do you hear this? Next week we have a written guide for this done. Do you hear that? That's the guy who helps me write my POE vault guides. So for people asking about a written guide, there you go. Roots is the man. You know what he does? He actually plays the character. He plays the character so he can understand the character. Because when I recommend stuff, he likes to challenge me, you know? No, he doesn't. He does.
Shake off the dust, and that's that. I'll take that. Bring it on.
Roots, what do you think about this build? Do you see it?
Wait.
Oh god, I thought I died there from the fucking thing. Am I dead in my hideout? There's no way, right? Okay, thank god. Ooh. I heard the explosions going off, so I just want to make sure I wasn't dead in here. It blows. We need chain. You mean charges? Charges get completely automated later, by the way. Charges get like fully automated. Missed the whole stream. Did they say that they want to nerf Lightning Spear? They probably want to nerf it, but they said that people are playing it, and because it, well, they said that they just buffed it and that they don't want to nerf stuff mid-league, so they're probably not going to nerf it. You can't quality a lot of Ascendancy stuff. It's just how it is. Whether it's intended or not, I don't know, but that's just how they said it is. Because of the gloves. Yeah, so if you look here, I'll get a Frenzy Charge. See that? That actually was 2. And now, when I right-click again, watch this. It refunded. And now, when I right-click again, I consumed. And now, when I right-click again, it refunded. See that? And if you get bad RNG, then you'll just occasionally Sniper's Mark and throw it, and you're pretty much guaranteed to get it back. Why did they buff it? Why did they buff it? Did you read POE Reddit or listen to any content creators about Amazon? Most of the Amazon feedback was very, very, very outstandingly negative. Most people who were judging Amazon, and by most, I mean pretty much everyone, was talking shit about it in the campaign. They didn't really try to play it outside of the campaign, and most people complaining are using like T1 support gems, and I completely understand the complaints, but I'm also a bit confused because PoE is always more about like the end game, and I understand that the leveling needed some help, but I don't think that what they needed to do was buff the skill. I think what they needed to do was adjust, you know, maybe like loot, because if people had some decent gear, they wouldn't have had an issue. So that's just my opinion. That's my opinion. I played the character at low level. I was there day one. I did not have the same issues as everyone else. I simply experimented and adapted and did not have a problem. That's just me.
Time makes fools of us all.
Wait.
They don't sound like they want to buff loot. I think that Jonathan doesn't want to buff things, right? But if you give Jonathan examples of why you think things should be how it is, I think he will be more understanding. So here's an example. When players get to the end act boss, you know, the act boss of the end of Act 1, and they fight the boss, many players are walking around with one rare item and a couple of blues. The problem being is that even these blue items do not have a useful modifier. Some examples would be, I have thorns on my gear, or I have 1.2 life regen. And whereas 1.2 life regen is good, I would much rather have a piece of gear with life, or I would much rather have a piece of gear with resist. Is it possible to make it so that when we do some of the quests, or maybe you can do it so that there's a side quest we can do, we can get a guaranteed piece of gear with life, or a guaranteed boots with 10% movement speed, or a guaranteed rare weapon, and we get to choose. And sure, maybe that won't fix it, but that'll make a lot more players happy because they will have more control over their character. This way, instead of having to directly buff loot, you provide an avenue for players to explore so they can acquire more loot, right? This is a real thing. I think that Jonathan just needs to be spoken to with like, instead of combating Jonathan, I think you just need to reason with Jonathan, right? Jonathan clearly wants to have the game be in a certain direction, and just challenging his viewpoint is not gonna fix anything, right? Simply, you know, provide him with examples and see if he's interested in those examples, and at the very least, a discussion can come from it, and maybe some form of middle ground can happen. I think he's a reasonable person. I just think that everyone memes on him for the vision, and if you just try to combat him, he's just gonna go into defensive mode, because everyone, like, all he does if he opens up Reddit is the vision. Or if you pop up, like, you know, 70% of the streamers, they're talking shit about the vision, right? So being combative is not something that he needs. He needs someone that can reason with him and understand. That is just my personal opinion. Obviously, I don't know. I've never really spoken with him. It's just the vibe that I'm getting.
Hold on.
I think he's just frustrated too. I think everyone's frustrated, you know? I think a lot of people are just frustrated. But dealing with frustration doesn't cause anything, right? Because let me explain again. For people who do not know this, Act 1 has what's called, I don't know if you want to call it an Easter egg or what, but there are like scripted drops. Like, I'll give you an example. You know when you go to the graveyard and you have like Tweedledee and Tweedledum, there's like Draven and then the girl? Before you go fight those bosses, if you run around in that cemetery, there's like a chest in an area, and it guaranteed drops a ring. I think it's actually an iron ring. It drops it every single time, right? If they created... Jonathan knows this stuff. So when Jonathan comes back home from work and plays through the campaign, he knows this stuff. He knows this. So when he is doing his playtesting, he is doing his playtesting as an efficient player. Like, I know saying Jonathan and efficient doesn't make sense, but Jonathan has the fucking campaign memorized. So the problem is when you talk about loot to Jonathan, he knows where to go to get the loot. But the issue is that not everyone else knows where to go for this loot. So I genuinely feel if you just create more of these, or you create them in the form of quest rewards, then more players will get them. And because more players will get them, players will struggle less in the campaign because they have a little bit more gear, right? That's the point I'm trying to make. I think these are all very fair points too, you know? Yeah, just like the Act 3 jeweler. Yep. The real thing. That's the one like in the swamp in the bottom left or whatever. All right, another thing is that the campaign is long. Yeah, so here's the problem with the campaign being long. Let me explain. When you say the campaign is long, Jonathan says, why does that matter? If you're having fun, you're having fun. And this is when you need to explain to him. Well, the problem that I have with the campaign is that when I'm in Act 3 and I'm running through a zone and I'm killing monsters and I get to a dead end, the issue I have is, number one, there's no checkpoint at that dead end. And the problem is you could put a checkpoint at that dead end, and yes, it would be, you know, a short-term solution, and even he is aware of that. The issue you have to explain is, like, essentially, why do I have this giant zone and so much of it is just dead ends? There are other scenarios you could create where maybe you don't even have to necessarily shorten the zone. You can cut off some dead ends and make it a little bit more linear, right? And when you make it a little bit more linear, then players won't hit those dead ends as much. They're combating more enemies and they won't notice, right? That's like one example to use. There's a lot of different things. And even if he says no, it doesn't matter if he says no. What matters is that he is realizing something, because even devs are just humans and not everyone, you know, nobody knows the best solution to this stuff. So that's why you propose solutions, you propose ideas, right? There's some cheap infusions, 15% blind on hit and 10% attack speed. Good. That's actually really good. Sorry for asking you twice, but you showed us some other builds. Can you recommend this build with fire explosion? What was the name? I don't know the name, but the guy's name on YouTube is Connor Converse. Supposedly the build just got nerfed though. Just FYI. I don't know anything about it. What would be your suggestion for support gems on LS if you are starting with it and trying to get through the campaign? I have no idea because I used it at high level. I'm going to be honest. I think Volt is one of the strongest support gems for it though. So that's like one thing I can help you with. Volt is giga strong. Couldn't they put more loot in dead ends? They could do something like that. If they had rare chests and dead ends, I think it would feel a bit better. Maybe if the rare chests guarantee a rare item. What was the name? Connor Converse. On one hand, you're absolutely right. Getting Jonathan on the defensive is non-constructive to the problems at hand. On the other hand, there is a precedent of Arc Nemesis gone core at the beginning. Streamers were mostly, it's okay, they'll get feedback and they'll change it. It took 3 leagues for GG to admit what the community said from the start is mostly correct. Well, the issue right now is they are super far behind. Like, they need more time to change a lot of this stuff. So, I mean, I think time is a big factor as well.
Clean kill. I need a moment to prepare.
I just don't think being angry or aggressive or combative towards the developers of the game is ever going to get anything done because the player base shits on them enough. They don't need that. In my opinion, everyone handles things differently. Violence is never the solution in my book. So.
Need more time.
I chose violence. I'm about to get one shot by this expedition, but you know, that's beside the point.
This ought to stir things up. Straight through the app.
I think Jonathan is right. You give too much in these games, it becomes too easy. I mean, Jonathan is definitely scared of the game becoming trivialized, for sure. This is obvious. But you gotta meet him halfway. You gotta show him the lie. Ooh, a tablet. Ooh, a lag spike. I'm dead. Not dead. My question is getting under. Sorry, but I'm rapid fire answering questions. I can't hit every single one. Doesn't work like that. Unless you want me to just sit in my hideout and never play the game, which would be feels bad, man. I think your input directly to them would benefit the game. Yeah, I think I want to try to be a little more active with the developers specifically for... I guess maybe, yeah, with POE. I think I'll step back off my... Well, I guess, I mean, I haven't really been anywhere. But yeah, maybe I'll have more of a presence. Maybe I'll start contacting GGG at some point. We'll see. Mark needs a fucking raise. Mark literally needs a raise after that. Like, I want to start like a fucking GoFundMe for Mark right now. 500 bucks. Mark is S tier. Mark is S plus tier. Mark is SSR plus tier. You know how you like get 100% on your test and you're really happy? And then there's that really smart kid who did the extra credit and you got like 106%? Mark's 106%. What did you think of the interview? I didn't really enjoy the tone of on both ends in the first half of the interview. I think it went a much better direction towards the second half. Mark is 27 out of 10 though. That's my personal opinion of the whole thing.
Hold on. Hold on.
I think John is taking everything just like what Chris used to, and he's not training for, is why he was mad and angry. I mean, it doesn't matter who you are. If you are proud of your game and you open up Reddit or you look at the content creators who you once spoke to in interviews and they're all shitting on your game and you don't understand why because the numbers don't make sense, then you're going to be very confused too. 100%. GG blocks Reddit feedback. No, GG definitely goes on Reddit. 100%. 100%. 1000%. Does your filter show sea glass spears? It actually might not. I should probably go highlight it. Is sea glass a really low level base? Can we go turn it on for you? Here, I can do it right now. It's level 51. It doesn't show sea glass. Do I have the int for it? Well, I'm gonna have 150 int after my respec, so yeah. Would you want it? No, but people are using my loot filter, so I'll put it on for them. Welcome to when video games turn into a job shiver. This is usually when I split my filter and I run my own custom filter, and then I just leave this filter public and run my own filter. This is like usually when this happens. Okay, sea glass spears on the filter. Sad that the POE2 subreddit went to the same way as POE1. Yep. I told you, I really don't understand, you know, and I feel so bad because I don't understand. I thought everyone was having a blast, you know? I thought everyone was literally having a blast, and then 8 hours into my stream, people are coming to my stream saying, bro, you know, what do you think about POE2? Is it fucking garbage? Is it a dumpster fire? Like, what's going on? And I'm just like, what? I was just so lost. I didn't understand. Did you fix vision rune on your filter? Wait, vision runes are being hidden? What do you mean? I have all greater runes open. I have lesser runes turned off, but like greater runes and regular runes should be on. I have 8 greater vision runes. They're definitely here. Did you not complete your map? I think it's bugged because it's definitely completed. Look, because I can wait. Is it not completed? Oh my! Oh my! You got a checkpoint. You're right, there's a checkpoint. There's a checkpoint. Wait. 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 Oh, thank fucking God. Holy. Oh. Okay.
I need more time.
Dude, what if I get an exalt here? What the fuck? Yo, there's some bases, dude. Checkpoint to the rescue. It did, bro. It came to the rescue. Alright, guys. This is going to be my last map. And then, could someone help me out and find the timestamp for me for when I started to show the recombinating? I want to just highlight that whole thing and just upload it to YouTube. Did anyone do that for me? Researcher box. It's the Gamba box. Holy! Cool, I needed that. Can I have another one? Oh, shit. 20k? None of the uniques are necessary, but they're highly recommended. 200k? What if it gives me 1 wisdom? Okay, that's good enough for me, dude. Right, so I can actually hit that up on Stormlands. And, I'm not gonna lie, what is the support gem that makes it so that you... Chat, what is the support gem that makes it so that you do more damage, but you have more penalty while running? What is it called? What the fuck? No more Gamba. That's like 2 mil. Deliberation. Okay. Do you have a recording of your first 30 hours in POE2 SSF? I think all those VODs are deleted. You could look at day 1 stuff maybe, but I also don't... I don't really like race, so I don't know how much of that info would be helpful. Deliberation. Deliberation. Okay, 20% more damage for Stormlands. Thanks, boys. It's not like you're going to use the gold for something else. I mean, 2 mil's a lot. Is Weapon Infusion the play? Yes, just not for first lab. Weapon Infusion can be used to automate things, such as blind and exposure. Weapon Infusion also does a lot of damage, because it applies on your hit, and it's permanently up. So it's just free weapon damage on every hit. Hello, just came from Rax's stream. On the talks of the Ziz interview. Wait, you watched Rax's stream for the interview and then you came here? I'm confused. Hello, friend. Priority for Ascendancy. Probably crit, infuse weapon, and then whatever you want. Or if you don't want infuse weapon, you take the one that like reveal weakness. But just go crit first and you're okay. I started with DM watching the interview. He left, raided Rax, and then he did a catch-up interview with Ziz. Got it. Chat, who wants to help me and find the timestamp of when I showed the recombinating? So you can save me time on a YouTube video. It would help a lot. I'm gonna try to get this YouTube video before I I'm gonna hop off stream, but then I'm gonna try to get it before I leave here. Someone clipped it. Is it actually enough to fit in a clip though? I think it's probably like 2 minutes long, no? I don't think it's like actually 30 seconds. I want the whole thing of like, hey, I'll help you. Oh shit, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm fucking dead. Holy shit, I'm not dead. Yeah, just give me the timestamp and I'll go and make a highlight. That's what I mean. You are allowed to link, yeah. But the clip won't help me. I need a timestamp. Timestamps help me. No, you can go to the timestamp from the clip. Oh, sorry, I'm new. Thanks, dude. First time streaming. Post it. Clip. Okay. Watch full video? Like that? Good shit. Thank you very much. Perfect. Do I click filter blade link and then just go sync and export? Is there not like a follow button or a download button that you can use for my filter? Oh, map is completed. We're done. All right, boys. I am going to catch you guys all later. Hope you guys had a wonderful time. Thanks, everyone, so much for watching. If you guys enjoyed this stream, feel free to hit that follow button. If you're on YouTube, feel free to hit that subscribe button. I see a little bit of salt. I was looking through the followed channels. Lying about mid-season nerfs will surely appease the angry. Yo, poor one bottle left, dude. Oh no, dude, poor God. Oh no, dude. Who do we raid? Do I throw you guys over to Fubgun? Who do you want to see, boys? Maybe Lance? I'll go throw you guys over to Lance. Here. Oh, Lance's AFK babies. Okay, never mind. Here, go see Fubgun. He's playing this build, but he's in Trade League, so it's just better. I'll catch you guys later. Have a good one, boys. Thanks for watching.